Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. I have been a driver for both Uber and Lyft in the past, since around the time that I turned 20, and I've honestly loved it. It's been a fantastic way to make extra money when I needed it, and I love the whole work when you want thing that they have going on. Yes, I know I sound like a walking advertisement. Trust me, I'm not. And while it is a great way to make extra cash, if you have a good car and live in a good area, there are absolutely some really messed up people out there. That's the biggest issue I have with working with these services. Most of the time, I'd say around 99.99% of the time, you get normal people that just need a quick ride to wherever it is that they're going. Then, that 0.01% comes along and makes you seriously second-guess everything in life. This story involves that 0.01%, that tiny bit of population that terrifies the living hell out of me. And this story is actually one of the reasons that I stopped driving for a while. I have since gone back to doing it, but you'll get why I decided to take a break by the end. I remember that this was one of those ride pings that I would look forward to. Those ones where you get the message saying that there's a rider nearby and that their destination is a good distance from where they are. I like these ones. You get to enjoy the ride, maybe have some small talk, and get paid an alright amount to do so. So, I accepted the rider and I headed over to the house where I saw that he was standing outside. I rolled down the window and told him that I was John, his driver. He nodded and then got in the back seat, buckled in, and just stared at the back of the seat that was in front of him. At first I thought that he looked tired, and that would make sense, since it was late afternoon and I was a bit drained myself. I started on my small talk routine, basically just asking about random things like how the day was going. But when I asked him how his day was, he seemed to flinch a bit and told me that he wasn't having the best day. I apologized and asked if he wanted to vent anything, basically saying that the therapy sessions were a free perk of using Uber. You'd be surprised of how many people open up when they think about the fact that you'll likely never see them again. And he just shook his head and told me that he didn't want to talk about it. So I moved on to my last attempt, which was basically just mentioning any small detail to get him thinking. He was heading to another house on the other side of town, over in a neighborhood that I personally knew, so I said as much. "So, you're going over," and I mentioned the road name. "I know that area. I used to have a friend that lived over there. It's a really nice part of town. She used to take her dog over to the dog park because they didn't require a leash." And after I finished my statement, he just nodded and kept staring out into space. It was then that I noticed that he was clenching his jaw really hard, that his eyes looked bloodshot, and that he just seemed out of it. We pulled up to a stop sign and I stopped, then glanced back at my passenger. "I just need to check and make sure that you're okay to be out here. You look like you're in pain or something is seriously wrong." I know, this may sound incredibly annoying, but I'm not going to be that driver that lets some injured person get out of my car and die because I didn't speak up. "If you need to go to the hospital, I can take you there, and we get the charge for the ride canceled. I just want to make sure that you're okay." He didn't even look up at me. He just started shaking like he had the chills and stared off into space. Hey, man, I won't report you or get you into trouble. I just need to make sure you're okay and that you're not on some sort of substance for my safety right now. I'm willing to help you any way you need me to. When I said this, he finally glanced over to me and actually looked me in the eyes. He said he was fine, just that he was stressed and had a bad day, and that he needed to get home. In the end, I had to accept this answer, and I couldn't force him to go to the hospital, but I was still concerned. I told him that if he changed his mind at any point during the ride, I would take him to get help at no charge. He said thank you, and I pulled back onto the road and kept going. The ride was silent for quite a while, and I think we were about 3/4 of the way to the destination, when he asked me to stop, and I did. I pulled over when I could and asked if he wanted me to take him to the hospital now. Then he surprised me and said, "No, I need you to take me to the police station." At this point, I was starting to wonder if this poor kid was the victim of a crime or if something happened at his original place. I asked if we needed to call 911 or if he just wanted me to drive him there, and he said to drive. I canceled the trip and made a mental note to call support and explain the situation to them after the fact. Then opened maps to get to the closest station. When I got back onto the road, I told him, "I went ahead and canceled the ride. You'll get a refund for it. I'll contact support and let them know that this was on me, so they don't think you did anything wrong." He then replied with, "I killed my mother." Obviously, this caught me off guard. I assume I misheard him and I said, "I'm sorry?" "I murdered my mother. I strangled her because she pissed me off. She made me so mad that I murdered her. I want to turn myself in." And as he said this, I could see his tears start to well up, and my heart was seriously racing. I nodded and I told him that we were on the way to the station and that he was doing the right thing. Clearly, he wasn't stable at this point in time, and I didn't want to antagonize him or make him second-guess talking to the cops. And as you can imagine, the entire time we were driving to the station after that, I was watching him in the mirror. I pulled up as close to the door of the station as I could, and he said thank you and got out, then walked to the door and went in. I pulled into one of the spots and just kind of sat there. And after a few moments, one of the officers came out to talk to me, which I partially expected. They asked me if I knew the kid. I told them that I literally picked him up as an Uber and that I was just taking him to another house. But then he told me that he wanted me to drive him here and that he murdered his mother. I told them that I had no idea who he was. I gave them the address of where I picked him up and where he was going. I showed them in the app all the proof I could that I was just an Uber driver and not an accomplice or anything. And my worry was that they were not going to believe me and charge me as aiding a murderer. But they let me go when they were satisfied. You bet your ass I called support and spoke with them about this whole thing. I don't know what I expected them to do, but I felt like I needed to tell them about it, just in case the police contacted them. And in the end, I have no idea what happened to the kid. I have no idea if he was telling the truth, and I have no clue what went on after I left the station. And honestly, I kind of prefer it that way. Like a lot of other people in this country, I have to depend on Uber and Lyft and other ride services to get from point A to point B, anytime that I don't have someone that I can ride with. While most others out there use the services because they're convenient and also easier than calling a taxi, I use them because I actually have to, and I have no choice. I was unfortunately diagnosed with a very serious epilepsy, and as such, I am actually restricted from ever getting my license. Something about being a high risk and possibly having a seizure while driving. Apparently, the state looks down on people that may hurt themselves or someone else because they start seizing on the highway. As such, using these services has been a godsend, and I don't have to just sit at home and wait for my boyfriend to come home or to go anywhere, or have to call my parents and ask if they have time to come and get me just so I can go to the store and get some avocados for dinner. They have seriously changed my life, and I am beyond grateful for them. That said, not all of my rides have been perfect. Most of the time, I put it in the app, I get the people that show up at my door, and I get in the car. Most of the time there aren't any issues, and most of the time, it's just a matter of making sure that I have enough money to pay them. I will seriously say that most of the drivers I've dealt with have been nothing short of amazing. They're fast, dependable, and I'll sometimes explain to them that I do have a medical issue that makes me unable to drive. Usually when they hear that, they loosen up a little. They realize that I'm not just some girl that doesn't want to drive myself. Now, all my praise for this wonderful service is one thing. But like I said, it's not always perfect. Sometimes, you get drivers that are straight up rude or just not talkative. I can usually deal with the ones that don't want to talk. It's whatever in the end. They're there to do a job and nothing more, and that's really fine with me. But when they get rude for no reason, that I do have an issue with, and I'll rate them low and pretty much just move on. Well, that is, all except this one driver that this story is about. This happened probably about a year or so ago. I think it was late 2019, because it was definitely before we all had to spend a year inside, but not by much. It was one of those days where my boyfriend was at work and I didn't want to bother my sister, and I needed to go to the store for various things. For the most part, just like any other day. I loaded up my app and I put in for a ride. I marked the local supermarket and it said that my driver Manny was on the way. Great, no problem. Everything was working as it was supposed to. Then, Manny pulled up in a not very well taken care of sedan, and I'm not one to judge people, honestly. I know that some people cannot afford a new car, and he may have been doing this to make ends meet for whatever reason. But this car was looking like it was coming close to the end of its life. The paint was peeling, and the rear passenger side tire was low. There was more, but in the end, I just said whatever and got in. I needed to get to my store, and it was only about a 10-minute drive at most. And I could just call for a new driver when I needed to go back home. In the end, if the car got me to where I needed to go, then I was happy. As soon as I got in, I noticed that this guy was just staring at me, like intently staring at me. I tried to smile at him in an attempt to maybe, break the tension or something, but he just kept his face focused and eyes wide open. After I got situated in the back seat, I looked back up and sure enough, he was still staring at me. It was like at this point that I realized this guy looked like he hadn't slept in a couple months. His eyes were sunken, the skin around them were bluish, and his face looked dry and tight. Again, not one to judge, but he was clearly either not well or on something. But again, me being the self-contained and fairly small woman I am, I just kind of nodded and asked if he knew the best route to the store. His response was, "The phone will tell me where to go." And then he slowly shifted his gaze forward. He starts pulling forward back onto the road, slowly, and he glances back at me again and asks me my name. I gave a slight smile and told him my name was Ashley. It didn't click until after the ride that the app told him my name, and he should have known it. He nodded slowly and started to make that weird noise people make when they suck on their teeth, followed by a bit of a low grumbling noise. I reflexively asked him if he was okay, and he seriously said, "No." It was around this time that I was certain that I was about to die. This whole trip, the whole 4 minutes and less than a half a mile of it, were honestly enough to make my stomach turn and my skin crawl. I grabbed my bag and put my hand in it, grabbing my mace and just holding on to it. He turned onto one of the main roads, making the turn as slow as he possibly could, and then he looks back again and says, "Are you religious, Ashley?" I sheepishly replied, "Not particularly." And he laughed at my response, then slightly shook his head. "You should be," he nodded as he started talking again. "You should be, Ashley. You should be. You need to be." I think I just replied with, "Okay," and he glared in the mirror again and started back up. "No, it's not okay. You don't know what's coming." His tone was seriously freaky at this point. He added, "Big things are going to happen, and you need to repent, Ashley. You need to beg for forgiveness, and you need to repent for everything you've done in this life, and every past life that got you to this point." Mind you, at this point, he was already driving around 20 in a 35 and repeatedly glancing back up in a mirror at me. "Ashley, tell me that you're sorry for what you've done. Repent to me, Ashley." I'm sorry for everything I've done." I just kind of felt like if I did what he asked, I might make it through the ride. "Good. That's good, Ashley. Now that you've started to repent, you can beg for forgiveness when it matters." It was at this point that he pulled his car over toward the sidewalk and looked back at me again. I started to reach for the door handle, but he shouted to stop and I jumped when he did. I could feel myself starting to hyperventilate and I was in a state of panic. He then said that we needed to say a prayer and that he would let me go on with my day after that. And once again, I nodded and looked down, waiting for him to say what he needed to say. "To our dear Father, I beg of you, forgive Ashley, for she knows not of what is to come. Her soul is clean, she means well, and she deserves the love of you and all those that watch over us. I beg of you, Father, accept Ashley's request for forgiveness. Allow her to ascend when you return. I beg for you, Father. Accept Ashley's love into your heart as she has started to accept your love into hers. She has been reached. She has begun her first steps down the path to your paradise. And I beg of you, Father, please show her the way. Amen." By this point, I was starting to cry and I felt like I was going to pass out. I said amen and thank you to him. And yes, I seriously thanked him at that moment because I had no idea what was going to happen. Surprisingly, the answer is nothing. He hit the unlock button and told me that I could go. I opened the button and he told me to have a blessed day and then drove off. This whole ordeal was around 10 minutes and he hadn't taken me more than a couple blocks down the way. My only thoughts were, how the hell did I not get murdered just then? And also, what the hell just happened? Obviously, I contacted Uber support to report this, but I have no idea what ended up happening. They didn't inform me that they were going to take action against him, and I'm pretty sure he rated me as a 5-star passenger. The only thing that I ended up with was a refund of the trip because he wasn't able to get me to my destination. I have no idea what happened to Manny, the apocalyptic preacher, for whoever the hell his father was, but I hope to never ever run into him again. I was coming home from taking a train for a work trip, and it was 11. The train station where I lived at that time was outside and had no security whatsoever, so granted, I was already a little bit on edge. And after waiting 20 minutes for an Uber all alone, I was relieved to see my Uber driver. He had an accent and was from a Middle Eastern country, and the first thing he asked was if I was too. But I often get mistaken for being different nationalities, so it felt normal. I politely said no, and at first everything was normal, and we made small talk since the drive was long. But then he started making odd comments saying that I was beautiful, asking if I had an American boyfriend and if my parents wanted me married. I dodged his questions, but then as we were 5 minutes away from my apartment, he asked if I was doing anything that night, and I said no and that I didn't plan on it. He then asked if I lived alone. I do, but I was getting scared, so I said that I had 3 roommates and they were expecting me, and that seemed to make him stop, and he remained silent the whole ride. I then got notified that I had a package, and unfortunately my apartment would charge if you didn't retrieve the packages after a certain time frame. So, as soon as we reached my apartment, I got out and used my keycard to go to the package room, which was in a separate room from my apartment entrance. I look outside, and he's still parked out front looking around. The way the apartment works is that you have to go outside to go to the actual entrances. One entrance has stairs and the other with the elevator, and that was in the parking garage. I take a deep breath, holding my package, and start to run, and he gets out and starts to run chasing me. Using my keycard, I make it to the stairs entrance and slam the door and run up the stairs. I get into my room and I look out my window, and I saw him still outside in his car. Being on the 3rd floor, my lights were on and he looked right at my window, and he stayed parked the whole night and then eventually drove off. I reported him on Uber and was extremely cautious for the whole week, but I still don't know what he was planning to do, and I'm grateful that my parents made me do running as a kid. So, creepy Uber driver, let's never meet again. I worked as a flight attendant for a few years when I decided to take an extended sabbatical from college. There were a handful of let's not meet situations I encountered, but one in particular still makes my skin crawl more than any other. I was born and raised in Texas, but I had moved to New York when I was 21. So when I found out at the beginning of a week-long trip that I'd have a couple of overnights in Austin, I was super excited to go to my home state, even just for a few days. My brother lived just north of the city, and we planned to hang out and go to dinner the night that I arrived when he got off of work. And then the following day, we were going to meet up with our dad, who lived about an hour away. So, I get to the hotel downtown, the crew and I check in, and then we each head off to our rooms. Short elevator ride and I get to mine. But we're not even 5 minutes later. There's a loud, hard knock on the door. It was only around 1 or 2 p.m., and I hadn't called either my dad or brother to let them know that I was in town yet, so they wouldn't know what room I was in. So I assumed it was maybe one of my crewmates, so I headed to the door. And before even making it to the door, a loud male voice on the other side boomed. He said, "The front desk sent me about the bathroom problem you called in." And before trying to open the door, he said again, "Unlock the door and open up, miss. I need in, now." I froze in my tracks. I hadn't even been in the bathroom yet, let alone called anything to the front desk. I'm a petite chick, and while I take no shit from anyone despite my size, I still err on the side of caution. Slowly inching toward the door to look out the peephole, all I could tell was that the man on the other side was at least 6 foot tall and easily over double my weight. There was no way in hell that I was going to unlock the door. I responded to the guy telling him that he must have had the wrong room. He continued pounding on the door while constantly turning the handle, telling me no and that he needed in and he was getting in the room one way or another. So I panicked, but thankfully I had the sense to grab the phone and call the front desk. The concierge confirmed that they had neither sent anyone up to my room nor had they received a call about the bathroom. The entire time, this freaking guy was still determined to get into my room, pounding and yelling. Luckily for me, the front desk has dispatched security to my room. When the security officer stepped off the elevator a few seconds later, I can hear them in the hall approach and ask the guy who he was and what he was doing, and telling him that he needed to leave the hotel. He immediately gets hostile and aggressive toward them, and the front desk clerk that I'm still on the phone with tells me that the police have been called and are on their way. In the meantime, I'm trapped in my room and I'm scared shitless. Long story short, the cops show up pretty quickly and manage to arrest the guy for trespassing and criminal menacing or some shit. I later found out that the guy was also wanted in connection to a string of break-ins and violent sexual assaults in Austin. He had seen and stalked me from the minute that I entered the hotel lobby, and apparently, I was exactly his type of victim. Nothing else ever happened after that, but it still rattled the hell out of me for the rest of my stay in that hotel. I'm female, 31, and stays away from home on a business trip. About an hour ago at around 8:30 p.m. here, I had just gotten back to my room from a work dinner. I heard shuffling in the hallway and I peeked out of the peephole. I saw a figure seemingly outside the room to the left of mine. They were knocking lightly and said twice quickly, "Hello? Hello?" Then, it sounded like the door opened and closed. I was like, okay, they must have forgotten what room they were in or something, and someone let them in. I walk back to the main part of my room, and I hear the shuffling again. I look out again and see a figure. I can't really make out what the person looks like, but I see them on the other side of my room this time. Again, I hear a light knocking and hello? Hello? Now, I'm starting to get a weird spidey sense of like, what the hell is going on? I see the figure leave and I think, okay, that was really weird. But then again I start hearing the shuffling. I start walking toward the hotel room door and I hear a light knock on what sounds to be my door again. And I hear, "Hello? Hello?" And immediately, after someone attempts to open my door. Thank God that I had the cross latch pulled over. My heart stopped as I stood there and I watched the door hit the latch and fall back shut. I called the front desk and informed them that someone had just tried entering my room and I'm not staying with anyone. The front desk attendant just replied, "I don't have any housekeeping up there." To which I replied, Okay. Well, that's concerning. Can you please send someone up to check around?" Then the attendant replied, "Well, there's no manager on duty." To which I asked if I should just call the police instead because I was very worried and I was starting to cry a bit. And she just replied that I should do what I thought I needed to do. I hung up and cried for a bit, not really sure what to do, and I didn't want to ask for another room because I'm too scared to leave now. 10 minutes later, the hotel phone starts ringing, and I was honestly feeling really scared to answer, but I did. It was from the front desk attendant, and she said the police were going to be coming to my room and she didn't want me to panic when I heard someone knock on my door. I said okay and I hung up. I sat there and thought, how do I know this is real? Whoever tried to access my room had a key. Otherwise, how else would the door have actually opened? A few minutes later, as expected, I hear a knock, and I look out the peephole and saw 2 male officers. I didn't ask to see their ID, which in hindsight, it probably would have been the smart thing to do, but I was so shaken up and not really thinking. I opened the door and they asked what was going on, and I told them all that I explained above. They said that it was good that I had the cross latch pulled over, because the door would open if not. I responded, "It's a hotel, what do you mean? What's the point of the access card then?" They then took a pause and they were like, "Oh, it automatically locks?" Again, I'm like, yeah, it's a hotel." So then they had me shut the door and open it with a key to test it. And sure enough, it didn't open without the access card. Then they said it was probably housekeeping. I responded that the front desk attendant told me that there was no housekeeping up there when I called, plus it was 8:30 p.m. Why would housekeeping be coming by at that time unless I had requested someone to come by? Plus, I noticed housekeeping had already been there during the day because my trash was emptied out and my dirty towel was gone. They ultimately told me that they thought it was housekeeping and not to worry, but if anything else happened or I felt unsafe, just to call them again. They also said that if I wanted to change rooms, they were sure the hotel would accommodate this. I said okay while crying, and they left. Now, I'm sitting in my room crying, laying under the covers in my clothes. I'm sure I won't sleep tonight, and I'm also too afraid to change rooms because I don't want to leave this room. I have the cross latch pulled over and the deadbolt lock. I think I'm safe. Am I just being paranoid? Was it probably housekeeping? Should I be doing something different?
A couple of years ago, I was driving myself back to my little hometown in Idaho. My sister was going to be having her first kid, and it was going to be my first niece, so I wanted to be there for her. It was going to be about a 10-hour drive, and I was planning on leaving the following Friday morning since I was off and had the whole day to get there. Unfortunately, I had a maintenance thing come up at my apartment that I had to be there for, and of course, when you're given a time frame of 4 hours, they will show up in those last 30 minutes, then take another 2 hours to complete it. Because of this, I ended up leaving around 6 or 7 that night. I was pissed, but decided I would still head out that night. That way I could get there early, crash for a few hours, and be good to go. So I got my stuff in my car and headed out. Because I had planned this in advance, I already had a couple bottles of water, energy drinks, and snacks ready to go. It was about mid-October, so the weather was great to just have the windows cracked, music blaring, and enjoying the ride. The view was pretty nice too, and there wasn't too much traffic at that time, so I was in a good state of mind. Unfortunately, I started crashing around 1 or 2 a.m. I didn't want to stop because I knew I only had a few hours left, but it was a struggle. I had finished off my energy drinks, rolled the windows down more, hoping the chillier air would keep me awake, but nothing was working. I know how dangerous it can be driving when you're tired and on the highway on top of that, so I decided to stop at a hotel to sleep for the night. I drive a tiny 2-door coupe, so it's not exactly comfortable to lean the seat back and sleep. Otherwise, I would have just done that. I look for the hotel signs and get off the exit for the first one I see. It was a little old looking from the outside. I don't remember the name of it as it wasn't one of the bigger chains either. I just thought as long as the door locked and it wasn't too badly priced, I'll stay. I didn't need anything other than a bed. I got out, grabbed my bag, and headed in. The lobby was a bit eerie. It was dimly lit with a single couch and table area, and the desk had what appeared to be bulletproof glass around it. It also smelled musty, like it hadn't been used in years. Even the carpet looked ancient with its dark red theater-looking pattern. As I approached the desk and saw that it was empty, I noticed the door behind the desk that was slightly open, and I heard faint talking, like it was coming from a TV. There was no bell or any way to get someone's attention, so I just said, "Hello?" and waited. I heard the talking get quieter and someone coming out of the room. It was a frail older guy wearing what I think was something like long johns in a robe. He wasn't rude or anything, but he also wasn't very polite. But maybe that's because I was there at 2 a.m. and I was interrupting his show. He said good morning, asked how long I was staying, gave me my room key, and told me the quiet hours and that no smoking was allowed. I thanked him and walked off down the hallway. I got to my room, which made me realize I definitely got what I wanted. It looked just as old in the rooms as it did in the lobby. Same red carpet, mustard yellow curtains and bedding, and the same musty smell. The air just felt still in there, so I quickly turned on the AC to get the air flowing. I sat my bag and purse down in the chair and went to the bathroom first. While I was in there, something just felt off. It was like that sense you get when you're being watched. I figured it was just me being on edge because I was tired and in a place I wasn't familiar with. So I splashed water on my face, changed into my pajamas, and got into bed. As I was laying there though, that feeling would not go away. I tried just falling asleep and ignoring it, but unlike in the car, I now was unable to. That's when I started hearing things. I couldn't really tell at first what it was, but it was really quiet, like it was either a muffled TV or someone whispering. Trying to be reasonable, I was thinking it was just someone with the TV on too loud in the next room, so I tried ignoring it. I think because of the situation though, I started getting annoyed and actually smacked the wall a few times, hoping they'd get the hint. It appeared they did as it got quiet, so I tried to focus on sleeping again. Not long after, I started hearing more noises, but this made me jump as it actually sounded like someone whispering in my room. I quickly turned on the light and looked around and didn't see anything. Now that I'm spooked, I turned on the TV to have some of my own sound to try and help. Unfortunately, the whispering kept up. It wasn't constant, but I could hear it, and it all just sounded mumbled. I could never make out anything. Until the end, when it sounded like it was right behind me and it said, "It hurts," and it made me jump again. I looked behind me towards the door and I just saw a dark figure. It looked like a child or maybe a young woman. I quickly turned on the light and it was gone. Now, I know I turned on the air, but it was just the fan, so the air was moving, but it was freezing in that room. I went and looked at the unit thinking maybe I did turn on the AC, but it was still on fan. I turned it off since it had gotten so cold in there, and then I turned on all of the lights, turned the TV louder, and tried to forget about it all. It wasn't much longer when I started feeling something at the edge of my bed. I again tried to rationalize that it was something like the comforter moving or falling until it started feeling more like someone grabbing my foot. That was it for me. I grabbed my stuff, ran out of that room in my pajamas still, and noticed the room that I thought the TV sounds were coming from was actually just a janitor's closet or supply room. I walked past the front desk, and the room in the back was now dark, but I kept going. I tossed my stuff in my passenger seat as I got in and locked my doors. If I would have known that that was going to happen, I would have just tried to sleep in my car. I couldn't shake the weird feeling just being in the parking lot, so I left. I didn't even care about the money. I didn't feel right trying to explain I wanted a refund because I saw a ghost, so I just ate it. I drove further down to a 24-hour McDonald's and slept in my car for a few hours. I used the restroom to change into clothes, grabbed a large coffee, and headed back out. When I got to my sister's, I told her all about it, and she believed it. She's very into the paranormal, so she enjoyed the story, but me, not so much. I wanted to look into the history of that hotel, but I couldn't remember the name of it. One of the times I go over there again, I have to try and find it for her, but it will be during the day, and I promise you, I will not be staying there.
Hi, my name is Taz. I'm not a native English speaker, so if anything's a little off, it's because Google Translate has failed me. A trigger warning: if you are uncomfortable with any mentions of nudity, then please stop listening. Your mental, emotional, and physical health comes first. Do you know those silly school trips that last a few days? I used to go on as many of those as I could. I love them. It was always fun to choose your roommates and decide who went on what bed and etc. And I would have been about 12 or 13 at the time of this story, and everyone else involved being around the same age. This school trip was meant to be like any other. It was for my English class, and it was about a certain author that we were studying. The day started ordinary. We got off of the coach and we went up to our designated rooms, and in our room was a shower and a toilet and 4 bunk beds. One was closer to the door and the second was parallel to it on the opposite side of the room. I was on the bottom bunk, my friend Rosa was on the bunk on top of me, and my other friends, Eloise and Noelle, were on the other bunk. Eloise was on the bottom and Noelle was on the top. To get into our room, you had to go up 2 flights of stairs and into a little foyer area. From there, you had a door directly to the left of the foyer entrance door. Go through that door and there were 2 more doors, one to the left and one straight forward, and the one directly in front was ours. It's important to note that some friends of ours were in the room to the left. We were allowed to go out in small groups in the village or town area as long as we told the teacher. I remember my room and the next room to us went out to grab some snacks and food, as we would not be having food until the next morning. Our room was bigger, and we all went in there to enjoy our masterful feast. It must have been around 6 p.m. Maybe a little later. Our school was very friendly and everyone knew pretty much everyone, so we would have a set time that we would all go down and talk, socialize, play snooker, watch The Love Island, or just generally chill out. And our teachers would join in as well. It was a lot of fun. We would usually go up to our rooms at around 10 to 11 p.m. and that night, we went up at 10. My roommates and I stayed up for a while, talking and sharing sweets around. The rooms next door didn't have a toilet and they were worried about what they could do. So we decided that instead of being smart and just giving them our room key and taking it back in the morning, that we would just keep the door unlocked for them. I'm pretty sure that I fell asleep at around midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. And I woke up a short while later, completely knackered and half asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so when I heard the door click shut, I immediately woke up. I assumed that it was one of the girls next door coming in to use the toilet, but it wasn't. I heard low grunting, panting, I'm not sure, which confused my still asleep brain to no end, but I concluded that it was one of the male teachers who just forgot to check up on everyone. It's not that uncommon. What I didn't expect was the dude to come over and sit down on the edge of my bed, as if he was getting ready to get in. He sat on my foot, and I guess he felt it because he stood back up and put his hands on the end bars of the ladders on both of the bunks and assumed trying to stay standing up. For some reason, I still thought it was a teacher, but I was starting to wake up a little at this point, starting to take in the situation. I heard him say, "Wait, this is not my room. It's a room with girls in it." And I just replied, "Yes, it is." It was weird. It wasn't a question and he didn't sound confused or embarrassed. He stated that he was in a room full of young girls and he knew where he was. I'm pretty sure he purposely looked for a girl's room. He also didn't speak like a normal human being. Looking back, why on earth was I not freaking out? I have no idea. Note that this is the first night. A lot of crazy things happen on that trip, some of which will haunt me forever. Always lock your doors no matter what. Be smart, be safe, and remember, if something happens to you, it's never your fault, and you're not alone. Anyway, I heard slight shuffling and the door clicked shut again. And that's when it clicked for me. There was an unknown man in our room, and I talked to him. I bolted up into a sitting position and quietly slipped out of the bed, grabbing our room key off of the coat hook that we put it on. Then, I saw legs. I would have screamed if I wasn't so stunned, scared, and tired. I scrambled back into my bed, and that's when Rosa woke up. She was incredibly tired and I was on the verge of a panic attack. I got up off of my bed so she could see, and I just pointed at the legs when she saw them and she went wide-eyed and looked like she would join me in my panicking. We started whispering, trying to figure out what to do. Then Noelle woke up, asking us to be quiet as she was trying to sleep. So Rosa broke the news that we probably wouldn't be sleeping properly at all that night. Noelle didn't believe us at first, so I tiptoed over to her and showed her the legs. Then it hit both of us. He was naked. There was a naked man in our room, unconscious for all we know, just in front of the door, blocking out the only escape route from the room. And so far it wasn't looking too great. I went over to Eloise and shook her awake. She scared us half to death with how loud she sounded, and we were terrified that this man had come into our room with bad intentions and was either pretending to be unconscious so that we would go near him, or that he had somehow managed to knock himself out, but if we went near him, he might awaken. I got Eloise to calm down, and Rosa once again explained as I started to break down. The other girls closed behind me in my distress. We got out our phones and started calling every friend contact that was on the trip with us, desperately hoping that they would wake up and that they could come and save us. But sometimes, you have to be your own hero. We were trying to stay calm and figure out a plan when Noelle was able to reach her dad on the phone, and he gave us some advice about how to handle the situation, but ultimately told us to get out and find someone to help us. Remember that the man was in the entryway, blocking the door with his head. It felt like we were trapped, but we decided to just do it. If it went wrong, we would just hit him on the head with a door. Simple. Noelle went first, followed by Eloise, then me, and then Rosa. The door was only open a crack, so we had to move quickly and quietly, trying to fit through the crack as best as we could. Otherwise, we ran the risk of hitting him and waking him up. I'm fairly certain Rosa hit him on the head just to spite him, and I wish I had the confidence to do that. We went through both of the doors and out into the open space area, and at the left end of the area was one of the male teachers' rooms. I remember frantically knocking on the door, still being careful to not wake the man or anyone else up, but no teacher ever answered. So we kinda just stood there in the middle of the open area, freaking out and crying ourselves a river. And looking back, I feel kinda stupid, but I can't change the past. Then all of the teachers on the trip came out of the corridor, talking quietly, obviously seeing us sobbing, and seeing me and Noelle collapse on the floor in a breakdown was not what they had expected to see that night. Apparently, the man had been walking around most of the rooms trying the door handles, knocking on the doors and just trying to get in. My male teachers had caught him and taken him downstairs, and at that point, he had a bedrobe on. The teachers had gone to one of the rooms to figure out what they should do, and since we were underage and part of a school, they had to call the police. We had to stay up and wait for the police to arrive, and we had to go to a separate area where the female teacher's room was and calm down over there. When the police arrived, they took the man downstairs and we were asked some questions, and we asked questions in return. The police told us that the man wasn't drunk, nor on drugs, and he had no reason to be there, and they had no idea what his intentions were and what he was doing that night. He was kicked out of the hotel and is never allowed back there. But nevertheless, it was quite creepy, and I wish to never see him again. Back in the 90s, I used to work at a cemetery. I helped with the dirty work of digging the graves, lowering caskets, and helping with the upkeep of the fields. It was an easy enough job, and we hardly dealt with the customers, so we were pretty much left to ourselves as long as we got the job done and did it respectfully. I also typically only worked during the day, which I was fine, because some of the things that I witnessed were weird and creepy enough that I didn't need to know what happened at night. So, as mentioned, there were definitely some unforgettable events. We've had some edgy teens break in and run around the plots, we had a naked guy sleeping on a grave once, and someone even brought a gun, demanding we let him in after we had closed. So, it's not uncommon, but you still remember them. But there was one that messed me up for a very long time and actually led to me quitting. While we were working out on the grounds, we may occasionally see customers come and go, setting up services, making payments, and etc. We get all the work done on the plots the night before, so that way we didn't have a huge hole open during business hours. We had a truck that also came and always parked on one side of the cemetery that delivered flowers and other lawn supplies. And right as the truck was pulling in, there was a car that sped into the lot, cutting off the truck and stopped right where the truck usually parked. It made no sense. There was a whole parking lot and they chose to stop there. I started walking up to the fence to ask the person to move their car, but also expecting pushback just by the way they drove in. A woman frantically got out of the car in sweatpants and a hoodie and also a messy bun, and she was looking around. I kindly asked her if she could park in one of the actual spots, as that side was for the truck, not to mention a no parking zone technically. She immediately started yelling at me about how dare I ask something so inconsiderate and, "Do you know why I'm here? I just lost my father," and so on. I immediately shuddered because I knew this was going to be brought up to the people inside, and I couldn't really say anything to her because of the situation. So I just apologized, and I walked away as she continued yelling. Someone did come out a little later and asked me what happened, and I explained it all to them. Surprisingly, they understood and agreed that while it was common for people to come in still distraught, she was a little overboard. They said every time they would ask a question about what they wanted in the services, like the burial or cremation, visitation, type of flowers, and etc., she would burst into tears. They would try to calm her down and she'd be fine answering, until they asked another question. They said the whole process was exhausting, which told me a lot because this person never complained about their job. I let it go and then moved on, thinking that I'd probably not see this person again. A few days later, we were digging the plots as normal, and then we cleaned up the edges. We made sure the grass looked nice along the edges and things like that, when, lucky me, that woman shows up, walking towards me. I hold my breath expecting her to go off on me, but I kept my cool and greet her. She approached me smiling and asked if there was a plot number whichever. I pulled up my sheet to confirm, and she told me that this was her father's. She then apologized for her reaction the other day and explained that it just had been hard for her since she took care of her dad, and he was the only one that supported her too. I was polite because, just as expected, she was just going through the stages of loss and everyone grieves differently. I told her that it was okay and gave her my condolences. She said that she just wished that it was her instead because more people cared about her dad than her. Not knowing a damn thing about this woman, I tried to say that it wasn't true, and being in this field of work, no pun intended, you may not think many people care about you, but the services always say otherwise, and that she had to continue on for her dad. I don't know if what I said helped her or not, but she cried a little bit. She hugged me and thanked me and started walking away. Right before, though, she turned and asked me what time the cemetery closed, so I gave her the hours. I went home and told my wife about the woman, and she said that I did a good thing. She actually told me on the first encounter that she was probably going through a lot and not to judge someone based on that encounter. I suppose she was right, because that was definitely a different person that I met that day. So not only do we dig graves, but we also help lower the caskets and bury them. So the next day was going to be the services for her father. I got up like I do every morning. I get ready for work, kissed my wife goodbye, and I headed out for the day. I like getting there early to do the weed whacking, so that way it's out of the way and there's no chance of disturbing any visitors. The owner is usually already there getting things in order, on days of services, so I walked into the office and talked with him for a few minutes before. I was one of the manager-like people at that time, so I had keys to the cemetery as well. The owner asked me if I had seen his keys because they usually left the keys to the cemetery gate in his office, but they weren't there. I said I hadn't and double-checked that I just had mine. They said that they probably just left it somewhere, as he had done that in the past, and then excused me to get to work. I went to the shed to grab the weed whacker, and then I headed out. And as I was walking around and getting closer to the plot that we had just dug the other day, I noticed the grass looking disturbed, like something was placed in it because it was flattened. I got angry at first, thinking it was another kid screwing around, and this woman was going through enough. I didn't want something else to happen, so I started walking up to it to see what had happened. Well, I wish it was just some kids. But I found the woman laying in the grave in a black dress and blood all over her wrist. Not knowing what to do, I immediately started yelling for the owner, and I jumped in the hole. The ground was damp from blood, and she was already pale, cold, and unresponsive. Thankfully, Henry heard me and came out and called 911 and then brought me a ladder to get us out. When the paramedics arrived, I heard them say that she had already lost a lot of blood, but that she would be okay, and then they were gone. I actually took the rest of the day off. I called my parents and my 2 sisters to let them know that I loved them. That really hit me hard. This woman really didn't feel like she was worth it or that it was worth it to stay around, and felt this way was the only option that she had. No one should feel that alone. If it wasn't for her shallow groan, I would have thought that she was dead. But knowing she was close enough to that scared me enough. If I didn't come earlier, who knows how long it would have been before she was found. Thankfully, she did live though. We learned that she broke in through a back room window and then stole Henry's keys. I'm also thankful that he didn't press charges on her, but I heard the funeral for her father was a little off. I had to quit shortly after this. The first time I really talked to any of the customers, got to know them even that little bit, and then having to save their life was really too much for me. I found out what hospital she was at, and my wife and I thought that it was a good idea to send her flowers and a gift. I hope my words did something for her, something to keep her going, because it seemed like she just needed someone to support her again, or let her know that she wasn't alone. If you take anything from this, just let it be to be kind to people, because you never know what they're going through. I used to do part-time work for my dad at a cemetery at about 15 years ago. He helped maintain the grounds by keeping the lawn mowed, flowers watered, and picked up left behind trash. After they had a service or around major holidays, he asked me to help out, as more people meant more trash and things to pick up. Not to be disrespectful, but some of the stuff people left behind, stuff that couldn't stay, like open food and drinks, or just their trash tissues, wrappers, and things like that. And those people prefer coming back to see that their loved one's resting place is being respected, so that's where we come in. It's typically the same thing each time. I'd walk around, pick up, adjust, look at the headstones, occasionally explain to someone where or how to find specific plots. I also typically work during the day, so I didn't run into any creepy or paranormal experiences, which made the job even easier. Now, this one time though, I had to help my dad zone an area out for a family of 3, a husband and wife and their child that were going to be buried. We had the area already, but it was further in the back, which was usually used by people of higher class, local celebrities, and I suppose things like that, so that families can have more privacy. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to the news, but I did remember hearing how a family had been killed in their home in an apparent robbery. From the small things I could pick up from my dad, this was the same family. So we had to get it all plotted out, make sure the trees were trimmed, the surrounding area cleared for the services, and etc. It was really an all-day thing. Now on the days of service, there's no work being done on the grounds. My dad was usually in the back fixing things inside, doing paperwork, making calls, and etc. And I ended up going up there to get my check and to just talk with my dad, but I didn't realize that the services were that day until I saw a full lot of vehicles. So I entered in the back to not interrupt anything. I talked with my dad for a while, but he seemed like his mind was elsewhere. Like he seemed distracted, so I asked him about it. He said that the funeral almost seemed like something out of a movie because they had a few cars that were far behind the rest of the group, and one man that got out of the vehicle had several other men surrounding him, like bodyguards. I didn't quite understand the concern over it and just tried to reason with them that they were probably important people. And if it's true what happened to the family, maybe it was police protection for the rest of them. He still seemed to be keeping an eye on them, but loosened up a bit. I ended up leaving a bit after to enjoy having the weekend off and a fresh paycheck. Now around this time, my mother had recently had surgery on her knee, so she needed a lot of help getting around. My sister worked overnights and was still living at home at that time, so she helped my mom while my dad was at work, and he took care of her in the evenings. The day after the service, I was at my parents' for dinner, and while we were settling down after dinner, my dad was telling me how he had this weird feeling that something wasn't right. He said he couldn't explain it, but he just felt like something was wrong. We tried to go through the normal things, make sure the stove was off, the dog was inside, and nothing was missing. We even called my sister to make sure she was okay, which she was. Then my dad mentioned the cemetery, worried that he may have forgotten something there, like to close or lock the gates, the door to the crematorium, or something like that. And since he wasn't the owner, I could at least understand the concern because he would be responsible if anything happened. I offered to go check it out to make him feel better. They were both hesitant at first, but I finally convinced them that I would be fine. I didn't believe in any superstitions, and if all I had to do was to check some doors, then I would be fine. So I left with a promise to call them when I got there. I pulled up to the front and noticed an old beat-up car in the parking lot. The lot is usually empty, but we might occasionally get people parked there to sleep or just talking in their car or something. I got out and walked around the car, but as expected, there was no one in there and no one around. I figured the car just broke down as it looked like it hadn't moved in months as is. So I walked up to the building, I checked the door, which had been locked, and then I went inside. I called my dad from the phone in the funeral home and I walked around to make sure that everything was turned off and locked. I seemed to have calmed his nerves some more, so after I hung up, I locked the front entrance and then I started to head out. As I was walking back though, I noticed the gates to the grounds were partially open. There was usually this chain-like lock that went around it so no one could get in. It was just dangling from the fence, so my thought was, my dad probably just forgot to lock it up, and that was probably the issue he was having. I went to secure it, and when I looked up into the fields, I had a weird feeling. Something was telling me to go check in there. I got annoyed with myself after convincing my dad that nothing was wrong, but something was really bugging me to check it out. So I skipped grabbing the golf cart and thought that I would do a quick walk through the grounds. Everything was looking fine until I kept walking towards the back. When I got there were 2 shovels sitting next to that family that was just buried, and even worse, they had been messed with. There was a pile of dirt on the side and they had knocked over one of the headstones. And as I went to turn around to go call someone, I was then knocked out cold. When I finally started to come back, I noticed that it was still dark and I was laying in the grass and my head was pounding. That's when I started hearing the familiar sounds of dirt being shoveled. I tried to turn around to check the sound when I felt something cold at the back of my head. I will never forget that sound. I just threw my hands up and stopped moving otherwise. I don't even remember what I said to them, but probably something pathetic and pleading. It felt like I was like this for hours though. I just remember there was at least 3 people, and they weren't speaking English, but I have no idea what language it was. And after a while, I was told to lie face down and count to 100. I know I didn't get far when I was knocked out again. This time when I woke up though, it was day, and I was not in the graveyard but in a hospital bed. Of course, my parents were there and they were freaking out and trying to explain what happened. When I wasn't back at their place after 20 minutes or so, my dad started getting worried. He went out himself to check but also called the cops to meet him there. When they arrived, they saw my car in the lot, me not in it, and one of the tires slashed. Then they found me. Those people had completely dug up the husband's grave and destroyed the coffin to obviously get something that he was buried with. But what? What could be so important that you have to dig up a grave for it? I know they never caught anyone because I had to make a statement and they kept me informed, and as far as I know, no one in the family knows who could have done it either. Or at least they aren't talking. This did push my dad to convince the owner to get security cameras, and since then, the worst they get is a raccoon or a person sleeping in the parking lot again. But I also won't go there alone at night anymore either. My dad's family has owned a funeral home and cemetery for many generations. The old office was so small that it is now used as a storage shed for our equipment, and a bigger and better office was built. It's a blessing in the sense that I will always have a job, but it's definitely not for everyone. I am not the type that gets scared or uncomfortable when it comes to death. In fact, being in this field has made me more responsible when it comes to end-of-life decisions. At 32, I can tell you that I already have my plans laid out, so there isn't a burden on my family if anything were to happen. I'm sure some of my friends think that I'm weird, but hey, life is short and you never know what will happen tomorrow. I also feel like I am more open-minded and in tune with those that have passed and the paranormal because of this. My mother has always helped out at the funeral home, but ghosts and spirits have never been her thing. Even dealing with death every day, she didn't believe any of it was real. I say this because I couldn't really talk to her about what I witnessed, but my father believed all of it. In fact, we joke about having some frequent ghosts in our facility or on the grounds and speak about them as if they were living customers right in front of us. I feel our place has become locally popular because of the paranormal activity alone. Because I am so connected to them, they really hold a place close to me like family, and I wanted to share a few that I will always remember. When I was younger, My parents still brought me to the funeral home so that they could watch me, but when there was a service going on, I was at my grandparents' or aunt and uncle's. I appreciate them wanting me to understand that this is a normal thing, but also didn't want me to see anything a child shouldn't. So, I often saw people coming and going to the funeral home, caskets and urns coming in, and sometimes other random items that families might request. One in particular that stood out to me when I was about 6 was a really gorgeous blue casket, but it was also very small. We all know what that means. As I saw my parents setting up the room, I noticed the decals they were putting on the casket, which were different superheroes. My mom had explained to me that it was for a little boy that really liked them, and his parents asked for his final resting place to look like his room. So they dressed it up just as they wanted, before they brought him out for the services, and before the family arrived to set up the rest, like personal gifts and pictures, and I was ushered off to my aunt's and things continued as normal. After a few days, I was back there, playing in the back room and watching a movie, when I noticed that my dolls were falling off the small desk that was in there. Thinking nothing of it, I just picked them up and put them back. This actually happened twice more, and at that age, I was just getting annoyed and yelled, "Stop it!" It didn't happen again after that, but my dad had walked in and asked what happened. I told him what was going on when he smiled and said, "Maybe we should ask nicely next time," and then he walked out, but left the door open that time. After a few minutes of getting back to my movie, I realized this, and I look over to the door. That's when I saw a young boy wearing a long blue cape just standing there. Not knowing what to do, I just said hi, but he continued to stand there. I tried talking to him more, but he would never respond. So, I got up and closed the door, with him standing there. And a while later, my mom came in and asked how I was doing, and that's when I brought up the little boy. She said there weren't any boys there and asked what he looked like, and after describing him to her, the look on her face changed to one of concern, and she just left the room. As I got older, I learned that my mom thought my dad told me about the little boy that was in the blue casket, or that I saw him because that was exactly what he looked like, down to the cape. Over time, my dad and I both got used to seeing the little boy. He became a little bit mischievous, and at times, just like my dolls, things would get moved, things would go missing, only to reappear right where they last were, or things would get knocked down. I finally found out his name so I could address him properly, and from there, it was as if I could communicate with him. I would ask him, "Charlie, where did my pen go?" And it would be in my seat or something. However, unlike some of the others, he's the only kid that I've seen, and my dad and I are the only ones to see or experience his presence. The other experience occurred as a young adult. The cemetery is open all day for anyone to come and go as they please. Some people go by themselves, or with another person, or where I've seen a whole group of people practically trying to have a party or celebration for their loved ones. We usually let them be and give them their privacy until close, and when we're closing, we walk or drive around and let everyone know so that they can start heading out. After one particular service, there was a woman that stayed around long after the service was over. I knew it was the same woman because of her outfit. She was in a long black dress that was flowy towards the bottom because you could see the bottom of it move with the wind. It looked like it had either lace sleeves with attached gloves or full-length gloves. She also had one of those small cocktail hats that had a long black lace veil over her face. She had a long dark brown hair that was all pulled to the side over her shoulder. And she stood there holding her hands in front of her, staring at the plot. She was still there when we started making our rounds. It was closer to the front, so I decided to walk over to her, hoping that I could comfort her as well. And as I got closer to her, I heard one of the groundskeepers holler out for me. I turned around, giving them a look of, "Seriously?" because I felt it was rude to shout like that. But by the time that I turned back around, the woman was gone. I looked around for a moment trying to see if I could find her, but she was nowhere. So I turned around to walk back towards the groundskeeper, and I was about to tell him to not shout like that when he apologized and said he thought that it was okay since there was no one around. That's when I immediately mentioned the woman that was standing there, and his only response was, "What woman?" And at first I was confused, but it quickly clicked in my mind. I apologized to him and again just advised to avoid shouting on the grounds while we were open. We finished up for the evening and started to leave when I was driving by the side of the grounds and saw this woman standing there again. I had to know for sure what I was seeing, so I pulled over. I walked up to the fence line and stared at her for a few seconds. And after a while, I watched her turn around, walk off behind our big center oak tree, and then she was gone. And I drove around as far to the other side so I could see if she just went over to the other side, but she wasn't there. The next day, I went in and checked the books to see whose plot she was at. The plot belonged to a gentleman that was born in the 50s, and his wife and children survived him, so I was stumped as to who this woman would be. I started going back through the records to learn and found out his mother had passed away when he was still a child, and you guessed it, she was buried here as well. I went to find her plot and learned that it was on the opposite side of that oak tree. My guess is that she was here and was waiting to meet her son again. I still see her in passing, but I always let her have her space. It doesn't seem like she wants company, so I respect her space and try to tell others as well the best that I can. We have had a few people say that they've seen her, and we've had a small talk for those that I know that are gifted like me. So, these were two experiences that have stuck with me since my time here, especially since they are two recurring events. It's not hard to open up and realize that we are not alone here, especially in my field. I feel it has drawn me closer to the paranormal, and I welcome the opportunity to possibly learn about someone's life and help celebrate it. It never fails to amaze me how brave some people are in public, especially towards other people such as myself. I started working at Walmart a few years out of high school, so barely 21. I definitely ran into some jerks before, but the creepy old guys were the kicker. What's worse is how they didn't seem to care who else was around to witness this. I started working in the fitting rooms, and we saw plenty of people attempt to do inappropriate things in it. Those are stories for another day though. I eventually transferred to customer service because I was tired of being the one to call maintenance in the fitting rooms. And before Walmart had the specific money service center, we did it at customer service. So, money orders, money transfers, and even some utility payments. We started getting this one guy that just looked slimy as hell. He always wore jeans and a nasty tank top. His hair was really long and stringy, like he was washed twice a year, but usually pulled it back into a ponytail. He would hit on all the younger girls and treat the older ones like dirt, if he couldn't just avoid them. He started coming up to customer service to be rang up when the lines were long because he learned that we won't turn people down. When it was just me there, he'd always be leaning over the counter smirking, and he always called me babe, which alone was creepy and made me feel gross. And fortunately, he had more reason to go to customer service because he started doing money transfers too. Those started becoming real suspicious too, and he could tell that I was onto him. There were always even amounts, always under the amount that we had to report, and he always made it out to people and the names were never the same. I tried to play dumb once, since he had sent well over 10 grand within a week, and I acted concerned for him, saying, "Do you know the people you're sending money to?" And I mentioned how there have been a lot of scammers. He smirked and said yeah, that they're his employees, and that this was the fastest way that he can pay them. I thought not really, but hey, it was none of my business, so I just dropped it for now. However, he continued coming in and continued to be a creep, and I was getting fed up with it. I mentioned it to someone else that worked there about how the money transfers were really sus, but she just shrugged it off. The problem with at least the store I worked at was that nobody seemed to care. If it didn't directly affect them, they didn't bother with anything. So I figured out how to file a report myself on the money transfers, and I did. And in the meantime, he continued to show up there. However, things got worse. We all wore name tags so he could see our first name, but not our last. Yet one time, he came in to do another money transfer, and he started handing me the paper. He took his sunglasses off and said, "Let's do this without the small talk today, Miss Anderson." How the hell did he know my last name? I just stared at him for a second before continuing. It was obvious at this point to him that he was correct, and I completed it without another word to him and continued on with my day. I again told my coworker when they came in and said that he probably just saw it somewhere or overheard someone else say it. I didn't believe this because I had no reason to use my last name, but I could do nothing about it. From then on, he would come in and make more gross comments to me, call me babe, and make kissing faces even at me. At one point, I was already having a bad day when I saw him in line, so I called up my manager and told them that they need to ring him up because I was no longer comfortable doing it. And their idea of doing that was to look over the form, check his ID, and then hand it to me saying do it. Furiously, I did so, as he leaned against the counter and chuckled. He then said that I was too smart and pretty to be working here and that he could get me a good paying job with my looks. I looked him straight in the eyes and said no thanks and didn't say another word to him. That night, as I was walking to my car to leave, I noticed an envelope on my windshield. As stupid as it was, I looked around, got in my car, and I opened it. It was a card saying happy birthday with a hotel card in it with a room number written on it. The card said something like, "In case you change your mind." The part that freaked me out the most was that my birthday was tomorrow. Granted, I had no proof, but I knew that it had to be this guy. And not only did he know my full name, but he also knew what I drove in my birthday. I started crying in my car. I lived alone, so I had no one to turn to or talk to about this other than my mom. And she suggested that I call the police, but I had no evidence that it was even this guy. And besides, he hasn't done anything specifically to me, so I know that they wouldn't do much. I did start having this guy that did cards walk me to my car, just in case. He was one of the few people there that I liked and believed me. And I quit shortly after and started working with my mom because I just didn't want to see this guy anymore. I hope he got caught because I never want to see him again. And I hope that he didn't put anyone else through this. So, the wonderful Walmart was my first real job. I started working there shortly after graduating high school and continued to for a little over 3 years. I was younger, as mentioned, right out of high school, so maybe a little naive and didn't run into many serious conflicts, so I didn't know how to react to some situations. But I quickly learned. Walmart makes you grow up pretty fast as an employee. I'm sure others will relate to that, and I bring this up because of these 2 memorable experiences that I encountered during my time working there. The first one was about a year into me working there. A young child around a year old in a neighboring city had gone missing. There was a lot of speculation around the whole situation, from the mother being suspicious, and even cadaver dogs alerting authorities to specific spots in their home. But sadly, they never found anything on the property or any evidence to make an arrest at that time. This case was always fresh in my mind as I worked the early shift and heard about it on the news every morning before I left for work. I was a cashier and also work at the customer service desk on occasions. I see a lot of people coming in with their kids, and most of the younger ones that are in the cart like to watch the big carousel as it spins. Sometimes they talk to me, and their parents always smile and try to be part of the conversation as well. Especially with the smaller babies that can't talk, but they smile and laugh, so it makes for a good time. But on one occasion though, I had an older lady come in with a small infant. The woman looked old enough to be the grandparent to this child. Now, of course, this wasn't an unusual situation, but something just really felt off. When she first pulled into my checkout lane, she was focused on the child, smiling. I greeted her, and she started putting stuff on the belt. She bought a lot of clothes, a baby mattress, diapers, formula, and even toys, and I thought it was a bit odd for the amount. I've seen grandparents, friends, aunts, and etc. bring in a small child and buy them an outfit or a toy or something, but never a full wardrobe. So maybe the parents were a little down on their luck and she was trying to help them out? But still, the kid was small, as she definitely looked too old to still be on formula alone, but that was the only type of food she bought. Other than the item she bought, she didn't talk much, and she would not take the child out of her sight. After sitting down every item, she would look up at the baby, and when she pulled the cart up to the carousel, I looked over at her to see if maybe the kid looked upset or was being playful or something, but she just looked around and looked at me. You know that look infants get when they're confused or scared? Right before they burst out crying. Yeah, that's what she looked like. She just looked like she didn't know what was going on. And the woman, now waiting on me to finish ringing everything up, is staring at this child again, rubbing her head, smiling, but not saying anything to her. Once I finished ringing everything up, I tried to put the items back in her cart, and she stopped me quickly by saying, "It's okay, I got it, don't worry about it." Which was a little weird. Rarely people don't stop me from loading up their groceries, but I let it go. She gave me a credit card to pay, and at that time our machines did ask for an ID if they used a credit card, and the amount was over a certain amount. When I asked for her ID, she became flustered and started looking around her purse for it. After a few seconds, She asked to just pay in cash, which she then pulled out a wad of bills. I completed the order, and she started leaving so quick that she almost forgot a bag and a receipt. And so after she left, my line was empty again. It was around 6 or 7 in the morning, so we were really slow at that time, and when this happens, I start to straighten out my lane where all the impulse items were, including the magazines. And that's when I looked over at the magazine covers to see the face of the missing baby. And I realized why that encounter was so off to me. That baby looked just like the missing one that has been on the news lately. She had the bright green eyes and the light curly hair that was starting to grow. She was from a city less than 30 minutes from here too. The part that started worrying me more was that this child looked confused. She didn't look like she was particularly happy or comforted by seeing this woman, but she also wasn't crying or screaming. Another thing was that the missing child had a birthmark on the back of her neck. Could that be why this woman didn't want me to go to the back of the cart and see the back of the baby's head? Obviously, this didn't dawn on me at that time, so I didn't even look at her to check. Then there was the fact that she was also worried about showing her ID and wanted to leave so quickly. Both were very suspicious. And lastly, the items she bought were just too much to be as a random gift. Of course, this was all me just speculating, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I just let someone go that could have been related to this case. It's been 10 years now since that case, and this child still has not been found. I can only hope it was unfortunate coincidences, but part of me still wonders, what could have happened if I reported this? I will say I'm a female. I'm 18 to 20 years old at that time, so it was a normal thing to have both men and women call me sweetie, hun, baby, and etc. Most of the time it was fine. Usually it's the older people who do so no harm done. And every once in a while, I get an older guy that may call me beautiful, but I moved on. However, this guy was more persistent. The first time he came through my line, he says, "Well, good morning, beautiful." I smile and I said good morning back, asking him how he is, normal small talk stuff. And this guy was older too, like old enough to be my grandfather. I know this not only by the way he looks, but he even makes that comment. He even went as far to say something about, "You wouldn't want to be with someone like me, not at my age." And by the end of his purchase, I hand him his receipt and he holds out his hand to shake mine. It was kinda weird, but I held it out. He put his other hand over mine like he was cupping it, and as he looks at my name badge, he says something like, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Marie. See you next time." And I again smile and say, "Same to you, have a good day." And I move on with my day. But not only a few hours later, this guy is back and in my line. He is literally only buying a soda from one of the small cases right up front by the registers. I remember this because I thought, why go to a Walmart for a single soda when you could have just gone to a gas station or something? When it was his turn, he said, "We meet again." And I just smiled and made a comment about, "Miss me that much?" And to my surprise, he actually answered, "Yes, actually." It was awkward as he tried to make small talk, but we were busy at that point, so he was trying to stand next to my register and talk while I'm still ringing up other customers. I think he finally took the hint that I couldn't really talk, so he just said, "Well, I'll let you get back to work. Good night, Marie." and then he left. This guy was already making me feel weird when he said my name, but I did my best to ignore it. Sadly, this continued as mentioned for months, and he would be there several times a week, and he would always end up in my line just buying random things. He even tried to buy a box of Valentine candies, and afterwards, as I handed him the bag, he said that they were for me for his Valentine. I, of course, refused it. I told him that I could not take gifts from customers, and I was also happily taken. And this seemed to upset him a bit. He made a comment about how it was rude to not accept a gift in his religion, and that he wanted to speak to my manager to convince them to let me have it. I finally got a manager, and they insisted that I could not take it. He finally accepted that answer, but said that he wanted to return it and get a refund. I remember him throwing a fit because he had to go to my customer service instead of through me to do so, so he just left with it. At this point, I told my manager about this guy and how he made me feel so uncomfortable, and they said that if it's ever too much to call them over, and they will switch me out so I don't ring him up. I thought that was fair, and I left it at that. And this night in particular, my fiancé had to take me to work and pick me up because of my car issues. And as I was leaving the store for the night, my fiancé was actually walking in when I noticed the creepy guy was sitting on a bench by the carts. And of course, he noticed me. So as he started getting up, I was close enough that I did a fast walk to my fiancé and I hugged him, making it very obvious to this guy. He saw this and just stared at me. So he walked around the store and I told him about the guy and agreed that if he was going to start sitting out there or causing any more problems like that he will park and come in to walk me out of the car until we felt that it was safe again. Well, sadly, this guy did not stop. I never saw him waiting around by the doors anymore, but he would continue to show up around the store and try to go in my lane. He would make it there sometimes, and he was never short on questions to ask me about my personal life, but I never gave him any answers. If anything, they were vague. But still, he didn't stop. When they would switch me out though, he would holler at me as I was walking away from the register, saying things like, "Where are you going? I miss you. Are they doing this to us on purpose?" Like we were a thing or something. It was awful, and he started making me dread coming to work. I even felt bad for one cashier as she was swapping out with me, and he was one behind the current customer. He lost it. He started laying into this cashier, calling her so many awful names and slamming the items down on the belt. I went and told the manager before I went and hid for a while, and I think he was told to calm down or he would be told to leave. They rarely banned or kicked people out. It was always just empty threats. But I was so happy when I was finally transferred to customer service, as I didn't hardly see him at all after that. I would see him passing by and wave at me, but at that point, I stopped caring and wouldn't even acknowledge him. I don't know if I just blanked him out that much or if he moved on to someone else, but thankfully, I didn't see him the last few months that I worked there at Walmart. I was lucky enough to work at Walmart for 4 years. These are a few experiences that I have had just from those few years. I started there working the evenings, usually noon to 9 p.m. or as late as 3 p.m. to midnight. The first one I recall was closer to when I started, which is why it was so memorable. I was a cashier and eventually also worked in customer service, so I was all over the front end. It was my first job, so I took it seriously, and I was proud of it too. I did a great job. Well, at least according to my reviews. I was polite, friendly, and fast at bringing people up. I got a few people that I called my regulars, some of them that price matched, if that tells you how long ago this was, and some of them also did extreme couponing. Some of them were definitely unbearable, the ones that are unorganized and nitpicky on the order. You ring everything up and bag them, but I dealt with each one as best as I could. One lady, though, made it to where I cringed anytime someone pulled out their binder of coupons afterwards. She came in probably every 2 weeks with a small child in the basket part of the cart, not in the front where you would normally see a kid. He was holding an old tablet that was not in good condition. The screen was spider webbing in one corner, and it looked like the plastic frame was splitting apart too, but he was still watching or playing something on it, and the volume on full blast too. He hardly looked up from it. His legs were pulled up towards him, probably because he didn't have any room, as this did not stop his mom from filling the cart up with items. Not just dry foods, but raw meats and produce too. The lady was always very organized. As she laid her items on the belt, she made sure to tell people behind her that she was going to be a while, and they usually left my lane. If you reached over to grab a different item, she would flip. She would yell slightly to say, "Stop," or "Don't," or give you some kind of lecture about doing items in order, but without ever making eye contact with you. She would keep looking down on the floor or her purse or something. So I learned and kept everything in order and bagged as she requested it. I never really had any more of an issue other than that, so my coworkers teased that I was her favorite. However, that would soon change. She came in as normal. The kid is covered in food, playing on his tablet. Mom is organizing the items on the belt. I picked up 2 packs of cookies, and then I noticed that the coupon on it was a buy one get one. But I noticed too that it had expired by 3 days. When I looked up, I told the woman that I wouldn't be able to accept it since it expired, and she yelled, "What?" and immediately snatched it from my hand. She looked at it and told me that I was wrong and to try it again. I again apologized and told her that there was nothing to try as it was expired, so we couldn't accept it. She began arguing about what day it was, telling me that my register obviously had the wrong date. I again had to explain that wasn't possible and even showed her the date on my phone to prove it. And from there, she lost it. She started screaming about how I was incompetent and a liar, and that Walmart's brainwashing had finally gotten to me too. And at this point, I called for a manager. I had only been there for around 6 months, but this was the most confrontation that I had come across, and I didn't know how to handle it. Thankfully, the manager's podium was within my view, so they could see the look on my face and started coming over fairly quickly. And when they arrived, she immediately directed her anger to the manager, saying that I was refusing to take her coupon. I tried explaining the situation to the manager when this lady pulled a steak knife from her purse. My manager immediately called security on the walkies and tried calming her down. She was pointing it at us, screaming that we were trying to ruin her and cause her to lose her kid. And this whole time, I kid you not, this kid has not looked up once. He continued to play on his tablet. He was not fazed at all, which sadly made me feel like he was used to this from her. At this point, the whole store seemed quiet, but her screaming and my manager trying to calm her down. There were people all around recording and taking pictures, which only seemed to make her angrier. And after what felt like forever, she tried to run towards my manager with a knife raised when another customer saw this and bravely tackled her to the ground. The knife slid away from her and my manager put his shoe onto it to hold it there. And thankfully, 2 cops walked in as this was occurring and quickly took over. This whole time, again, the kid still has not looked up. A cop actually had to come up and grab the kid out of the cart before he even looked up. The mom was already outside, but I would expect a kid like him to be crying or scared, but he didn't even ask for his mom. It was actually sad. I don't know what happened to her or the kid afterwards, but I think CPS showed up to take the kid. These next 2 are from my late night shifts. Maybe not necessarily dangerous people, but definitely ones that I wouldn't approach on my own. This first one is the lady my coworkers nicknamed Gucci Grandma. We called her that because she always came in around midnight with the flashiest clothes on. Typically, it was a really tight pencil skirt, heels or knee-high boots, and some kind of shirt, and she had to have a dozen of those fuzzy half jackets. At this point, I swear I have seen one in each color, some with different patterns or sequins, and she had those giant sunglasses on. And as I mentioned, it was midnight. Her hair was also a sight. It was shorter and gray, but it was usually pulled up in a tall bun. Think beehive style. Then, she always had a bright red lipstick and very pink cheeks, like way too much blush. In the rare occasion that she takes off her sunglasses, she also has eyeshadow on to the extreme. So while her look is pretty out there, that's not the weirdest part. She always comes in with what looks like one of those cheap children's toy strollers with something wrapped in blankets sitting in it. We couldn't tell if it was a real child at first until one of my friends in the fitting rooms area saw her swiftly shushing something and grabbing it. And when she lifted it up, it turned out to be a baby doll. But the baby doll was creepy as hell. It looked really old, like it was covered in dirt or soot. Its hair was a mess and tangled, and it was definitely not making any noises. But she kept swinging it and shushing it like it was alive. My friend tried to not make eye contact and just kept working on her stuff when she walked up to her and apologized for all the noise, saying that she gets cranky around this time. My friend said she didn't know what to do but smile and say that it's okay. And we saw her many times after this shopping, browsing aisles, talking to the doll, and even taking pictures with it. It became a normal thing, as weird as it looked. But the last time we could account for her, she came in looking rough. Her hair was a mess. It wasn't in her normal bun, but it was frizzy and standing up like she stuck a fork in a socket. Her jacket was really dirty, and her shirt was stained. Her skirt was torn on the side and she was barefoot. She still had her glasses on, but her lipstick was almost gone. All this, but she still pushed her stroller with the baby doll. We just stared for a while when I decided to ask if she was okay. We may have teased her in the past, but I actually felt bad at this point. When I approached her to ask, she shushed me, patted my head, and whispered everything would be alright. She left after buying a package of Band-Aids, and we never saw her again. I don't know whatever happened to her, but I do kind of miss seeing her, and I hope that nothing bad happened to her. And the last one was more odd than anything. We were just starting to switch over to the night shifts, so around 10, and we had a ton of people in checkout all at once, so I was asked to stay a bit longer to help bring it down. I didn't pay much attention to the actual people in line because I was just ready to go. But I noticed the customers stopped talking to me as well. I soon learned why, as a cart pulled up and slammed down 2 huge boxes of diapers. It made me jump, and I looked to see who this jerk was, when I saw some middle-aged balding guy in a trench coat putting stuff on the belt with a full-grown woman sitting in the cart. Not only was she sitting there, but she had her hair in two side pigtails. She was wearing an adult diaper with a weird tutu-style skirt and a sports bra. And not only this, but she also had a pacifier in her mouth. I didn't know what to say or how to react, so I just kept bringing up their items. Diapers, baby bottles, wipes, teething rings, and a camera. Those I remember specifically. The woman just stared at me with empty eyes. When he noticed me staring at her, he said something like, "Ah, isn't she precious?" and then rubbed her cheek. She didn't budge, didn't flinch, smile, or etc. I just continued with the purchase and gave him his receipt. And as they strolled away, she smiled at me and he didn't even look back. It was creepy as hell, but thankfully, I never saw them again. I got a job at Walmart in 2019 working as a cashier. I was laid off and I decided to get what I could at that time just to get some extra money so my husband wasn't the only one working. It was really alright for the most part. In 2020, I started helping more at the doors with counting how many people were coming and going and to make sure that they were wearing masks. It was alright for the most part. You got an occasional person that will lose their mind when you offered sanitizer or a mask, but it was tolerable. However, I did see people do some crazy things while just walking around on my lunch or breaks. At one point, when people started freaking out about the toilet paper issues and thinking that we were going to be locked down for months, things started to be too much. The store was a mess. Shelves were already empty and people were losing their minds. There was one night in particular that I remember walking to the back to go on break, and when I was walking past the toilet paper and paper towel aisles, there was one lady that was crying as she pushed the cart with a single gallon of milk in it, and a kid in the front of it licking the cart handle, touching the shelves and sticking his hands in his mouth. I overheard a couple debating if they should try using paper towels instead or go somewhere else first. I saw people fighting over sanitizer and the kid next to them screaming at their parents to stop. These were all upsetting to see, but it didn't stop there. One night, I was talking to my friend that was stocking shelves after I was off work. They were stocking toilet paper of all things, and there was a guy that came in from the other end of the aisle and slowly made his way towards us as he looked at the shelves. He eventually got right next to my friend, like within arm's length, and I motioned with my head to my friend that he was right by him, so he stood up and asked if there was something that he could help with. The guy went off. He started getting angry, claiming that we were holding back inventory on purpose to make people like him suffer. My friend and I were equally confused since he was literally stocking the shelves at that time. He tried calming him down, but the guy must have seen the box cutter sitting on the shelf, and then he snapped. He stepped backwards and pulled out like a switchblade, saying, "Let's have a real knife fight." And my friend grabbed the pocket knife. And we walked backwards as we tried to calm the guy down. He didn't really pay much attention to me, so I was able to pull out my phone and call 911. Someone else that worked there must have heard what was going on, and they rushed over to help us out as well. Somehow, we finally got the guy to put the knife away, but the police still came and arrested him. I know 2020 has been one hell of a year, but some people just snapped. I quit shortly after this because I couldn't risk any more weird occurrences like that. And all I can say though is be safe out there, watch your surroundings, and be kind to others. My husband and I treated ourselves to a night at Radisson Blu in downtown Chicago. We don't get to do things like that usually, so it was awesome. The rates were very inexpensive, and there were certain things that you had no access to, like a room service and the minibar, but we didn't care. Since there wasn't any room service, we ordered off Uber Eats. Nothing fancy, just potbellies. And I went downstairs and it's 10 p.m. to wait and smoke a cigarette. To be kind, I went around to the side, but still near the front. There was no one walking around, and I got the food, but I decided to finish smoking around the side. Suddenly, a really nicely dressed dude with a camo mask walked up and asked me for a cigarette. And normally that's not an issue, but he seemed a bit off. I can't explain it, except to say that as soon as he asked me, I felt like something was wrong. His voice sounded odd. When I gave him a cigarette, he got really close, then it started to get scary. He asked for some food. I felt bad, but it wasn't possible to give him food. It was 2 sandwiches, and I said that I was sorry, but it was for my husband and I. I figured that he would leave and I could finish smoking. But instead, he walked up so close that he was against the food bag and I was against the other side, almost pressing the glass. Then he asked for some of the food again, and when I said no and that I'm really sorry, he insisted that I could, but I was just lying. He was getting angry, but he wasn't yelling, so as to not attract attention, I guess. And it continued like that for a few minutes. Then he asked to use my lighter. I gave it to him, and he started in on how I was lying again. He insisted that I could give him the food. Then he asked if I worked there, and I said that I was staying at the hotel. I was already really nervous. He asked where I was staying, and I asked why, and he said because there were a lot of hotels in the area. I pointed at the hotel behind me. I don't know why, but I was just really anxious by this point. This whole interaction so far was scary, and I usually have no issues dealing with people. However, he was getting pushier and angrier, and then he said, "So, you're staying here?" I said yes. And during this entire time, he kept saying that I was lying about the food. He started getting closer and closer to me as I backed up. He kept angrily insisting that I could give him food but didn't want to, and I said that no, that I am sorry that I can't. We were already too close for comfort and safe distances. He was pressing against the bag that I was holding against my chest, and his face was inches from mine. He then said, "So, you're here with your boyfriend?" I said husband, and I saw him check my hand. I started walking backwards to the back door, which was about 50 feet away. I thought that if I didn't act afraid, it would turn out better. But I was afraid. His cigarette was lit and he was still holding my lighter. People usually give it back at this point. He continued demanding some of the food, and I felt it was time to be more assertive, so I demanded my lighter back, and he started getting angry at me, saying over and over that I could give him some food. And he then gave my lighter back, but then grabbed both of my arms. I started getting terrified and banging on the glass door with my elbow to get the receptionist's attention, but she ignored me. He got pissed and said something, but I was so scared I wasn't even paying attention. I just wanted help. If anyone reading this knew me, they'd know that I'd never bang on a window yelling help unless I was absolutely terrified. I started crying because I was alone on a side street at night and no one could help me. I had no thoughts but to get away. I wasn't thinking he'd hurt me in a specific way. I just thought danger and run. That's how scared I was. He got angry that I was crying and then pulled me closer. Suddenly, something happened that changed everything, and I'm so grateful. My mother called. I had my earbuds in, which he couldn't see because my hood was up on my coat. So I pressed answer and I started crying hysterically and almost screaming. "He's trying to attack me! He's trying to attack me!" And that really angered him because he tightened his grip for a second, but also startled him, and he let go and I ran to the doors while still crying and shaking. I cried all the way back to my room, and my mom comforted me on the phone and told me not to go outside again. My husband was so comforting and sweet, and he just held me and then he wanted to know everything. I had to say it a few times because I was still crying and I couldn't breathe, plus I was talking fast. I saw him again at maybe 1 a.m., and I was standing in front of the hotel this time by those tall ashtray things that they have outside the restaurants and hotel. I wasn't alone though. A security guard was beside me, and I went inside and I saw him through the glass where he assaulted me. I don't know if he was waiting for me or what, but it terrified me. And that same night, another person asked for a cigarette, and it was a really nice woman. She thanked me, but she could tell that I was upset, I guess. She asked and I told her. She sympathized and explained that's why she carried a small handgun which was in her purse. I'm definitely getting mace, so this doesn't happen again. I'm 18 and female, and I just started a job at a hotel a little over a month ago as a housekeeper. The hotel is located in a very rural Midwest, so not a super busy hotel, except for the occasional family reunions checking in and the few workers passing through the state. Many of the people who come through are older, around 40s, 50s, and even upwards. And when I first started, my parents had told me to be careful because the hotel was sketchy. I never really found it to be sketchy or the people passing through to be, until one day about 2 weeks ago. I had just clocked in at around 10:30 and I headed down to the end of the hall, opposite of where the lobby was, to start on my stayovers. These are rooms where people stayed more than one night. At the end of the hall, there were 4 rooms tucked in to almost a corner, I want to say. You can't really see the doors to these rooms until you reach the end of the hallway. There's 2 rooms on one side and 2 on the other. I was grabbing all the supplies that I needed to do the stayover when a man, another stayover, came out of one of the 4 rooms and asked how to work the coffee machine. He was about 3 times the size of me, 6'3", around 300 pounds, whereas I'm 5'3" and about 125. It didn't seem like a big deal or weird, and I'm pretty friendly and outgoing, and I can make a little small talk. I went back to cleaning the other room and minding my business when he comes out again to tell me that his room didn't need attended to. I figured so, and I was just glad that there was another room that I could check off of my list. My manager had come down to the hall to strip a room that had checked out, and I turned down the hall to go strip another room when the man came out of his room again. I assumed he had another question about something in the room, so I turned around to speak to him. He asked, "Aren't you scared to do your job?" And I replied, "No, not really, since I rarely ever have any interaction with guests as a housekeeper." He then went on to say that I was awfully pretty and I needed mace or a weapon to protect myself. And I showed him my car keys that I kept in my pocket for that exact reason. The conversation at first wasn't really off-putting, but when I realized what he was getting at, my body flooded with anxiety. He then said, "I don't think car keys are enough. You're small and could get easily snatched up." And in that moment, I went into the room my manager was in, across the hall, and waited for him to go back into his room before continuing my job as normal as possible. That experience really shook me up, and I sat in another room down the hall for about an hour crying and having anxiety attacks because I thought that this man would try to find me in whatever room I was in and kidnap me. So, to the man who stayed in room 131 a few weeks ago, let's not meet. This happened in the summer of 2010 when I was just entering my teenage years. My family took a trip to a really nice hotel in the city. I can't really remember why we decided to take the trip, but I remember a lot of family and friends coming and staying in adjacent rooms. I've never asked my parents, and it's not really important to the story. To preface, I am a bit of a scaredy cat, and I always have been. I'm a pretty skinny, fragile kid, so I get spooked pretty easily even now. But this, however, was almost definitely not me freaking myself out like I normally did. And looking back, I'm incredibly lucky that I trusted my instincts. This hotel had a strange design to it. The lobby was actually on the 4th floor, not the bottom floor, which I found strange. And to access the lobby, you had to use the elevator. There was no way for you to get to it from the stairs. And this information would have been nice before everything happened, as you'll find out. The hotel was organized in a square shape. Every floor was lined with a balcony, and you could look down into the lobby and cafe area from your floor. Essentially, if you were walking to your room, you could be seen from anyone that was on your floor if they just stepped out of their room and looked around. I always was afraid that I'd fall over the balcony and sail down 8 stories to my death. But they were high enough to a point where I wasn't too concerned for my safety. The first day or two was nice. My friends and I hung out and played cards all day, or we watched whatever was on TV. And at night, we would explore the halls of the hotel and tell each other ghost stories. It was a really fun time, even though I didn't fully understand why we were there. But on the 3rd day though, things got strange fast. I woke up to the sound of screaming coming from outside my door. Now, because of the hotel's design that I mentioned, sounds from the lobby would echo all the way up to the top of the building. So, when I walked outside to investigate, I immediately looked over to the balcony to see what the commotion was about. I saw a girl laying on the ground, eggs and milk splattered everywhere around her, and people were rushing to help her, and I even heard a couple of people telling each other to call 911. It seemed like the girl was unconscious, maybe she had passed out or something, and I scanned the lobby and saw that my family and a couple of my friends were in the lobby getting breakfast, all staring at the event in front of them. So I decided that I'd rush down to meet them to find out what had happened. The elevator was on the opposite side of my floor, so I took the stairwell located right next to my room. We were on the 7th or 8th floor, so I knew that I only had to take about 4 flights down. Not really a big deal. I descended for a little while, looking for the number 4 on the wall, or the letter L. I passed floor 5 ready to find a door to the lobby, and I took about 2 more flights of steps before realizing that there hadn't been a door for the 4th floor, nor had there been a door for the 3rd or 2nd. Now, at this point I probably should have turned back, but I continued down because I was tired and I didn't want to climb back up. There were some weird side halls that went into pitch black areas with a bunch of piping and wiring, and though I was curious to explore, I just passed them by. I quickly hit the bottom floor, a dimly lit and cold room with cinder block walls and concrete floors. In front of me was a set of double doors, and I hesitated at first, but I assumed that this was just another way back to the lobby, so I opened them and entered. Behind the doors was a massive warehouse-type room, probably the size of a smaller basketball stadium, and the only light coming in was from the stairwell behind me, so I really wasn't able to see much. Stairs were stacked and covered in plastic wrap, tables lined the wall, and in the distance, I thought I could see boxes stacked and lined against the wall as well. I was probably in the storage room for the hotel, and I looked around and saw an elevator in the back of the room, so I made my way towards it. I closed the door to the stairwell and I began to walk in the dim light. The room was super muggy and dusty, and it seemed like nobody had been down there in a long time. As I got closer to the elevator, I noticed that it was a little bigger than the elevators in the lobby and on the other floors. I pressed the up button, but I got no response. There was a card swiper next to the button, and it must have been for employees only, I thought. I turned back towards the stairwell doors, making my way past the chairs and tables along the wall. And when I got to the door, I gave it a tug. Locked. Of course. This is when things started to hit me, and I realized that I was stuck in the dark, dusty basement of a hotel. I didn't have a phone because my parents wouldn't let me get one until I graduated middle school, so I couldn't call anyone. Everyone likely assumed that I was still asleep in my room, so I began to freak out, believing that nobody was going to look for me. I searched around the warehouse looking for other ways out. Some areas of the place were better lit than the others, so I looked around in areas that I could see first before starting on the darker side of the room. There was one other set of doors that I found, but it happened to be locked as well. And I began to cry, scared that nobody would ever find me in the basement. I swear, it felt like hours, but I think only a handful of minutes passed before I heard the door creak open. It wasn't the door from the stairwell, rather, the second door that I had found. A slim middle-aged man in a lab coat came out of the doors. Now, if this was 21-year-old me, seeing this man, I would be very confused as to why this guy was wearing a lab coat in a hotel. I was only 12 or 13 at that time, so I immediately was relieved at the sight of an adult who looked smart. I approached him, tears in my eyes, and he immediately looked surprised to see me, as you'd expect. "What are you doing here?" he yelled. "I got lost on my way down to the lobby, and I've been locked in here. Do you have a key?" I was shaking, eager to get out of there. He didn't answer my key question, and instead he said, "I know a way out of here. Follow me." He began to walk towards the doors with the stairwell, and I followed, relieved that someone had finally come to save me. We approached the doors and I began to reach for the handle, but he continued walking. "Isn't it right here?" I asked him. I will never forget the look on his face when I said that. He looked nervous, and though it was dim, I could see sweat glistening from his forehead and behind his glasses. "No, this way," he said sternly. I continued to follow him, but I was now nervous myself. We had passed the door to the stairs and we are now headed toward the darker side of the basement, away from the elevators. He looked like he had no clue where he was leading me, and as he kept checking around him, almost as if he was taking in his surroundings for the first time. We turned a corner and began walking towards the boxes. A dead end. I immediately froze, realizing that something was very, very wrong. This guy had no idea where he was going, nor did he appear to work at the hotel. I said with my voice shaking, "Okay, where are we going?" He turned and said, "This way, just follow me." And I knew that there were no doors by those boxes. I had checked there first after I found out the stairwell door was locked. I want to thank whatever God is up there for gifting me with the idea that I had next. I started yelling, as loud as I could. I yelled so loud that I gave myself a headache, and the man, irritated and plugging his ears, began yelling back at me. "What are you doing? Be quiet!" But I continued to yell. I don't even remember how long I was yelling. And finally, the man snapped and began quickly walking towards me. I went in a full sprint towards the stairwell doors, hoping to God that they'd somehow be magically open. He didn't run after me. He walked sternly behind me, muttering things like, "Stupid kid," and other kind compliments. I was about 5 feet from the door when somebody burst through. My savior. A hotel janitor who had heard the screaming from the stairwell. He saw the situation, me, and some random guy in a lab coat in a locked basement, and immediately told me to get behind him. The janitor asked me who the man was, and I said I had no idea, that he had come in through the door on the other side of the room, and I pointed the door. The janitor quickly radioed into the desk that he had found a child in the basement, and quietly, so that I wouldn't hear that, he said, "This man came from outside, get security," or something like that. The man in the lab coat started trying to argue with the janitor, claiming that he was simply looking for a bathroom. The janitor clearly wasn't buying it and kept saying things like, "Wait till security gets here and talk to them about it." And I was standing beside him the whole time, trying to take in what was happening, confused out of my mind. Eventually, an employee from the front desk arrived and took me back up the steps to the lobby, where I met with my family, who surprisingly had no idea that I was missing. I told them the story, crying and shaking, and they hugged me tightly, thanking the employee over and over for their help. But I never got to thank the janitor, though. Looking back now, I have absolutely no clue what that man was doing in the basement. I don't have any information as to what happened afterwards or who he was. I know for a fact that the incident with the girl in the lobby was unrelated. Something about low blood sugar or something. I'm not sure. I've thought about that day a lot, and the only explanation I can put together is that the door that I had found in the basement led to the streets of the city, where he must have wandered in from. I have no clue what his intentions were and why he was wearing a lab coat or why he chose to pretend to know a way out. To be frank, this could have just been a huge misunderstanding of some sort, and I just chose a really bad time to get lost. But all I know for sure is if I hadn't screamed my lungs out, I might not have been telling the story the same way, or at all. So strange man in a lab coat wandering around a dark, dusty hotel basement. Let's not meet.
So, I've been a bit down on my luck as of late, and unfortunately have had to move out of my apartment due to the building being shut down because there was a major issue. I don't know the whole story, but I think it had something to do with mold in the inner walls or something. Basically, we were kicked out and told we could come back eventually, but there's been no updates for about a week. It's incredibly stressful not being able to be in your own home because of things out of your control, and to not know if you'll be told that you can come back and to just get your stuff really sucks. Thankfully, because this was an issue with the property and was not my doing, nor the fault of anyone that lives there, the rental company has to cover our living expenses until they get everything sorted out. However, they also have the ability to restrict where they are willing to let us stay, and they chose a hotel that is an extended stay type of place in a rather mediocre part of town. Now, I don't want to complain about a free living space, but this place needs some major TLC. The first thing that I noticed when I went to check in was that the main lobby's carpet was horrifically dirty, like stained multiple colors and fraying at most of the edges, kind of dirty, and the TV in the lobby was a thick CRT style TV that was really small. I know I sound like I'm complaining, but it's just one of those things that in 2022, if you see a CRT TV in the lobby of a hotel, it kind of speaks to the quality of the overall hotel. Some people will disagree with that, and that's fine, but that's just my opinion. Anyways, I checked in and got my key to my room, which was room 203. I got to the room and went in, and it was nothing special. It was a pretty bland and plain single bedroom, and that was fine. As wary as I was of the hotel, I was still happy that I had a place to sleep and that I didn't have to pay for it. Honestly, it was decent here for the most part for the first couple weeks, until one night in the second week, I got a phone call to my room. I answered it because it was kind of weird, and I assumed it was the front desk because who else would have the direct number to my room? I say hello, and the person on the other end says, "Hi, this is Howard from the front desk. There was an issue with your payment and we need you to come down to the front desk to clear it up. Shouldn't take but a moment or two." I mentioned that I wasn't the one paying for the room and that it was being paid for by my apartment complex. And after a moment, the guy said, well, if you could just come down here, I'll get your info and we'll get this squared away." Obviously, I was annoyed, but just said okay and that I'd be down in a moment. I grabbed my wallet and phone and went to the elevator and then went down to the main lobby. I got down to the desk and the same woman that had checked me in 2 weeks ago was working. I mentioned to her that I got a call from someone at the front desk saying that there was an issue with my payment. She kind of looked at me confused and mentioned that she was the only person working the front desk that night and that she wasn't aware of any issues. I asked her if there was anyone named Howard that worked there, as that was who called my room, and she told me that there wasn't. After a few more moments of her checking my booking and making sure that everything was okay with everything, I thanked her and mentioned that it must have just been a prank caller or something. She agreed, but told me to come back and tell her if it happens again or if there are any other issues. I went back up to the second floor and went over to my room, and as soon as I entered, I realized what had happened. I got in and my suitcase with all my clothes was gone. When I went downstairs, it was sitting on the chair in the corner, as I always do, and when I got back, it was just gone. I immediately called the front desk and told her that my room had been robbed, that someone had broken in while I was downstairs and stolen my items. She was a bit confused on how that could have happened since I was the only person that should have had a key to the room, but she said she would call the police and would send one of the hotel staff up to the room right away. I just sat there, honestly feeling violated, like I should have realized something was up, because there was no way something would have just been wrong with my payment, as I wasn't the only tenant staying here. I should have asked more questions and pressed the guy, and I would have realized it was BS, but hindsight is 2020. After a few minutes, I had a knock on my door from one of the hotel staff, and then the police showed up. I explained what happened to all of them. I told them that I had gotten a call on the phone saying there was an issue I needed to come downstairs for, and I fell for it. I then said that when I got back into the room, my stuff was gone. The police asked me if I was the only one that had a key to my room, and I told them I was. And the staff member mentioned that the only people that could get into the rooms were the customer that rented it and the cleaning crew. It was at that point that one of the officers asked if they had cameras in the hallways, and they confirmed they did. I'm not going to get into the specific details of all that happened, but they checked the security camera and they did see someone enter my room. Sure enough, he used a cleaning crew key to get in. It was a different color than the normal room key, and even the staff confirmed that it was a staff key. Even worse, the front desk knew exactly who it was that was on the camera stealing my stuff. It was another tenant of the building that I lived in. It was seriously someone else that was in the same situation as me. They had decided that they would take the time that they were stuck in this hotel to steal a key from a staff member and rob the other people staying there. I think he was surprised when I mentioned that I was there from the apartment complex, because I think he was targeting other people, but he still saw opportunity and took it. After the front desk confirmed who he was, the officers went up and checked out his room, and long story short, he was arrested. He'd mostly stolen small things from people while he was there, but when he got to my room, there was nothing sitting out except my suitcase full of my clothing. So he just snatched the whole thing and ran. Hence why I was the first to complain about this. I was the first to notice. In the end, he was arrested and I got my stuff back. And I am actually, as of the time of writing this, still staying in this hotel. Mostly because I don't have much of a choice. There haven't been any more issues, thankfully, but I'm kind of paranoid now about everything I hear in the hallway, thinking it's going to be someone breaking in. I know that's dumb, but it's just a response to having my temporary home violated like that. Hopefully I get to move back into my apartment soon. Like, hopefully by the new year soon, but I'm not holding my breath.
I was working as a hotel maid in my late teens. I would go around and clean rooms that the guests had just left, and then start cleaning rooms of those guests who were staying 2+ nights. Usually, I cleaned their bathrooms, bring in fresh towels, empty the trash, and even sometimes vacuum. So, we had this one man who was at this point what we call a regular. He would stay at the hotel for 5 to 6 weeks at a time, and he would almost always be in his room, and nobody knew what he was ever up to. But he always looked shabby, looked like he never had enough sleep in his room, and had this lingering heavy smell. He was reeking of alcohol and smoke, but usually the mixture of both. But I had not seen him smoke or even seen cigarettes or alcohol in his room. I got weird vibes from him, so I would always leave the door open if I was in the room and he was there with me. I usually would put the trash can against the door and leave it like that until I am done and gone. So, one day like any other day, I knocked on the door saying, "Housekeeping," and I heard him say, "All good, come in." I entered and put the dirty towels in my basket and began cleaning the bathroom. He almost always had lots and lots of trash, which usually included junk food, an inexcusable number of soda bottles. I proceeded to change his beds, and he sat in the recliner watching me the entire time. No small talk, nothing. I grew more uncomfortable, but then he got up, moved the trash can and closed the door. I immediately moved from in between the bed and the wall and sheepishly said that I forgot the fresh towels. He was leaning against the wall with one arm at that point and shaking his head. I said, "I need to get you some towels." Kind of pushed him out of the way and then ran out of the door as fast as I could. and I never cleaned that room again after that incident. A long time ago, I was a single mother with a young boy about 7 years old, and I was doing my best to make ends meet with what little money I could scrape together working part-time. We didn't live in the best home, but I did everything that I could to keep him happy, healthy, and fed, and I like to believe that I did a damn good job. I can say that nowadays, things are much better. He's grown, I'm in a new marriage, and honestly, life is much happier. That said, there were times where I made mistakes and where things got really rough. And this is actually about an event where the unthinkable could have happened, and I really shouldn't have brought him with me, but I'm actually glad that I had. Though, I will say that my decisions weren't the worst part. I thought things were okay. I just trusted someone a bit more than I should have. So this was back when my son and I had just moved into a new apartment when he was about 7 or 8 at the most. My husband and I had been divorced for a year, and I was just really getting out into the world after losing the house. There's a long story there that we won't get into. I was working part-time, so I didn't have a lot of money. But I had a family member that was helping me with the rent for the time being, so it wasn't a huge deal. However, after having lived with them for a year and then moving into my own apartment, I realized how much I was actually missing to be self-sufficient. One of the big things I was missing was a vacuum. Vacuums are the one thing that you never think about, and when you realize you don't have one, and then go look for a good one, you come to the conclusion that they are rather expensive. So in a moment of genius, I went out to Craigslist to see if I could find a cheap secondhand vacuum that was at least decent quality. In my mind, if I could find one that I could use and keep for a year at most, I would most likely be able to get the money together to get a good one that was new. And as such, I went for a mid-low price tier when searching. I ended up finding one that I liked, and the person only wanted $20 for the vacuum. I contacted him, everything seemed reasonable, and honestly, I didn't even get any red flags when myself and this person sent messages back and forth about everything. Everything about this transaction seems like it was going to be ideal. Like, I would just bring the $20, and he would give me a vacuum and that would be it. Of course, one of the dumb decisions I did make was being willing to meet this guy at his house instead of a public place. I will admit that I was a bit naive back then, and I hadn't done many transactions online, and I thought that it would be just a 5-minute thing. On that following Sunday, I started heading toward the address that he gave me, and I sent a message saying that I was on my way. I pulled up to the house, and there was a man standing outside on the front porch holding a glass of iced tea, just kind of watching me as I pulled up. I got out of the car and my son followed pretty closely behind me. I thought about telling him to stay in the car, but I kind of thought that would be a worse idea than in a strange place. And as I approached, the man on the porch asked if I was my name, and I said I was. He turned and opened the door and mentioned that I could step in the entryway and that he would go get the vacuum for me. We stepped just inside the door, and the man went over toward the other end of the house and into a bedroom. As he was out of my sight, he kind of started making small talk about the vacuum, saying it was still good and that he has just changed the belt on it, and he apologized that he had lost one of the attachments. After this, he, out of seemingly nowhere, asked if I was a Christian. I mentioned that I was, and because I was taken aback, I asked why that was relevant. He followed it up with, "I was just asking, sorry if I pulled you away from church to do this sale." He came out of the room with a vacuum, and he then continued, "I'm pretty devoted to my faith myself, so I know how important it is to go to church. Do you go to church?" It was a bit weird, but I thought that maybe this man was just really religious, so I mentioned that we hadn't lately because we had just moved and I hadn't found one in the area to attend. He smiled and nodded, like he understood. But then it got weirder, he said. And this is a direct quote because I will never forget his words. "You know, God told me that you would be coming alone, and that if you did, I should take you as mine and run away into the desert." I just sort of stared at him like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" He laughed, and then he said, "But you didn't come alone. You came with your son. I think he was testing me, and this was his way of making sure I'm faithful." I was ready to run out of that house, but I was also afraid that if I did, he would do something. After what was probably 2 or 3 minutes of panic-filled silence, he just kind of pushes the vacuum towards me and says, "Here, you can have it. I don't need the money." I grabbed it and just sort of turned away to leave. The entire time we were walking toward my car, this man was seriously saying some prayer, one that I didn't know, so I don't think it was a real one. I pulled away and drove out of that neighborhood faster than I should have. Thankfully, my son just kind of thought that he was weird, and it didn't really click that we were in the presence of an absolute psychopath. I just kind of laughed and said, "Yeah, he was a bit weird, huh?" and thanked my lucky star that he decided that my son was a reason to not hurt me. That was one of the only times that I ever did any deals off of Craigslist, and it was the only time that I ever did one at someone's house. After that, it was always a store parking lot or other public places. I will also mention that I blocked his number after that, as he did try to text me one more time asking if I wanted to go to his church. I responded with no thanks and then blocked him. Thankfully, the vacuum did work, so I guess that's a plus. So my fiance and I have been on the lookout for a kitten to accompany our 3-month-old kitten that we already have. We searched and searched until one day he said to me, "Let's look on Craigslist." And so I did. We found the perfect one, but the only problem was it was 2 hours and 30 minutes away from our home. I inquired about it at around 10:30 p.m. I know it was late, but I almost immediately got a response. She sounded very nice over text and asked to see where I lived so that she would feel settled about the kitten living with us. She also insisted on going to their house. I know, I should have just dropped it, but at that time I thought nothing of it. So I sent them a video and we set up a time for the next day to meet. The next day came and I wasn't going to take my fiancé, but he insisted on coming with me because he wanted to be my protection in case, since Craigslist is sketchy. So we drove 2 hours and 30 minutes on our way there. And as we were on our way, I was texting this girl that we would get there on time, and she responded with, "Great, see you then." And we arrived to the home, me in the driver's seat, and my fiancé in the passenger seat with the window down. I texted the girl and I got no response. I called and I got no response too. I ended up calling 5 times and texting in the course of an hour, and there was no response. I went up to the house and knocked on the door, but nothing. There was a car in the driveway, but no response from the number or the door. We got there at 6:30 and we waited until almost 8, but nothing. The neighbor came out asking what was wrong, and I said I'm here since I inquired about a kitten, and she said, "A kitten?" I said, "Yes, it was an ad on Craigslist." And she said, "No one has kittens in this home though." I showed her the ad and she said, "Oh, I know them. They're very sketchy people and they don't own any cats. I just helped them move their furniture yesterday." So I said, "Well, on their ad it says that they have to get rid of their kittens since their new place doesn't allow pets." And then the neighbor answered, "That's impossible. I have a dog and so does the next door over." I immediately found this creepy and assumed the neighbor was also in on something since it was too creepy and I was feeling anxious. I thanked her and I left along with my fiancé. Literally immediately when we pulled out of the street, I got a text from the girl saying, "I'm just now getting your messages. Something must be wrong with my phone. Do you still want the kitten or no?" And I didn't answer and we headed back home. What I don't understand is, they didn't get any money from me, but they asked me to show up not knowing that I'd be with my fiancé. I had a bad feeling about it. What did they want from me? A few years ago, I moved with my family right before I started college. Unfortunately, it was kind of far from the university that I had been accepted into, so I had been trying to find a place to rent close to my university. My dad helped me and showed me an ad on Craigslist. There was a nice-looking house for rent, and it was close to my university. I decided to set up a meeting to go check out the place. I showed up in the afternoon and unfortunately I was alone. My dad said that I was an adult and a big guy, so I shouldn't worry about meeting this person. This old guy greeted me and then goes, "You'll have to follow me to get to the house for rent." I was confused and I said, "Your ad said that this was the house for rent. Why do I have to go somewhere else?" He says, "This is my house. I'll take you to the one that's for rent." I'm a little concerned at this point, and I followed him to his other place. I figured that if things didn't look right, I'd just leave. We get there and I noticed that this house looks bad, and it looked like people were in it. I didn't see any other cars around, so this seemed odd. He looks at me and says, "Don't you want to check it out?" I said, "I don't know. This isn't what was in your ad and it looks like other people are there." He tells me that other people are checking it out and I could just join them. Something just felt weird about the whole thing, and I told him that I wasn't interested anymore. This place looked in a bad shape from the outside and appeared to have people in the house. When he asked me why I wasn't interested, I told him that it was too far of a drive for school and work. He got mad at me and accused me of wasting his time. I said, "Well, I'm not the one advertising a house and then telling the person it's not the one for rent." He began to glance nervously towards the house and asked if I was sure that I didn't want to check it out. Well, I told him no, and then left. He never contacted me again, thankfully. I'm not sure what his intentions were, but something just felt wrong. Maybe he was just trying to show me the house, but I didn't like that he lied about the house to begin with, and that there were other people inside the house. I'm not sure what was going on there, but I didn't really want to find out. I also didn't like how he kept looking at the house when he was asking if I was sure I didn't want to check it out. It seemed so bizarre how he went from being mad at me to getting kind of desperate for me to go inside. A while back when I hit 19, I kind of ended up in a situation where I wanted to get out of my house and get my own place, mostly because I was tired of living with my parents. It was more that I was tired of living by others' rules. I love my parents dearly, I really do, but they were also pretty strict with things, and it was definitely holding back my social life. I'm kind of a free spirit, and I like to be out socializing, but they wanted me home by 8 every night. And that's not me complaining, it's their house, their rules and all. But it was enough to make me realize that I could just move out and get a cheap place nearby, keep them close, and make sure that I had my freedom. So, that's what I decided I was going to do. After looking around for a while, I actually found a decent apartment that I could afford with my job that was less than 10 minutes away from where my parents lived. I went through all the motions to get the apartment, paid the deposit, and then got it. Moving day came, and my parents helped me get everything in and set up, and it was at that point that I realized that I didn't have a whole lot, and definitely didn't have enough to fill an apartment. My bedroom had my bed, my desk, dresser, and my living room had a table with a TV on it, and that was pretty much it. I started talking to my dad about it and trying to figure out the list of things that I needed for the apartment or what I could use. And my dad made a suggestion that I should look for cheap furniture on Craigslist. We talked about it for a bit, and he actually mentioned that if I found some stuff for the apartment on Craigslist that would work for me and wasn't terribly expensive, he would go in on half and go with me to get it all. I thought this was a good idea. He had a truck, plus having him with me would make me feel a whole lot safer in dealing with strangers. So I agreed. I told him that I would look online and get a hold of a few people over the next couple weeks, and we would meet up when I had everything ready to go. So I did just that. I got on Craigslist, and I went through a number of postings. I sent a few emails. Some responses I got were obvious scams or bots, so I just ignored those. I had a few people that were interested in selling to me at first, but ended up disregarding me after I told them that it was going to be almost 2 weeks before I could pick it up. Apparently, they weren't willing to wait to sell it, which was fine by me. And after sifting and sending, I was actually able to get a few people that were willing to hold on to their items for me, so at least it wasn't a waste of time. Then, I found a post that was more or less furniture, men's clothing, electronics, and more. I want it all gone, $200. I clicked through the pictures that this person had posted, and looking through it, they were selling a lot of things for such a low price. There were a number of furniture items, a couple game consoles, a decent desktop computer, and then clicking through it, I noticed that some clothes were mostly my size. I was over the moon, thinking that I had hit a jackpot. Sure, it seemed a bit sketchy, but at the same time, if this was legit, I would have furnished my whole place and had a bunch of what would basically be luxury items for only $200. The post had a phone number on it, so I immediately grabbed my cell and called the person. I mentioned the post, and I asked the woman that had answered why she was selling things for so cheap, because it did seem a bit odd. She then said that she and her boyfriend had split up, and that she hadn't seen him for weeks at this point, and all the items she wanted gone were his. She even sent me a few pictures of herself in front of all the items while we were talking to prove that it was all real. I told her that I would give her the asking price for it if she could hold on to it for 2 days, as it was Thursday, before we were supposed to go get the items, and that I would take every single item off of her hands that she wanted to sell. She actually agreed, and she mentioned that I was the first person to call and said that she would go ahead and mark it as sold. I was obviously over the moon. I had just struck Craigslist gold. I called my dad and told him that this lady had a bunch of items that she wanted to get rid of just for $200. And he seemed a bit concerned at first. I explained the situation, mentioned that she had sent me proof that it was all real, and then told him that it was left over from a bad breakup and that the boyfriend hadn't come back for it. It took a bit of extra convincing, but I was able to finally get him to go with it. Saturday morning comes, and I text the woman, mentioning that we would be there within the hour. She responded with an okay, and that was it. Not really the best response, but it was enough for me. We headed to the house, and I was feeling even better about this transaction. The house was nice, like multi-story and well taken care of, so she could afford to just get rid of these things for way under retail value. Kind of nice. We pull into the driveway, walk up to the door, and I ring the doorbell. Nothing. No response. We waited for a little while, but after a couple of minutes with no response, I rang the doorbell again. And still, no answer. I pulled up the initial messages between the two of us to make absolutely sure that this was the address, and it definitely was. I then decided to go ahead and give her a call, and when I did, I could hear the phone ringing inside the house, like just on the other side of the door. I actually glanced over toward the window by the door and started looking inside. My dad chastised me at first, saying that I was being rude, but I had this really weird feeling that something was off. This was a nice house. The woman I spoke with was friendly and seemed like she really was wanting to get rid of these items, and I was really wanting to get the stuff she was selling. Then, I realized why I was feeling off about the whole thing and what I was actually seeing. There was someone lying on the floor just inside the door. I mentioned it to my dad, saying that I think something had happened to the lady. He came over and looked in, and then told me to call 911. And I could tell by his tone that he realized something was definitely wrong. I called them, and I explained the situation to the person on the other end. It was a bit weird having to tell them that we had no idea who this person was, that we were just here to buy stuff, and then tell her that there was a person unconscious on the floor inside the house. It was just as awkward trying to explain it to the first cop that pulled up to the house as well, but I think they understood it better than the dispatcher. And sure enough, the officer agreed that there was a person unconscious in the house, and then decided that that was cause enough to kick the door in and call the medics. They obviously kept us out in the driveway, and we had to answer a lot of questions about why we were here and how we were connected to what was now a crime scene. And after the medics show up, the potential crime scene became a confirmed crime scene. And it became pretty clear how serious this really was. The long short of it, the woman was deceased, and based on how the officer explained it, it was an obvious homicide. Thankfully, I had all the text messages and screenshots of the post to help show that we weren't the one who killed her, but I was also able to explain to them that she had told me about her ex and how they had split up. They ended up taking my information and telling me that they would be in touch with me if they had more questions, and we had to leave at that point. They never called me back or asked me to come in at all. I don't know if they ever ended up solving the case, but it definitely seems like this was a situation where the ex-boyfriend came back and then did the unthinkable. What makes it worse? Part of me still thinks that he may have done it because she was selling his stuff, and that if I hadn't set up the meeting to pick it all up, he may not have done it. But if it weren't me, then someone else would have just jumped on the deal. I don't let it tear me up, but it does bother me a little. I did end up getting a couch for my living room from another seller and also a few other things. But that was the only time that I ever used Craigslist. I know, it's not a common thing to happen, but I didn't want to ever be put in a situation like that again. About 2 years ago, I moved into a new apartment. The walls were very thin, and because of the fire safety laws in my city, my bedroom had one window, which led into the living room, and none with outside access. The window will be important later. It was 3 bedrooms, one for me, one for the master tenant, and one spare, which at that time was rented out by a pretty friendly guy. Well, a friendly guy had issues with his work visa and had to move back to Canada last minute, leaving us about 2 weeks to find another roommate. Our quickest and easiest option was Craigslist. Due to my work schedule, I had no part in the selection process, but I was content when the new roommate moved in a little later. He seemed a bit off, but friendly. He was a very tall, large guy, but pretty quiet, and not someone I wanted to go out of my way to hang out with, but was okay to be around and be cordial with. About 2 weeks into his move-in, the master tenant left for Hawaii, leaving him and I alone in the home for the month-long duration of his stay. For the first few days, things are normal. But all of a sudden, about 4 days into the trip, I am woken up at about 8 a.m. to a frantic knocking at my door. Roommate, we'll call him Kyle, is standing there when I open up, looking frazzled. He looks me dead in the eye and says, "So, do you want to tell me what went on last night?" To which I was shocked and confused because I had come home from work at about 9 p.m. and I immediately showered and went to bed. I explained this to him, and he tells me that he heard me screaming and arguing with someone in my room, and that he saw me in the side alley out the window arguing with our landlord, whom I've never even seen at this point. And he also said that he heard people coming in and out of our house. I tell him no way, none of that ever happened. And after staring at me for a little longer, he leaves and doesn't bring it up again. The next morning, I wake up to the same thing. This time, he says he saw me arguing with my boyfriend. I was single at that time, and he said that he had seen me talking with our other roommate who was in Hawaii and asking me for the badge number of the officer I'd spoken to, since he had apparently seen me talking to a bunch of police as well. This time, I get angry and more or less tell him to cut this shit out because I'm not doing anything and don't know what he's talking about. He gets a weird look on his face and says, "I think I had a seizure in my sleep. The next time it happens, call an ambulance," and leaves for a bit, only to start knocking again about an hour later. And when I open up, Kyle repeats the exact same story verbatim. This happens once more before I tell him to leave me the fuck alone and leave for work. I go to work as normal, and I am reluctant to return that night, but I am too tired to switch to an alternate location. Well, big mistake. About 1 a.m., I wake up to slamming doors. Kyle is pacing back and forth between his bedroom, the living room, and out the front door, walking in and out of each room, turning the lights on and off, mumbling angrily and slamming the doors. I can see his figure pacing back and forth through the frosted window in my room that leads to the living room. And since my room is dark, he can't see inside. Suddenly he screams, "I can't live like this! Why are you doing this to me?" I think he's on the phone and I don't respond. A few moments later, he screams my name repeatedly and I realize that he's directing it towards me. I knew I had to get the fuck out of there. So I very quietly creep out of bed and start getting dressed and packing a bag of clothes for work in the morning. I'm almost done when he screams, "I hear you!" and charges over to my room, slapping the wall next to my door but not touching the door itself. I look towards my window and see his shadow lean all the way forward, pressing his ear against the glass. I was freaking terrified and I sat completely still, unmoving. He eventually screams my name again and moves away from the window, and I hear him start pacing between rooms again. Now, my shoes are kept on a rack outside my door and not inside my room, so I know that when I leave, I'm going to need a moment to put them on. I decide to wait until his pacing takes him out of the front door again, at which time I plan to grab my shoes, put them on, and run. And as I'm formulating this plan, the pacing stops. He screams, "Do you want to fucking fight about this? Come out right now, and we'll fight, I swear to God." I'm very small, I'm a 5-foot girl, and this guy is easily 3 times my size, so I am definitely not looking to fight. Thanks. And after a few minutes, he turns off all the lights, and I hear the door to his room open and close, followed by silence. I wait for a moment to be sure, and I can't hear any movement, and then I decide to take my chance. I took a breath and pulled my door open quickly. I step out and grab my shoes before I look up a second later and see him standing shirtless with just a pair of boxers and socks on in the dark of the hallway. His arms hung slightly outward in an awkward position, and he says in a low, calm voice, "Ma'am, we need to talk." That was a hard no for me, so I grab my shoes and run out of the door with them in hand. I ran about a half block barefoot before I stopped to put them on, and when I look back, he is standing in the porch light of our front door, watching me run but not moving. Luckily, I had a friend who lived 2 blocks away and I had their spare key, so I let myself in and crashed there for the night. And that's where I stayed for the next week or so while we worked things out with the master tenant, and Kyle agreed to move out within the week. He says he doesn't remember anything that happened or wasn't sure if it was real or not, but if I said that's what went down, then it must be real. The day Kyle left, he sends a photo of the house key sitting on the table and says, "I'm out," and nothing else. I take a friend over there with me to scout it and ensure that he has actually left. When we got there, we discovered that not only had he left a ton of food and furniture, but he had ripped all of the fire alarms out of the ceilings. He had unscrewed and removed the deadbolt to the front door and left them lined up neatly on the front table. We then realized that my front door can only lock by using a key from the outside, and it had been locked when we arrived, meaning Kyle still had a key. So we called the locksmith immediately. But even after changing the locks, I was still terrified to stay there alone afterwards, and never went to sleep at night without barricading the doors with chairs and other furniture. To this day, I still fear for his safety. He was obviously psychologically unstable, but I also wonder what could have happened if I hadn't been as lucky as I was. I've been the man behind the bar for a significant portion of my life, mostly because it pays the bills, lets me work odd hours of the day, and you get to meet new and interesting people. Though that last one may have varying definitions for some people out there. But honestly, I've met some really cool people, and even a handful of celebrities while serving drinks, and I dig it. Of course, you have the occasional crappy patron, and sometimes you have to deal with fights. But most bars and clubs hire the big muscle guys to take care of those problems. So, you just have to be smart enough not to get involved and to inform security if things get out of hand. The bar I work at has a small radio system for the employees of the club. Basically, it's a walkie-talkie system that allows us to contact each other without having to leave our stations. If I have a customer wanting to know where their deep-fried cheese curds are, I can grab the radio and ask the kitchen for an estimated time of arrival. If we have a band playing, I can radio over to the booth and let them know what it sounds like from my side. On top of this, if we have a customer or patron that is out on the floor and looks like they're getting too hammered, I can call out to security and the other bartenders and inform them that the guy with the skull shirt and blue jeans is cut off, and we can all act as a unit behind the counter. It's probably one of the best things that this club has implemented, if you ask me. And the story that I want to tell you is one where this radio really held up its end and made our jobs easier, and potentially saved someone from a horrible situation. This was several years ago. It was a pretty typical night. I think there was some DJ playing a dance set for the bar, and quite a few patrons were out that night. Whenever we have DJs, we usually get a bunch of couples out wanting to get wasted and have fun, first dates, and for some reason, a lot of middle-aged women that get super loud. The people that were involved in this were probably in the first or second category, but it was a group with 2 guys and 2 ladies. One of the couples walked up to the bar. The young lady ordered, I think, a strawberry daiquiri, and he ordered a couple of shots for their friends over on the other side of the room. She pulls out her credit card and asks me to start a tab for them. I grab it and ask for her ID, all the basic stuff, and she checks out and all goes as expected. He tells her to take them over to the friends so they don't have to walk over, and she excitedly agrees. As soon as she walks away, he looks me dead in the eyes and drops a small baggie on the counter, then says, "How much to add this into her drink?" I was clearly taken aback by the fact that he would ask. Then he drops a couple of $100 on the counter and nods toward the baggie. Obviously, I wasn't going to add this into her drink, and I was ready to knock his ass hat out myself, but I grab the bag and the money and tell him to take the rest of the shots over to the friends. He stares at me confused, but then I tell him that he can't be around when I do it, otherwise he'll look guilty. At first, he didn't seem to understand, but after processing it for a few moments, he smirks and nods, then starts to walk towards the group. The second he stepped away from the counter, I grabbed my radio and called for security. I literally told them that I had an attempted drugging, and that management needed to call the police, and the security would need to detain him, and gave his description: black short-cut hair, blue-colored button-down, and khakis. And as soon as they both confirmed that they were all doing what was requested, I stepped out from behind the bar and walked up to the group, then got their attention. At first, the guy seemed a bit suspicious of me, but I calmed his suspicion when I said to the whole group, "Your drinks are coming up shortly, but the system said your card was declined. Any of you other lovely folks have a card for the tab? I would hate for your party to end here." Then threw a wink over at the jackass. The lady friend pulled out a card and tried to hand it to me. I mentioned that I needed them to come over to the bar so I could get the ID for her card. And then I told the potential victim that she needed to come get her card back. They both followed me over to the counter. The whole time she was saying how confused she was about the card being declined and all of that. But as soon as we got back to the bar and I got to my station, I grabbed the radio and told security to proceed. They approached the two guys, and while I have no idea what was said, I saw that they were motioning toward the door. After a few seconds, the one jackass started yelling about how they weren't going anywhere, and, of course, a small scuffle ensued. When I was certain that security had the two guys under control, I told the two ladies about what the one had asked me to do. I informed them that he had tried to slip me $200 to get me to drug her daiquiri. At first, I didn't think they believed me, but I showed her the baggie and the money and told her that the police were on their way. I think the realization of the situation hit her right then, because she started to cry and her friend was just sitting there with her, mouth wide open. I tried to interject a bit in the attempt to get them talking and calming down. I asked how long they'd known the guys, and she tells me that they had just started dating 2 weeks ago, and that he was a friend of the second guy who turned out to be the female friend's husband. Apparently, she'd known him for years, but the two of them had just started dating because the couple had hooked them up. The cops showed up and pulled the ladies aside to discuss with them, and one of the officers asked me for what the guy gave me. I had no issue with handing it to him, and I told him that the manager would happily give them the security camera footage from behind the bar. Then, they informed me that when they got here, the husband actually tried to fight off one of the officers and claimed that he had no idea what his friend was doing, or he had the drugs on him. Apparently, his friend then literally said in front of the police, "Bullshit, Dave. I literally bought it from you." So, I have no idea what happened to that marriage or that friendship, but I was beyond grateful for the radio system that night. This was one of those situations that makes you think that even if you do know someone, you may not know their intentions. This story happened about a year ago when I was a bartender up in the northeast part of the US. I'm not going to give a specific location for privacy reasons. Just know that it was a fairly decent part of the country and a fairly decent part of the state. The bar itself wasn't one of those snooty high-class joints where people dress in shiny clothing to go to, but it did have standards, in that people were expected to act civilized and know when to cut themselves off. There was the occasional patron that would drink too much and try to start fights, but our door guy was good at his job and we were pretty damn close to a police station. My point is, if they got out of hand, it wasn't long before we had them under control. I think that's why the bar was actually popular, because it was a chill place where you just hung out and played pool. We also had a pinball room that was pretty legit too. Overall, the 6 years I worked there were decent. We didn't have too many problems. But there was one night that I will absolutely never forget for the entirety of my life. I remember that it was a pretty normal Friday night. We were open for the public, and there weren't any special events planned. Usually, these nights were the best. We would get a good crowd, decent tips, and you'd meet some pretty cool people that just wanted to have a good night. The entire evening was going pretty normal. Well, until about an hour and a half into the rush crowd. I was sitting there, mixing drinks and handing them out, when I look over to see some random guy walked out of the men's restroom, completely naked, with the exception of his shoes. This guy was pushing past people as they stared at him, and he was trying his damn best to get out of the floor. When he got out to the area by the stage, he started busting his ass in some sort of spasm-filled dance, just absolutely losing it. Remember how I said it was a normal night and no events? That meant there was no DJ, no band, meaning that the only music that was playing was going on overhead, and it wasn't loud, nor was it dance-worthy. But despite that, this guy was flaunting his, manhood all over the dance floor in probably the fastest-paced dance that I'd ever seen. And it would have been absolutely hysterical had I not been working, and had there not been a huge crowd of people trying to enjoy their evenings. When I realized that this guy wasn't going to stop anytime soon, and was probably not doing this in sound mind, I decided to step out and get our security on the situation. I walked over to the door and waved down Bert, the door guy, and explained to him, literally saying the following. "Hey, Bert, there's a naked guy busting a move on the floor to non-existent music, and while I'm happy that he's having a great time, we should probably get him off the floor." I could see Bert laughing as he nodded, and I went back to my bar to finish what I was doing. When I got back over to my station, the manager informed me that he had called the police and that they would be there in only a few minutes. Within a few seconds, I hear a commotion happening, and I assume this guy is giving Bert a hard time. Well, sure enough, I look up and see that Bert is trying to grab the guy's arm and get him off the floor, and this guy is screaming at Bert that he's ruining his night. Bert tells him that he needs to either leave or put his clothes on. And this guy seriously thrashes and decks Bert square in the side of his face. Bert is a big man, and I've never seen him stagger when someone gets aggressive. But this guy apparently had one hell of a right hook, because he was able to knock Bert down. While I wish I could say that he went back to dancing, he didn't. Instead, he made a beeline straight to my bar and started climbing up on it to get away from them, whoever they were. Again, had this not been happening while I was working, I would have been laughing my ass off. But at this point, I didn't really know what to do. After a second or two, Bert got back up and walked up to the bar and basically just tried to talk to this guy down from the top of the bar. After a bit of back and forth between this guy that is clearly tripping hard and Bert, the guy jumps down and tries to run to the back. Thankfully, Bert grabs him and gets him in a lock. But unfortunately for Bert, this guy wasn't done fighting. At this point, this guy is wailing his arms and legs out in any direction he can, and Bert is trying to carry him toward the door. Out of nowhere, this guy goes full psycho and screeches as loud as he can, then literally sinks his teeth into Bert's arm. Like, he literally bit into his arm as hard as he could, to the point that it drew blood and caused Bert to scream in pain. Thankfully at that moment, the police had entered the building and saw what was happening, though I don't think it was hard to figure out what the situation was. It took 2 officers and a crap load of blast from the taser to finally get this guy away from Bert and out of the door. Thankfully, due to the fact that this guy was clearly on something, they also sent the paramedics. If you're curious, I believe it was bath salts and speed, so this guy was higher than a Zeppelin. The medics came in and checked Bert's arm out. He ended up needing a few stitches and has a permanent scar on his arm from the guy. Honestly, I'm just glad that Bert was there and was as tough as a guy as he was, because I have this feeling that if I had tried to stop this guy, he would have killed me. We ended up closing for the night after that whole thing went down, and the manager actually hired a second doorman for every shift. I guess he figured that having two burly guys would be better than just the one. And while that was true, we never had another event like that, thankfully. I used to be a bartender for some trashy dive in the middle of nowhere, Missouri. It was a job that I took because I was in need of money and wasn't the smartest kid out there. Not saying bartenders are stupid or anything like that. What I'm saying is that this bar would hire anyone that knew how to use a shot glass. Basically, if you could hold a glass bottle and pour it into the little cup, you could have a job. One would think that the fancy drinks may require a bit more dexterity or understanding. And you'd be right, but this bar was in a part of the town where no one orders drinks with color that wasn't caramel. I think that pretty well explains the place as well as the clientele. Truckers, bikers, some tweakers, the best of the best. But hey, at least we had live music sometimes. I worked at this bar for a few years actually, and mostly because the money was enough to pay my rent. To tell you when I worked there was at that time before Lyft or Uber, back when you had to actually have the number of a taxi company. You had to call them to get someone out, and then they would send the little yellow car to come get you, or whomever. Most of the people that came into our bar would get what they wanted, drink, and then get out. Most of them could take care of themselves, whatever that meant to them, be it a designated driver or just self-control. However, we also had a good number of people that would come in, get completely trashed, and we would have to take care to make sure that they didn't get into a car. Strangely enough, this wasn't actually that hard. We would tell them that they would have to give up their car key to get more to drink, and most people were there to drink too much, so they would then hand me the key and then move on. Then, as stated earlier, when they were done drinking, we would get them a cab and get them home, or somewhere. I hate to be this guy, but after they left the bar and got into the taxi, it wasn't my problem anymore. This situation is one of those times where the events took place, and while there was nothing I could have done, I kinda wish I could have. That specific night was fairly busy. We had a group of bikers that had come in to have a night together, which usually meant that things would be a bit more calm. It's funny how having 10 or 15 burly guys in leather sitting around the bar makes other people behave. And because of this group, I was spending a lot of time and effort taking care of them and also their request, which is fine. But when you're one of two people working the bar, you have to try and balance the handful of other people with a large group. Of course, the large group were also great tippers, and that kind of made me lean into their needs a bit more. I know, a selfish reasoning, but it is what it is. We had a few people leave after only one drink, probably because they were annoyed. But there was one guy that was sitting in the corner and was just kind of staring off into nothing, like he was just spacing out. As a bartender, you have to make sure your customers at least feel welcome in the establishment. So, I went over to his table at one point and asked if I could get him another drink as his glass was empty. He kind of stared at me for a second and then smiled, then shook his head. I could tell that something was up with him, so I paused and decided to go ahead and talk to him for a moment, asking if he was all right. At first, he seemed like he wanted me to go away, but I dropped the line that always seemed to work on people like that. Hey man, I get paid by the hour, and a couple of drinks is a hell of a lot cheaper than a therapist, so if you need to get something off your chest, now is a good time to do so. It seemed like it got through to him. He nodded and kind of grinned before he started talking. Well, man, I'm gonna be honest. Today was probably the worst day that I could have had in a very long time. I was actually fired from my job for the last 9 years today because I made a single mistake that cost the company a couple of grand. I was used to hearing the "I got fired today" kind of stories, and I could tell that this guy was stuck in his own head and needed someone to talk to. So I pulled a chair and decided to sit and listen for a moment. I told him to keep going. The talking it through would help him in the long run. He laughed a bit and then he kept talking. It was a really stupid moment. I messed up and my boss had to fire me. He had no choice. And now I'm sitting here spending what little money I had trying to feel a little more numb than I was already, so that I can go home and tell my girlfriend that I don't have a job anymore. I could tell that this was really hurting him at this point. You know that look people get when they want to break down but are holding it back? That was the exact look that this guy had. I asked him what he was drinking, and he told me that he couldn't really afford another one at that moment. I told him that it was on me in celebration. He kind of stared at me for a moment, and I told him that it was to celebrate the future, because while that situation sucked, things would get better, and it was better to believe that the future was worth celebrating than to wallow in the pain of the moment. A side note, yes, being a bartender made me a philosophical person, and I was damn good at it. I then told him that even if he was struggling at the moment, he wouldn't just be broke forever. And I told him to just remember me when he became a millionaire, unless it was from robbing a bank, in which case we've never met. If nothing else, I got a bit of a chuckle out of him, and that was all that I needed. He smirked and told me that he had a Jack and a Coke. I told him that I'd get him a new one. I went back to the bar and did so. He thanked me and told me that he would remember that in the future. I told him no problem and told him to try and have a good evening. He nodded, and I went back to my bar, taking care of the bikers and the handful of other people that came in. After about 20 minutes, I looked over and he had left. I cleared and wiped down the table, and I kind of moved on from there. And that was until about 10 minutes later. I was clearing out a couple of tabs when the doorman ran in and told me to call the cops. I asked what was up, and he told me that someone had just robbed the convenience store across the road. Obviously, I grabbed the cordless and rang 911, explaining what just happened. They told me that there was a unit that was pulling up to the location and that they were likely going to ask some questions. I told them that it was fine, and then as the officer pulled up, they advised that we could disconnect. Long story short, the officers arrested the guy, and they came over and asked us a few questions. After asking us about what we saw and talking to us about the event, we came to find out that the guy that robbed the store was the guy that had gotten fired. For whatever reason, he left the bar, went over to the convenience store, and apparently he held it up, demanding the money from the store. When the cashier fought him, he took a knife out and stabbed the cashier several times. What's even worse, that wasn't the first place he had robbed that evening, and our bar was actually on his original list. When he saw the bikers, he decided it wasn't worth it. The whole story about being fired was a lie, and the reason he was distraught was because his plan had been foiled by a group of bikers. So, in the end, the guy that I was nice to would have shoved a knife to my face to rip some cash from the register had we not had a bunch of bikers in the place. And my judge of character was apparently way off on this guy. If anyone's curious, the clerk at the store survived, and the guy went to prison for a very long time. I worked at the bar for a few more years, but after that night, I was actually rather elated every single time that the biker group came in. Several years ago, I was in the midst of an acrimonious divorce from my then husband, full of crazy allegations and typical angry filings centered around custody of our child. As with many divorces, friends and professional colleagues seemed to pick one side or the other. In my case, there was one sort of professional contact who reached out to me after hearing about the divorce, who offered to be a witness for my case because of some experiences he related that I had been previously unaware of regarding my ex's behavior out at networking events. After this initial call, he started calling on a semi-regular basis to make sure I was okay. This wasn't someone I knew well prior to the separation, and he was much older than I was, but he claimed to have experience with divorce and custody, and I figured that it was a good idea to be polite and not alienate him, since his testimony was important per my lawyer. I kept things friendly, but I always had a weird feeling about him. After a few months, he called one day that my son was very sick, and when I told him that I couldn't talk and explained why, he offered to run to the store for me, which I honestly appreciated. But after that, he was dropping by the house uninvited, or he would stop by with cookies for my son and etc. Again, I kept telling myself to keep things polite. The divorce is coming soon, so I don't want to make this guy mad. He had called me out of the blue, and I was worried at this point that I was walking a very fine line between polite but clearly not interested, and that if he got mad, he might decide to go testify for my ex and say who knows what. During this time, he had also helped me set up a security cam system that my dad had mailed me, and at one point, I needed someone to walk my dog, and he had offered to do it. He used and returned a spare key the same day, and one evening, he showed up while I was painting and insisted on sticking around to help, even though I was having my starting over catharsis and I wanted to do it alone. Just after the painting day, he came around, uninvited and unannounced, with the magazine photos of Decker, and started carrying on in this manic way about how we could finish decorating the house. I was so weirded out that I made an excuse to leave. I started ignoring his calls, and I took my son and dog to stay with my parents for several weeks to avoid a drop-in. I came home a few weeks later, thinking he would have gotten the hint, and it was a quiet day. The following morning, I took my son on an outing, something like a zoo, and we both came back hot and tired. I put my kiddo down for a nap in my bed, and I decided to close my eyes with him. I woke up maybe an hour or so later, and it took me a moment to realize that something was way off. As I'm blinking off the sleep, I realized there was a rose bush sitting on my bedside table that I mostly definitely had not put there. There was a post-it note on it, something about planting it in the yard. I started shaking immediately because I recognized the handwriting and stood up to go splash some water on my face and decide whether to call my parents or the police. As I stepped into my bathroom, I realized that the mirror was covered in post-it notes, all with super creepy messages that were intended as like love notes or with affection, but which all scared me. I was still waking up and trying to figure out how these notes could possibly have gotten into my house. My front door was definitely locked. But as I went from room to room, there were notes everywhere. And I mean hundreds of post-it notes covering the walls, in my cabinets. There were even one inside my coffee maker. I started grabbing all of them and putting them into a pile. And when I got to one in the kitchen, that made my blood run cold. It said, "You're cute when you think no one is watching you, and I realized that there was a security camera pointed right where the note was left. The one that he had helped me set up for months earlier when I didn't think he was a psychopath. I called my parents in hysterics, sent them a bunch of photos, and my dad insisted that I should not call the police. Remember the custody battle? But that he would drive over and change the locks and put a chain on the door. We also immediately changed the passwords on the security cameras. We had installed this to document if my ex tried to break into the house, so there was one on the front porch, but 3 inside the house, including one in my bedroom. This man could apparently see and hear everything going on inside my house for the past months. The security cameras, I realized, he had just paid attention to my passwords when I was setting up the system. But the only way that I can figure out that he got into my house is that he must have made a copy of my house key the day he had it. And because my dog had gotten to know him, he wouldn't have barked to warn me, which also scared me. I was absolutely horrified. This man had been in my house for a long time. There's no way he could have put that many notes up quickly. And he was right next to my face and feet from my son while we were sleeping, and somehow thought that it was okay. I left and stayed with my parents again for a few days, afraid of what he was going to do when he realized that he was now both physically and digitally locked out of my house. When I came home, my son had gone to his dad's for the night, and I was home alone and on the phone with another friend from out of town. At about 10 p.m., this man showed up at the door, pounding on it, trying the locks, screaming obscenities, and demanding to be let into his house. Gone were all the niceties. This was someone completely furious and derailed. All I could do was hide in my bedroom until he left, which what felt like an hour later. This was St. Patrick's Day, so I am sure he had been drinking. After that, there were several other times someone would start knocking on the door in the middle of the night, always when my son wasn't home. I think he was crazy, but not that crazy, and I figured that if I called the police, he would get in more trouble if my son was there. But he knew the schedule, so I know it was him. He tried reaching out using fake social media accounts several times, always getting blocked. Years later, I discovered that he had friended my mom on Facebook and was therefore still able to see all the photos of us that she posted or shared. And there was a huge argument when I saw, because she had left her computer logged in, a conversation that they were having about me and how it could get back into my life. I sold that house 2 years later, and I'm still finding new notes even as I was packing, and I am more than relieved that he no longer knows where I live. I don't post photos of my new house online, well, not the front anyway, and I have changed the privacy settings on my social media accounts. I avoid all the places he used to go, the networking events he attends, and I stay as under the radar as possible. I could never bring myself to play back the security camera videos because I was traumatized enough, and I didn't want to see how much danger we could have been in. Hopefully, he never sees this post, but you know who you are, and I hope our paths don't cross again. So I was on my way home from Arby's with a mint chocolate shake. I zoned out for a second, and I almost didn't notice his car. I tried just letting him through, but he insisted that I go on ahead. I didn't think much of it, and I just continued on walking. He drove on ahead and parked his car near some apartments. He had on a black polo shirt, so I assumed he was just dropping something off for a job or something. And as I kept walking, he approached me and offered a $20 bill. I asked why, but I couldn't understand what he said in response, and I refused since I know what's best for me. However, that didn't deter him. He grabbed my waist and I stepped to the side. He then started pulling me towards his car. I bit his hand so he wouldn't silence me, and I made sure to scream as loud as possible to try and attract any bystanders if I could. He managed to get me into his car, and just before he could close it, I stuck my foot through the door to keep it open. I then got out and made myself go limp, since adding dead weight without warning creates sudden resistance and makes it harder for them to grasp you. Due to this quick thinking, I was able to get away unharmed. I quickly booked it and then got on the phone with my mom once I was at a safe distance. I made sure to stay on the phone until I got back. After that, I'd taken some time to calm down and then waited for the cops to get there to get my statement. The officer ended up praising my quick thinking, telling me that I'd luckily done everything right in this situation. Please, guys, take self-defense seriously. I've only ever had a week-long course, and just that alone had managed to save my life. I didn't remember too much from my self-defense course and only used the basic techniques that I'd remembered, which was making noise, dropping my weight, and checking behind me. Any other actions I'd taken were a result of logic and quick thinking. Chances are, if I'd gotten more self-defense training, it likely would have been as close of a call as it was. Also, never accept money from strangers. While there are good Samaritans, there's also people who don't have your best interest in mind. If you do think they have good intentions, make sure to double check by asking why they're offering you money. If you don't get a good legitimate reason, then make sure you refuse. And if you refuse and they still persist, get away immediately. This story happened to me back when I still lived at my parents' house. I was commuting to college at that time, and I had 3 siblings that also lived at home, my brother and my 2 sisters. For some context, we lived on 5 acres in rural Ohio. We were surrounded on both sides by woods and farm fields. Additionally, during the week, my dad normally left for work at 2 a.m., so I had always felt like it was my job to be the man of the house because he was gone during the times when you would imagine something sketchy happening. However, on this night, because it was the weekend, my dad was home. I woke up to the sound of my brother's voice trying to get my attention. We had separate rooms upstairs, and coming out of our rooms, you could look down over the banister to see our front door. When I woke up, it took a few moments to get out of the haze and realize what was going on. I looked at the clock, and it was around 2:30 a.m. My brother told me that there were 2 men at our front door. Now, this really woke me up. We quietly walk out of my room and peek over to look down at the front door. When we looked, there was no one at the door, but I noticed my parents off to the side, out of view of the glass on the front door. I whispered down to my dad, and he told me that there were 2 guys who had been talking to each other and also knocking on the door. Hearing my dad say this freaked me out even more. I went back into my room and I grabbed my pistol, quickly shuffling down the stairs after looking to make sure they weren't at the door. If they had been, they would have easily seen me coming down the stairs, as it is in direct view of the door. My brother was right behind me as we head over to where my parents are, whispering to try and find out what was going on. My parents had awoken to the sound of our dog barking and had come out to find these 2 men knocking loudly at the door. At this point, the men returned and began knocking again. Despite the fact that no one had come to the door and our dog was still actively barking, the fact that they were there at this time, in a location where houses are spread out hundreds of yards, and still knocking with the dog barking, made the situation even more terrifying. After a couple of minutes, the men walked away, and we all shuffled across the kitchen into the family room to peek outside the windows into our driveway, which is lit up by our outside light. There was a black Cadillac sitting there, but no one was inside from what we could see. Immediately the question was, where did the guys go? They weren't in their car, and they were no longer at the front door. Unfortunately, we figured out the answer when the handles on our back French doors started jiggling. They were actively trying to enter the back of our house, which enters into the kitchen. At this point, I just remember my mom frantically saying, "David!" to my dad, as pure terror overwhelmed her. Then two things happened. Adrenaline filled my body as I prepared my handgun, horrified at the very real possibility that I might have to shoot this man. And secondly, my dad finally grabbed the phone, called the police, and calmly told them what was happening. Thankfully, after a minute of jiggling, they stopped at the back door and disappeared again, only to return to their knocking at the front. However, at this point, several minutes had gone by, and suddenly we saw the local police fly up in multiple cruisers with their lights on. As they whipped into our driveway and front yard, the two men bolted away, attempting to run the long way around the house across the driveway. One of them disappeared out of our view, but the other one was intercepted by an officer yelling for him to get on the ground. Well, he didn't, and he was immediately tased and then fell onto the ground. Some of the officers went around the house after the other guy, and one of them came to talk to my dad and I as we came out the front. They ended up finding the other man hiding in my sister's little playhouse in the backyard. It appears that both of them were drunk or high, as the one who hid had cocaine on him. And while they were both arrested that night, we never did find out what they were charged with or what happened to them. Needless to say, the whole experience wasn't fun. So, random man at our door in the middle of the night, let's not meet again.
I have quite a few horror stories from when I was a front desk attendant for a hotel, but most of them take place when I work the overnights for the same location. I have a lot of experiences with genuinely creepy and weird people, but I think it would be more fun to share one of the experiences that was a bit more unexplainable and less just this was one creepy guy. So, as I mentioned, I worked as the overnight front desk attendant for this hotel for a couple of years actually. The schedule kind of sucked, and I had to really work to adjust my sleep schedule, and it made days off incredibly difficult. But the pay was decent for the time, and I didn't have much going for me in my life beyond working there. The nights typically consisted of sitting at the front desk for hours, dealing with the one or two people that would show up in the middle of the night because they spent too much time on the road, and sometimes taking things up to rooms if there was an issue or emergency. Beyond that, I would sit at the desk and pretty much just file out the paperwork that had to be done each night. This story I want to share happened during my first year there. I don't recall the time of year, but I think it was in the early winter. The whole thing started when I got a call from the third floor of the building. It was a guest that had checked in at the beginning of my shift, and when I checked him in, he seemed like a pretty decent person. He seemed sane, stable, and polite enough. And I know it sounds weird that I'm saying this, but I'm saying this to demonstrate that he probably wasn't crazy. Anyways, he called down and asked if I could come help him, and he asked me if there was anything I could do about the temperature of the room. I mentioned there was a thermostat in the room, and that most of them were set to a pretty standard temperature, something like 73. He then said that it was set to 73, but the room was feeling cold by the door, like there was a draft coming in from the hallway. That was kind of weird since his room was literally in the middle of the hallway, so he was nowhere near any draft-causing spots like windows or exits. I told him I would come up and check it out shortly. After I hung up the phone, I went ahead and placed the "Be Right Back" sign on the desk and went up to the 3rd floor to see what was going on. When I got up there, I was a bit annoyed. The floor was a pretty standard temperature, but then I walked towards his room and noticed that this guy wasn't lying. As soon as I approached his door, it felt like the hallway went from this nice ambient temperature to about 20 degrees or so colder. We weren't booked full. There was only one other guest staying in a room near him, and their door didn't feel cold, so they didn't have the AC on or anything. But for some reason, the closer I got to his door, the colder it felt. I knocked on his door to let him know that I at least felt what he was talking about. When he answered, I told him that he was definitely correct. It was colder, but that I couldn't figure out what it was as there weren't any drafts, and there was nothing that should have been causing the colder temps. I then asked him if he wanted to move to another room, and after a bit of contemplating, he said that he would. We went through the whole process. I got him in another room down the hall, closer to the elevator, and apologized for the inconvenience. He seemed satisfied with my resolution, so we moved on, and I thought that was the end of it. Except about 20 minutes later, he called down to the front desk again. This time, he was a lot less happy. He started going off about how someone had knocked on his door multiple times, but then when he went to answer it, there was no one there. This was a really weird thing to have happening, mostly because, like I mentioned, there was only one other person near him, and that person was an older gentleman that looked like he was there for business, not the type to knock and run. I pulled up the camera system to check if I could see his door, and sure enough, I could. I asked him when the last time it happened was, and he started telling me that it started happening almost right away as soon as he got settled into his new room, and that had been happening every few minutes. He said that each time it happened, there would be no one on the other side of the door, so he assumed that they were knocking and running away. He then said that he had walked around the hallways and not seen anyone. As soon as he finished explaining this, I heard, clear as day, 3 very aggressive knocks on the door of his room come through the phone. He then got up and angrily said, "See, there's that SOB again." The problem was that I was staring at his door from the camera. There was no one there. I even kind of said that under my breath, and at first I don't think he understood what I said, because he said, "Right, because they knock and run away." I then reiterated my statement saying, "No, sir, I'm looking at your door from the camera, and there is no one there. As in, no one came to your door and knocked at all." He paused for a moment, but came back with a much less angry, much more confused tone, saying, "But you heard the knocking, right?" I told him that I did hear it, but said that at no point in time did anyone come to his door. Pretty much right away, we heard another very loud knock on the door, and he started saying, "Is there anyone there now?" To which I said no. I could tell that he was starting to freak out, and to be honest, I was as well. Between the weird drop in temperature around his old room, and now the phantom knocking, it seemed like some sort of spirit or ghost was following and messing with this guy. I know it was just 2 isolated incidents, but they were bizarre and were not things that we'd ever had reported. The knocking was definitely more terrifying than the cold spot, but both kind of had me leaning into supernatural territory. After a few seconds of silence, I offered to move him to one of the expensive rooms on another floor, basically upgrading him for free because of this. He did agree, and when he came down to the front desk, he was pretty pale and obviously freaking out. I asked if he was okay or if something else happened, and he told me that as he left his room with his stuff, he started hearing something laughing. I kind of passed over his comment and told him that we would get him taken care of. I got him in one of our most expensive rooms, which was not on the 3rd floor, and told him that if there were any more issues, I would go ahead with a full refund. He nodded and just slowly stepped back to the elevator with zero energy in his step. A few things to wrap the story up. First thing first, he did not have any more issues. When he checked out in the morning, I was told that he wanted to give praise to my manager for my handling of his issues, basically saying that I went above and beyond for him. And to anyone that will say that he was faking the issues or doing something to cause them, I'm going to say that I highly doubt it. The cold spot issue, I guess he could have had the AC on in the room, but that would be kind of dumb to do if I was coming up to see why it was so cold. Plus, it felt like it was more in the hallway than coming from his room. The knocking thing, I'm certain wasn't his doing. After I got him in the 3rd room, I actually went back and watched the camera footage, and unless he was so committed to the bit that he opened his door and looked around confused each time, and then left to walk around the hallway, and then angrily threw the door open for the act, all without knowing I could see him on camera, then I'm pretty certain it was real. On top of that, after he left his room, I saw him start to walk down the hallway and then pause to look back and around for what I'm assuming was the laughing. I watched the color drain from his face on that footage, and there's no real way to fake fear that intense. Also, this was the only complaint that I ever received about all this, which makes me seriously think that whatever this was directly attached to him. In the end, it was a super weird and genuinely creepy situation, and I felt bad for the guy. By the time he got into the new room, it was already past midnight, and I'm concerned he didn't sleep very well. I hope that this thing wasn't attached and was just messing with him for some reason, and I hope that he made it wherever he was going safely. And I'm also very sorry that your stay at our hotel was so eventful.
Starbucks is my favorite place to get coffee. Part of my morning ritual is to go there, get my coffee, and then go about my day. Like most of the population, I'm addicted to coffee. I'm not the friendliest person to talk to in the morning, and I can be standoffish. When my name was called out, and naturally it was spelled incorrectly, I had to squeeze past several men to get there. I tried doing the polite, "Excuse me," while I tried to move past, and one of the men didn't move. I gestured with my hand that I needed to make my way through. He moved, but just enough for me to get by and for me to rub against him. I cringed as I did so. He leaned in close, sniffed my hair, and made a creepy purr sound in my ear. I was completely repulsed by it. I grabbed my drink and made my way out as quickly as possible. I sipped and smiled at the flavor, when I heard a creepy voice in my ear. "I have something else you can taste." It was the same creeper from before. His breath smelled disgusting, and I pulled away from him. It was crowded, and I don't think anyone heard what he said above the noise of the cafe. I stared at him in disgust, and he leaned forward and winked at me. I pushed past him and made it out of the Starbucks. I was angry at this point, but I didn't want one idiot to ruin my day. but it was when I noticed that he was following me. And at first, I didn't worry about it too much. It was a busy street, and he could have been heading to wherever he had been heading. But about 5 minutes, I wanted to do a test and see if I was being paranoid about it. I turned into a street in the opposite direction of my school. The only other buildings was a small corner store and a beautician. 2 places that I didn't think he would go. But he kept following me. I was starting to get so worried now, I wanted to run away screaming. But instead, I went into the beautician's and pretended like I was looking at the prices. He was waiting outside. I leaned forward and I whispered to one of the women that he was following me and I was worried. At first, I don't think she believed me since he hadn't done anything yet. I waited there for 10 minutes and he was still waiting outside for me. She went outside and asked what the problem was. He didn't answer and just walked away. After I saw he left, I hurried to get to school and kept looking behind me to see if he was there. He wasn't. And every time I've gone to Starbucks, he hasn't been there. And I hope that I don't run into him again. The town I grew up in is considered to be a fairly small town overall. It's basically made up of continuations of previous generations. And while they have recently gotten a Sonic's Drive-In and a Dollar General, it is still and forever will be a super small town in north-central Colorado. Most people think of Denver whenever you mention the area, but we're actually a solid hour and a half away. I spent most of my life in the arms of what was basically the middle of nowhere. But unlike the rest of my graduating class of like 30, I ended up moving out further west when I hit 20. So I know both sides of life, this tiny town that no one's heard of, and the big city out on the coast. What's weird, life in the small town is actually more terrifying in my opinion. Sure, living in Cali, you may get robbed or accosted by someone in some sort of substance, but at least you can expect it. For some reason, learning about the horrors of your hometown tends to blindside you, or at least it did me. I don't know. Maybe not all small towns have secrets that they hold on to like mine did, or maybe they do. My hometown actually had a few things that everyone knew about, but no one spoke about. Some of them happened in my grandparents' time, some in my parents', but they were some of the best kept secrets around, honestly. The main thing I learned was that I apparently had an aunt at one time. Back when I was about 15, my grandma accidentally slipped up and called me Nance. My name is certainly not Nance, Nancy, or any variation of it. I asked her who Nance was, and I remember that when I asked her, she looked like she was about to seriously burst into tears. She said that she couldn't tell me, but that I should ask my father about it. And I honestly had no idea who they were, nor did I expect what my dad told me. Apparently, Nancy, lovingly referred to as Nance by my grandma, was my aunt, my father's older sister. This took me by surprise, as I never knew that I had a paternal aunt. I thought my father was an only child, mostly because I had never seen a photo of this woman, never heard her name mentioned, and I had never spoken to her. Obviously, I was curious about who she was, where she was, and why she hadn't been around. And I wish that I had quelled that curiosity, because it was pretty horrible. I was informed that back when my father was 12 and my Aunt Nancy was 14, she had apparently gone missing. There was one night back then that she went out with her friends, and she just never came home. At first, my grandma thought it wasn't a big deal. She was just out there and being stupid. But then, by morning, it was apparent to her that something had gone wrong. He told me that my aunt was a straight A student and would have likely graduated valedictorian. But that night she seemingly vanished. This was obviously creepy to me. I had never expected to have an aunt that was a missing person. Then he told me that she wasn't a missing person. She was murdered. He went on to tell me that when she went missing, the whole town went into what was essentially a small town lockdown. They put a curfew into effect and every adult was on the lookout for Nancy. They seriously combed every inch of the city and spoke to everyone they could to see if anyone had known of her whereabouts. They had spoken to the friends that my aunt had gone out with, and they all told the same story. They were out basically loitering wherever, and a police officer pulled up with his lights on. They said that the officer rolled down the window and then called out to Nancy, and she ran over to speak to the officer. Apparently, she then turned around, yelled that she needed to go, then got in the car, and that was it. The biggest issue with this is that not a single one of her friends had seen this face. None of them could describe him at all, and there was no details on the car that made it stand out, and none of them had gotten the plate. A year after she had disappeared, everyone had pretty much given up on ever finding her alive. When someone actually ended up finding what looked like a shallow grave in a creek bed that had preceded. The police came out and dug it up, and as you can probably guess, they found the body of my aunt. Based on how she was buried, they assumed that she was sexually assaulted and the cause of her death was strangulation. At this point, the only thing anyone knew was that the last person to see her alive was a police officer, but there was literally no information on who it was. Then he explained that, not long after they found her body, 2 police officers resigned from the force. One of them had a daughter of his own and was married, and the other was just the opposite, single and had no kids. The one with the family left town, no one has any idea where he went, and the other officer actually became the physical education teacher at a high school that I graduated from, and was also the football coach. I saw this man almost every day for 4 years, and every single day after this, I had to think that he may have seriously assaulted and murdered my aunt. The worst part, there's no way that we will ever know what actually happened to her, mostly because of how much damage had been done to her body over the year. There was no physical evidence, no DNA that they could find, no prints or anything like that. Just a dead girl and silent suspicions. Apparently, the entire town, for lack of a better word, knew that these 2 were involved. The timing was too suspicious, and it was apparently believed that their higher-ups may have been aware of the situation. But like I said, nothing ever happened to them. One is gone, and the other still teaches high school gym class. Honestly, it was just one more reason to get the hell out of there when I got the chance to do so. I grew up in a small local town. It's one of those that you just pass through on your way to your destination. Hell, most people probably wouldn't even stop there nowadays. If it's not for the lack of Wi-Fi, well, my parents still live there and they use some crappy local service that gets like 5 megabytes max. Or the one hotel located there. It's nothing fancy too, and usually just the home of meth users and runaways. Then, it has to be the homely look of the rusty metal sidings and abandoned-looking farmhouses with a creepy child swing in the front yard that really drives people away. I was born and raised here in the 90s, and I was a kid, so I was really naive and didn't realize till I was older how some things were actually weird and creepy about our town. Growing up seemed normal. Both of my parents raised me in the home given to them by my paternal grandfather. I went to the public school there, and I made friends with the people in my class, as well as some older and younger ones, as I was an only child. Nothing was ever too weird at that time. My friends and I would ride our bikes to the fire station on occasion to get sodas from the machine there. But I do remember my parents always tell me to take a specific route to avoid that neighborhood. I always thought that the people were just mean or didn't like kids. I learned as I got older though, that block was just a bunch of run-down and condemned houses that meth users and squatters took over. There was always something illegal and dangerous going on, so they of course didn't want to take any chances. Fair enough reason for me. So, as if I was an autopilot, that road didn't exist and I always avoided it. Even now and then, I go to visit my parents. I don't dare to walk or drive that way. Now, some may call this good or bad, but because of how small our town was, everyone knew everyone and everyone knew your business. That included this older lady that was called the neighborhood grandma. I called her Grandma Carol. She was always such a sweet and forgiving soul. She would make so many sweets during the holiday and bring them to church, and she'd pass them out to us kids on our way to the bus stop or at home. I remember her even bringing me a handmade scarf one year for Christmas and then having dinner with us. She didn't have any kids, and she was never married. She said that she could never find a man that could keep up with her, but she did have a dog. I believe it was a Boston Terrier, the small dog that always looked old and has a long mustache. His name was Prince, and she spoiled the hell out of him. He always had a different sweater in the winter that she made. I was so impressed by this that I actually went to her house once so she could teach me how to crochet. I still have the doll dresses she helped me make. Carol was also very giving to our town. She was a lunch lady for a while, but she ended up retiring. She was also very active in the tiny church there, as mentioned, by making sweets and other food items for parties and ceremonies. She also made what she called care packages, which included long-life food items like canned goods, boxed meals, juices, and etc., as well as small necessities like small travel bottles of soap and also Band-Aids. She always included a card with a different Bible passage on each one of them, and she would drive them over to the forbidden neighborhood and hand them out. I remember my dad saying that she was crazy for it because they could easily overpower her and kill her, but she didn't see it that way. She brought them food and water and treated them like everyone else, and they loved it. I remember one time, my mom actually went with her and was telling me a story that when they saw Carol, one guy put out his cigarette, dusted off his shirt and hands so he could hug her. He even helped pass out the gift baskets. My mom said she even got worried at one point because one of them said something inappropriate, and the guy helping had this raging look in his eyes, and he just smacked him on his head and told him to apologize to them. But Carol never had a concern being around them. She was always fine with them and even stayed and tried playing with the kids. Carol really made a difference to them, which made this whole situation even stranger. I was in middle school at this time. The school year was almost over, and next year, I would be going to high school. I was planning on going to Carol's when I got home because she agreed to help me make treats for our school graduation that was going to be that Friday. I got home, grabbed some of the ingredients that we had bought, so not to use up hers. I told my mom that I was going, and then I headed over to her place. When I got there, I noticed her gate was opened. She had a beautiful front yard, and she loved gnomes, and they were all over the place in different poses, different sizes, and she was proud of it. But I also know that she always kept the gate closed because she would let Prince run around while she was working on her yard. So I found that strange, but still a kid, so the thought didn't stay long. I got up to the door and knocked and waited. As I looked around, when she didn't come to the door, I rang the doorbell. Maybe I was impatient, but I remember it feeling like I waited forever. And after a while, I tried the door and it was locked, so I carefully walked to the back to make sure that I didn't step on any flowers, and I noticed that the door was cracked open. I knew it wasn't okay to go into someone's house without permission, so I yelled for her. I called for her a few times and even called for Prince because he always came running to the door. Now, even as a kid, this seemed very off, and I started getting scared. So I left all the supplies sitting on her porch, and I ran home to tell my mom. She thought maybe she was just in the bathroom or fell asleep and forgot to shut her door, so she called her. When she didn't answer, my mom and I drove back over there. She told me to stay in the front porch, and she went around back. After several minutes, she came back to me with my supplies and told me that we needed to go home. Once home, I wasn't really told much, but I do remember her telling me to go to the kitchen to make my treats, and that's about when the police showed up. My mom went outside to talk to them and then they left. I found out after a while that Carol was missing. My mom tried not to scare me but at least tell me what was going on. She said that when she went in there, neither Carol nor Prince were anywhere to be found, and she wanted to make sure she was okay, so she called the police. Not only our home, but the entire town was affected by this. It wasn't the same. There were many rumors, some hateful comments, and some flat-out crazy conspiracies. This was over 20 years ago, and Carol still has not been found. As I got older, my parents explained to me more as to what happened, and I would get little bits of information from people still living there. My mom explained that when she went in, her TV was on, and the kitchen table still had a bowl of oatmeal sitting on it. Her medication was also sitting next to her breakfast, but hadn't been taken for that day. It was one of those weekly pill boxes. I remind you, we noticed this after I got out of school, so around 3 or 4, way past the time that she would have taken her meds and eaten breakfast. She said Prince's food bowl was either empty or knocked over, which that bowl is never empty, and her purse was sitting open on her bed. My mom knew pretty quickly something was wrong because she didn't leave the home without her purse either, and when she was home, it was always sitting on her kitchen table. The fact that it was in her bedroom and open was not right. I heard from a lot of people that the police couldn't find any evidence, such as a break-in, no blood, nothing else seemed disturbed, but they definitely felt there was a foul play. A lot of people accused the addicts, including my father, which is possible. Maybe someone was high and thought they could get money out of her or something. But I didn't feel the same way. She was the only person that didn't see them as less of a person. She tried helping them, and they seemed like they had a lot of respect for her too. I get that some people are unstable and unpredictable, but I think they were just as shooken up. But that didn't stop them from being harassed and interrogated, I heard. The only thing that ever happened that gave us hope, but also tore us down more, was a few years after her disappearance. My mom told me when I came home from high school that there was a group of women that got together to play bunco at night, and as one of them was leaving, she heard barking. When she finally saw where it was coming from, she noticed it was a small gray dog that looked malnourished and in need of a bath. She had brought the dog back inside the home when she started realizing he looked just like Prince. Surprisingly, she confirmed it when she called by his name and he responded. Here's Carol's dog, alive, covered in dirt, oil and starving, but definitely alive. It had given us hope for a while that Carol may have been close and even alive. But then people fear that if Prince was alone, then that would mean that something bad has happened, as she would never leave him. It's still a mystery to our little town, but I had to move out after graduating. Not only did I need to relocate in order to get any kind of career, but that was all anyone ever talked about. I miss her. She was like a grandmother to me, but hearing about it day in and day out takes a toll on you. I hope we get closure one day, but I also don't want to hear they found her in any condition other than happily making blankets and cookies in seclusion. This isn't as much a small-town horror story as it is a middle-of-nowhere horror story, or a horror story that took place just past a small town. But I think it still qualifies because it occurred on our way out of a small town. A few years ago, around the summer of 2018, my girlfriend and I came into a bit of money, and we decided that we wanted to take a cross-country road trip. Basically, we would drive from Pittsburgh all the way to Las Vegas, spend a few days in Vegas, and then drive back. The trip in both directions was going to take around 32 hours total if we went straight across on I-70, and we would be tasked with driving from Pennsylvania, then to Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado, and Utah, before finally getting to Nevada, our final destination. We planned to do this over a few days, and we wanted to stop in a few states to get pictures and just kind of enjoy some of the Midwest. I know that a lot of people will say that the Midwest is boring, but if you think too hard on it, every state is boring. I think they all have their charm. So we plotted our whole route, decided on a few places to stop, and everything was going smoothly. And most of the trip was just straight driving, and we were making great time, and this event was really the only thing that stood out. There was one point where we had to stop to get gas, and my girlfriend said that she wanted to also stop and get something to eat. At this point, we were about 2/3 of the way through Kansas, and the next town was a small town called Ellis. Ellis is a bit to the west of Hayes, which is actually a decent-sized city for being in the literal middle of nowhere. But Ellis is pretty much the polar opposite small-town vibe, with pretty much nothing to do or see. But it has its own rustic charm. We pulled into Ellis and got gas, when I saw a menu for a restaurant that I decided that we needed to try. It was a locally owned pizza and Mexican food combo, and I am a sucker for small-town pizza. I grabbed the menu and got back out to where my girlfriend was finishing filling the tank, and I told her that we had to go. She agreed, and it sounded interesting if nothing else. So we left for the station, and we found the small building for this anomaly of a restaurant. Cutting the details about the food, it was seriously good. If you're ever in Ellis, check this place out. You'll find it. It's literally the only pizza and Mexican food place there. And the visit seemed to be fine for the most part. I was enjoying my lunch, and I thought that she was as well. Until I looked up and saw that she had a strange look on her face, kind of like she was a bit worried. I immediately asked her what was wrong, and she mentioned that there was a guy at a table at the other corner that was staring intently at us. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then I looked back and sure enough, he was staring. He didn't even make an attempt to look away when I checked. He nodded at me, basically confirming that he knew that I saw him. I quickly looked back to my girlfriend and tried to play it off. Maybe he knew we were tourists and he didn't like the idea of outsiders. Maybe he thought she was pretty. Maybe he was just a very angry man by nature. She didn't really buy it, but my attention got pulled away from the situation when the waitress came to the table asking how we were doing. I told her that we were doing well, and then I started to tell her that we were actually from out of town and traveling across the country. As I mentioned this, I tried to pull my girlfriend into the conversation in hopes to get her mind off of the creep in the corner. It sort of worked. Then the waitress seemed excited to talk to us about our trip. We explained that we were from Pennsylvania and that we wanted to drive all the way to Vegas so that we could see the parts of the country that we otherwise wouldn't have. The conversation between us was all great, and she mentioned one or two other places that we should check out. She started talking about the one time that she had gone to Vegas when she was younger. Really, it was just friendly small talk. When we finished talking and she walked away to go do what she had to do, my girlfriend looked back and told me that the guy was gone. Honestly, that was a relief. I was thinking that we could stop worrying about him and that she would calm down and finish her lunch. I really thought that was going to be the end of the situation, that we would leave, get back on the highway, and continue driving for a few more hours before we checked into a hotel somewhere. Unfortunately, as fate would have it, that's not how things went. At least, not right away. After lunch, we got back in the car and we hopped back into I-70 and then started out of the town. It was less than a couple miles down the way when we spotted what looked like a minivan stop in the middle of the road long ways. It looked like they were in the middle of a U-turn on the highway and just stopped, or maybe their car had died. Either way, I slowed down as I approached, and I stopped the car a bit of a distance from the actual van. A couple car lengths at most. After a few seconds of just sitting there, I noticed that there were two guys sitting in the van, one in the driver's seat and one in the passenger seat, and they looked like they were discussing something or arguing. It was really hard to tell. Then after a few more moments, they looked back at us and get out of the car. That's when my girlfriend said, "That guy that just got out of the passenger side, that's the guy from the pizza place that kept staring at me." I thought maybe she was mistaken and maybe she was just being a bit paranoid because she was freaked out by the whole thing. But then the guy walked around the van, same flannel shirt, same blue baseball cap, same torn jeans as the weirdo from before. It was at that moment that it clicked what this was, or more so what it likely was. These guys were looking to do something aggressive towards us. Obviously, I didn't know the specifics, if they were going to rob us, steal our car, kidnap us, and etc. But it wasn't going to be good. Everything seemed to be incredibly still and silent for a few seconds, until I saw the pizza creep start to reach out for something. I have no idea what it was, but as soon as I saw him reach, I told her to get down and I floored it. I pushed the pedal as hard as I could, and while I may have been driving an early 2000s Honda, that thing jumped in speed quickly. I aimed the car straight for him and tore the shoulder, basically playing chicken with this guy. He was either to get out of the way and let us pass, or embarrassingly run over my tiny ass sedan. Thankfully for his sake, he jumped out of the way and I got past him on the shoulder. We kept going at max speed until I thought it was safe to slow down. Honestly, it was really weird, and I realize now how dumb it was to do what I did. If he had a gun, he would have shot me and killed me while I was driving toward him. If he hadn't moved, I would have murdered him with my car, and that would have been a whole other situation. Alternatively, they could have chased us, and let me tell you that Ellis is one of the last small towns that have an actual presence through Colorado. It was a solid 4 hours to Denver, which was the next metropolitan, and I'm assuming that these guys wouldn't have been keen on us letting us lead them on for 4 hours without grabbing us off the road. As lovely of a city as Ellis was, and as good as the pizza was, I don't think we'll ever go back. On the way home, we actually took a different highway just to avoid that part of Kansas altogether. This actually didn't happen to me. It is a story that happened to my aunt back when she was in her mid-20s, and I'm going to say that it's an incredibly intense story, and this should definitely serve as a type of trigger warning. And like I said, she was in her mid-20s, and this happened back in the late 80s, a few years after I was born. Unfortunately, all of this had been told to me as I was just a baby when it happened, so I may miss some of the details, but I don't think it diminishes the overall story. This story happened while they were still married, but he is her ex-husband now, so I think it counts. My aunt and uncle met back when they were in high school, and they became a couple back when they were about 18. From there, they got married at the age of 22, and then were trying to have a kid, but come to find out, my uncle was sterile and they couldn't have kids. From what I've been told, this caused some problems between them, and they were on the edge of divorce, but they decided to go into counseling to try and fix it. From there, they supposedly got to a point where they were okay and things were essentially repaired. This was apparently not true at all. They were actually in a worse situation than before. Apparently, when they went to counseling, my aunt's husband started down the path of becoming super religious. And while there's nothing inherently wrong with being religious, he took it to a whole other level. He apparently became super controlling over my aunt and started making her go to church with him and start cutting the family out of her life. It hit the point where she told us that they were doing great together and that we didn't need to worry about her. But on the other side of that fence, he was abusive, controlling, and just genuinely doing whatever he could to ruin her life and make her miserable. She said that it started with him telling her that she needed to repent and beg forgiveness from Jesus. She said that she was okay with this and saw that maybe devotion to a higher power would be enough to keep them together. She started going to his church, she started praying nightly with him, and they started doing nightly Bible reads. Slowly, the controlling behavior started digging in. He started telling her what she could and could not eat. He started telling her that she wasn't allowed to leave without his permission. And after a while, he started controlling the music that she could listen to and what TV shows she could watch. Basically, anything that was violent, sexual, or had inappropriate language was banned from their house. Her husband literally hit a point where he was treating her like a child and running every single minute of her life. This would be bad enough, but things actually started getting worse with him. After he was at a point where controlling her wasn't enough, he started physically abusing her when she got out of line. All the while, he would be citing biblical scripture to her about things that were barely relevant. The big thing that happened between them actually happened about a year into all of this. My aunt had managed to get away from him for a little while. I had no idea how and spoke with a lawyer. She was able to get the paperwork started for them to get a divorce, and she brought it to him and told him that she wanted out of their relationship. While I commend her for being bold and standing up to him in this situation, it's not something that typically goes well with dealing with an abuser, and this did not go well. As soon as my aunt started talking about divorce, he started screaming at her about the sanctity of marriage and yelling about how her asking for a divorce was a literal slap in the face of Jesus. She told him that his abusive behavior was the exact opposite of what a true follower of his religion would have been doing. And then he went berserk. He went off on her, asking her how she could dare call him a blasphemer. And at that point he snapped. He started saying something about how she was possessed by Satan. He started telling her that the devil was using her to attack him, and that her inability to have a child, even though it was him that was sterile, was proof that she was nothing more than a puppet for the demons. He then grabbed a knife and then told her that he had no choice but to kill her in order to prove his love to Jesus. That night, that man stabbed my aunt 7 times. He used the kitchen knife and stabbed her over and over until he was sure that she was dead. Then he left her to bleed out. And fortunately, my aunt was way more of a fighter than he anticipated, and she had managed to actually survive the attack. She managed to knock the phone off the base that was in the kitchen, and she dialed 911, and by some modern medical miracle, she made it through. As for him, the cops actually arrested him in a church, apparently after he attempted to murder his wife with multiple stab wounds, and thinking that he had succeeded, he drove to the church that they attended, covered in blood, and asked the priest to say a prayer for him. Instead of sitting and praying with him, he called the cops. It's almost ironic that he tried to kill my aunt because Jesus wanted him to, and she survived. Then he went to a church only for the religious figurehead to betray him and turn him into the police. It almost like attempted murder for your spouse isn't something that Jesus or really any deity would want you to do. And that's an absolutely crazy hell way to think. My aunt fully recovered. She does have some gnarly scars on her stomach and chest now. But I'm just grateful that she made it, and that this guy is in prison for the rest of his life. Maybe someone out there really was watching the situation and made sure that it went the way that it actually was supposed to. As a child, I was raised in a small tight-knit town. I hated it. Everyone knew you, and there was no such thing as a secret. If you tell one person, you will hear it from someone else in 2 days tops. I had a group of 4 or 5 friends max that I might share things with that I could actually trust. Hell, some things I couldn't even tell my little sister without getting something on her. Otherwise, we just use it as leverage on each other. And that's what makes the situation even crazier to me. Our school classes were pretty normal, in curriculum and in size in my opinion. We had maybe 10 or 15 of us in a classroom. No one outside of our town was interested in going to our school, and as soon as they were given the opportunity, kids in high school that had cars would get to choose to go to school outside of our district to get out of here, or people would move out before then. I was not so lucky. My family was far from wealthy, so we stayed in our town till I was old enough to move out. Anyways, back to the classes. Obviously, being a teenager, relationships are bound to happen. There weren't many to choose from, and some may have even been a year younger or older than you. I dated a few different girls there, but there was one I was with for about 2 years. For privacy reasons, I'll call her Macy. From the outside, Macy was a fun girl to be around. She was tall, about shoulder-length dark hair, and dark brown eyes with freckles. She could talk to anyone. She was definitely outgoing, and I never really saw a mean side to her. I think she would strive to be everyone's friend. She was just part of our group of friends for the longest time. She wore makeup and dressed more feminine, but also loved going down by the river with me and my friends to catch things, destroy things, and maybe enjoy some drinking. It was over the summer that I really got to know her more. I knew her dad was a drunk and her mom worked a lot, so she didn't see them much. She came over to our house a lot for dinner and sometimes even slept in our living room. There was one time that she had gotten into an argument with her father. He had grabbed her and started choking her when her mother finally convinced him to let her go, but her mother told her that it was best for her to leave for a while. She came over in tears and I helped her calm down, and I think that really solidified our relationship in a weird way. I was angry. My parents weren't perfect, but they would never hurt us kids. How could a parent do that to their own kid? It was worse when the cops showed up and did absolutely nothing. They showed up to their house, took him in. He said he was sorry and was able to come home after sobering up. Like that changed anything though. She practically lived with us at times. She slept on the couch. Sometimes she'd fall asleep in my room and I'd sleep in the living room. We acted like a normal couple for the most part, hanging out with friends together, always walking to class together, things like that. But after a while, I started seeing a different side of her. I noticed some of the smallest things would set her off. If a friend teased her about something, like throwing a ball weird, and I didn't immediately defend her, she would be pissed. It started as her just ignoring me for the rest of the night. Then she would complain to me in private about how she was embarrassed. But then it started to become more public. She would call me out in front of our friends and even my parents and then storm off. This was my first real relationship, so I didn't really know how to react to it. I would go through the motions, apologize and make up, and we'd be fine. However, it always seemed to get worse. The more serious fights would happen when it was just us. She'd kick things, punch things, scream if she could, and sometimes she would even hit me. It was actually just punching me in the chest or smacking me in the face, but it was still unusual. I thought surely it had to do with her father being the person he was. Maybe this was what she did because she was used to it. So I would do what I could to calm her down, but it stopped working after a while. I would have to lock her out of my room or I would leave until she calmed down, but of course, that's when the accusations would fly. She would start getting loud and push me while at school, and it was embarrassing for me at that point, so I would just walk away. For some reason, when I did this, she thought that I was trying to hide from my other girlfriend. She started accusing me of cheating on her, and she'd always show up at the door of my classroom and wait to see if I walked out with another girl. We had a group project in one of my classes, and I was paired with my friend, Jeff, and some girl that I didn't know too well. And when I was leaving the room, she punched me in the face and started saying that she finally caught me. I remember the girl just looking horrified as she tried leaving without Macy noticing her. People were starting to gather, but she had her eyes locked on and jumped on the girl's back and started slamming her around. I managed to get her off of the girl and told her that we were done. I remember that I called her psycho or something equally hurtful because the look in her eyes changed to sorrow, and she ran off. I, of course, got called to the office and had to explain what happened. Macy ended up being expelled, and I told them it was my fault, hoping that the other girl didn't get any trouble. And I ended up being suspended for the quarter. I finished my suspension, and as awkward as it was, I returned to school to be the center of discussion for everyone. I didn't get to hear much on what happened to Macy, except for what my friends knew, which wasn't much, until I returned. I heard her parents were forced to put her in therapy, and possibly some kind of school for troubled teens, but I never saw her again. That happened about 18 years ago. Right after high school, I left that town. I wanted to go somewhere that was a lot more alive and meet people that I hadn't known my whole life. My sister and I even inspired our parents to get out of there a few years ago. However, they still surprise me with the amount of information, news, and gossip they tell me about people that live there. That's where it gets crazy. Around the time of our 10-year high school reunion, people started trying to contact me about getting together. I thought, why the hell not? And I decided to start making plans to visit. However, a few weeks after that, I got a frantic call from my mother late at night telling me that there had been a fire in our old town. She told me it was Macy's house, and the terrifying part, her parents died in the fire. My father was good friends with one of the cops there, and he had told them that Macy was still living there on and off, but she was working the night it happened, and they had to go pick her up. After the investigation, they had determined that her dad had passed out with a cigarette. He was blitzed, of course, and her mom had actually taken sleeping pills. It was just a bad situation, and I felt sorry for her. I almost wanted to reach out to her, maybe to at least give my condolences, but something told me not to. My mother went to the services, and she said Macy was just a shell. She just sat in the front pew staring straight ahead until the services ended. Afterwards, she said she was nowhere to be found, so my mother left her card with the other items and left. After that, I never heard about Macy or her life until last year. This time, my friend actually texted me and sent me a link to a local news for our old town. It started as a suspicious fire. Police were called to an old barn that was on fire behind one of the bars. Someone apparently walked out back, smelled the smoke, saw the flames between the trees that separated the property, and then called 911. After they put out the fire, they found a man's body in there. He had been stabbed multiple times, bludgeoned with a shovel, and doused in some kind of oil and set on fire. They couldn't ID the guy because he didn't have anything on him. That was crazy enough, right? Not at all. Not for that place. Rumors started flying pretty quickly. People started talking, but not to the police, but that didn't stop them from finding out. That's when my friend started filling in the blanks where the story left off. He still lives there. He actually took over his parents' drugstore, so he gets just as much information. The guy ended up being identified as the owner of the bar. They figured this out because his wallet was found in the dumpster at his bar, but his cash was missing. Coincidentally, someone showed up at a different bar, flaunting cash and buying everyone drinks, saying it was in this guy's honor. Thing is, they hadn't publicly announced this guy's identity, so the police took notice of this. The girl was picked up and questioned when she finally confessed to the murder. And you know where this is going. It was Macy. She was apparently dating the owner, or at least there was something going on between them. However, he was married. Rumors are that the wife found out and the owner tried to break it off with Macy, and she wasn't having it. And now that she is locked up for this, the rumors are coming back that she may have been involved in her parents' death. So, not only did I date a not-so-stable girl in high school, but she turned out to be a murderer. So I guess I got lucky at that time. But it does make me think what could have happened if I did reach out to her when her parents passed. What if we didn't move? Could I have been a victim? I also think if this was related to her childhood, and if that could have made a difference as well. One thing I told my friend though, is that he'll have to come to see me from now on, because I do not want to step back in that place. This story happened to me back when I was in college. I would have been around 21, I believe, which means that it would have been around 2010. And back then, I used to be a bit socially awkward. Okay, really socially awkward. And I lived on campus for most of my college career. Because I've always been a bit of a loner and a bit of awkward, I've never really been one to make a lot of friends. And until that point, I've only ever had one boyfriend in high school, and we just kind of decided to go our separate ways after dating for half a year. And when I say dating, I mean basically just talking in the hallways a lot. So yeah, you could say that I was a bit inexperienced when it came to boyfriends and relationships in general. Well, due to this lack of experience, I was a bit desperate, and the minute that a guy showed any interest in me, I kind of fell into it. In late 2009, around the end of August, when the fall semester started, I met a guy named Jack. And no, before anyone thinks it is, it's not his real name. Anyways, Jack was a bit of a quiet guy and seems like he didn't have many people that he would call friends. Basically, the exact kind of person that I was. Because of this, and because of a lab that we had to do with a partner, I ended up sitting by and subsequently getting to know Jack. I think the instructor saw that we were both loners and wanted to try and play matchmaker, which I really wish she hadn't. Jack and I became pretty good friends over the couple months that we worked together in that class, and there was some obvious chemistry between us. Then, on my birthday in January, he took me out to dinner and told me that he really had a crush on me and that he was wanting to ask me out. Long story short, we started dating. Of course, and again, I was inexperienced in the world of dating, and it pretty much felt the same to me, except we talked on the phone more and about deeper things. The relationship was going pretty well, honestly. We had our class together, we worked on various projects together, we studied for our exams, and while we were dating, I honestly was looking at Jack more of a best friend than a boyfriend. Obviously, I know now that it was likely that I didn't actually have feelings for him. But back then, I just kind of thought that this was what being in a relationship was for people in college. I mean, sure, others would go to parties, go drinking, clubbing or whatever, but that just wasn't who we were. We were the loner nerds, and I think I really just enjoyed having a fellow loner to talk to and spend time with. He treated me fine for the most part, and we rarely got into arguments, and I was happy. Obviously, this wouldn't be a story about a crazy ex if things didn't start to go sour, and they did start to go sour. We got together in January of 2010, and I think this all started around Valentine's Day. In fact, it was Valentine's Day that started to set this whole thing into motion. Something to note about me, I am a bit of a prude. I do not like my body, and I didn't like my body then, and I've just never really been into things that people think are sexy. This seemed like it wasn't that big of a deal to Jack, and we had never really even discussed sex in any way. Then, come Valentine's Day, I remember that he and I went out on a date, and it ended with us sitting in his car in the dorm parking lot. We were talking about how much we enjoyed dinner, how classes were going, and I think I was telling him about issues that my parents were having back home. And he handed me a box. My initial thought was chocolates, the stereotypical Valentine's gift. However, no, this was not chocolate. I opened it, and inside the box was a gently folded up nightgown that was mostly see-through and was very clearly intended to be worn during, well, intimate moments. I recall that my face became beet red. I didn't expect this and I didn't want it, and I really wasn't interested in what was being implied by him giving it to me. What's worse, despite my embarrassment and my clear look of mental anguish, Jack followed up with, "I have a bit of extra cash this month. How about you and I go to a hotel room tonight and see if you can try that on?" I think I honestly started to cry. Like, not tears of joy or sadness, just literal eyes watering from some strong level of embarrassment and disdain. I folded it back and placed it back in the box, then handed it to him. I told him that, as much as I really like him, and as much as I appreciate the thought, I was not ready for this relationship to go to the next level. I remember apologizing over and over again and just telling him that I was not ready. And after a few moments and heavy sighs, he turned to me and handed the box back. I was a bit upset, but he comforted me with, "Look, I'm not trying to pressure you. I really do love you and I want to be with you for the foreseeable future. So, what I want you to do, I want you to keep this, and then, when the day comes that you're ready, it'll be there. That way, I don't have to go through the awkward process of returning it, and we can still call it a gift. Is that okay?" And, of course, I accepted this proposal. I would keep it and then it would be there when I was ready. I told him that I didn't know when that would be, and he seemed genuinely okay with it. Everything about his statement, his behavior, and his attitude, all of it seemed genuine and I believed him. This was, unfortunately, where our relationship started to fall apart. We would spend time together and he would be super clingy, and then, by the end of the night, he would seem like he was super distant, like the night was great until it was over. Then, he would be upset. In hindsight, makes it super obvious why, but back then, it was just odd behavior for me. Anytime we would watch a movie that involved anything sexual, he would always get, well, let's just say, weird. Then, when nothing sexual happened between us, the next day he would be super pissed. I would ask him what was wrong, and he would always go off on me over literally nothing. He once yelled at me that I was awake too late after we had spent time together, because I posted a meme on Facebook about half an hour after he'd left. He seriously exploded because I shared a stupid meme after he'd left and told me that if he wasn't there at night, he wanted me in bed and asleep. That was actually one of the worst fights and where the already crumbling relationship seriously took a turn. After that night, when he would come over and be together, he would be super controlling, asking me where I was going every time I got up, asking who I was texting and who was texting me, and asking what I had done that day and scrutinizing every single thing that I said. Then, after he would leave, he would wait about 20 minutes and he would call me. I made the mistake of answering a couple times, and the times I answered, he actually yelled at me asking why the hell I was still awake. He would text me randomly throughout the day and ask me, more like demand, that I take a picture of myself and whatever was in front of me. So, to put it simply, he became ridiculously controlling and wanted to know every single detail about everything that I was doing. Again, this was my first relationship with an adult, the first time I had a boyfriend that I actually spent time with, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing or supposed to do. Then I actually had an event that gave me a bit of clarity. I was talking with my mother one day, literally talking to her about her going through a divorce with my father, and he texts me with a, "Hey, I want a pic of you." I think my tone changed and my mom noticed because she asked me what was wrong, and I broke down. Within a few seconds, I went from trying to comfort her to bawling my eyes out and telling her all about Jack and how he was ruining everything. I seriously just let it all come out. She straight out told me to dump him. She told me that she was unhappy in her marriage with my dad and that's why they were getting a divorce, and that she didn't want me to end up with someone that I didn't love or end up unhappy. At that point, it just kind of clicked. I had to break up with him for my sake, and I didn't want to end up in a loveless relationship with a man that controlled my every move. The next day when he came over, I told him that we needed to split up. He was, of course, furious. He started in with anger, then he started threatening to hurt himself, and then he started calling me every single awful word that he could think of. Obviously this hurt, but I let him finish it up, and then explained to him that I needed some time alone because of my parents getting a divorce and that the stress of my family breaking up was getting to me. Yes, this was a lie, but it was the best that I had. After I said that, he just kind of stood there, said that he was sorry, and then left. It was quite the amicable breakup that I was hoping for, but it was a breakup, and that's all that mattered. I honestly thought that it was over after that. Again, my naivety got the best of me. What I didn't expect was the barrage of calls and texts that followed. Jack would not leave me alone. It would be, "Hey, how are you?" in the morning, and then "You're such a stupid..." Well, I'm not going to finish what he said, but you can assume. This went on for a week, and then the "You don't know what you're missing out on" kind of text started, alongside pictures of his privates. This guy seriously went full-on creepy in a matter of around 8 days. It's pretty bad when I could even figure out that he wanted to be with me for literally just one thing. This went on for a couple weeks until the final night and the final event between us took place. It happened on the night of my mother's and my brother's birthday. They actually share the same birthday, so we always make it a point to have a family dinner out wherever they choose. We were out enjoying ourselves and having a great time at dinner, when out of nowhere, Jack seriously walks into the restaurant. I saw him walk in, and I saw him tell the waiter that he was with our party. He walked right over to the table and put his hands on my shoulder and squeezed, and started to say hi to my mother with the fakest voice that I've ever heard. The tension at the table was immediate, and my mom had never seen him, but it was obvious who he was. What's worse, he had the audacity to angrily ask who the hell the guy at the table was with us. And I said it was my brother, and then said that he needed to leave. My brother asked me if he needed to take care of this guy. I told him no, and honestly, it was a disaster that ended up with my brother and Jack getting into a sort of shoving match, and the manager dragging Jack out of the restaurant in a half-assed chokehold. Thankfully, they let us stay when I explained that Jack was my ex and that he had walked in to cause problems. They could see that I was being honest and told us that they would make sure that he didn't try to come back. After we ate, and after the embarrassment had worn off, we walked outside to go our separate ways. We were standing by my mother's car and talking, and almost out of nowhere, a crappy black Corolla guns it through the lot straight at us. My brother noticed it and was able to yell, and we all got out of the way. Well, my mom's car wasn't so lucky, and as you can probably assume, this Corolla belonged to Jack, and he had just committed attempted murder with his vehicle. He then backed up and tried to go as hard as he could in the direction that I ran, smacking into another car. Then he pulled away and took off. If I may say, this all sucked. My mom's car was seriously damaged, another random person's car was hit, and the back end smashed in. And all of this was because of this jackass that I decided to date for a few months. We called the cops, we talked to the management so we could find the person that owned the car that got hit. This whole thing was a disaster. I explained to the police everything that I had gone through with this guy and told them all the things that he'd sent me, and they said that they would be on a lookout for him. But at this point, had to consider this as a hit and run. That night, my brother and I actually stayed at my mom's place. I was not going back somewhere where he would have access to me. And about an hour or two after we had gotten back to my mom's place, Jack actually called me. I was enraged, so I answered. I asked him what the hell was wrong with him, and probably had a few other choice words. This sick piece of shit seriously responded with, "I just want you to know that I have never been as aroused as I was when I tried to kill you." Seeing the terrified look on your face turned me on more than anything, and I can't wait to see that look on your face in class tomorrow. Then he hung up. Needless to say, I immediately called the police and informed them of what he had said. They updated the information and considered his "in class tomorrow" comment as a clear and present threat of danger, which apparently accusing someone of attempted vehicular homicide isn't. This story pretty much ends here, with Jack being arrested, expelled, and charged with several different things and thrown in prison for a few years. This was about 11 years ago. I know for a fact that he's out now, but thankfully he hasn't reached out to me or attempted to contact me in any way. I'm not going to lie, he is the one person that seriously scares the hell out of me. Mostly because he went from nice guy to attempted murderer within a couple of weeks because I wouldn't sleep with him. So Jack, the worst boyfriend that I have ever had, and the man I wish I would have never met in college, let's never meet again. And also, screw you for wrecking my mom's car like that. She seriously loved her Yaris and hasn't found one in that color blue since. So about 12 years ago, I was 9 years old, and I was home alone with my 12-year-old brother. We were supposed to go to my aunt's house to have lunch and wait for my mother there. We always did that because we were too young to stay home alone according to my mom. We got up at 10:30 a.m. I took a shower, then my brother, and after that, we were both in the bathroom brushing our teeth and finishing up, when we heard someone knocking on our door. Since every time someone knocked at our door, they turned out to be some salesman or Jehovah's Witness, and we kind of waited for them to go away. But after a couple of minutes, I went to see if they were still outside through the window, and no one was there. What a relief. We continued getting ready when we saw a shadow go by through the bathroom window, which was kind of like a small square made with that kind of glass that makes everything behind it really blurry. We waited and saw in case it was just a bird flying by, when a hand hit it, clear as day. We got scared. We didn't know what to do. My brother had his cell phone, so he immediately called the police. And while it was ringing, we heard a loud bang at the door. Someone was brute forcing it, and I don't know if they were kicking it or ramming it, but it was one of the most frightening things that I have ever heard. My brother told me to lock the bathroom door, so I did. It took 5 bangs so the perpetrator could finally bash open the door. Then the police answered. I remember the exact thing my brother said, and he was whimpering. His voice could barely be heard. "Hello? There's someone in our house. I think they're stealing." Then a pause. "We are at..." and he gave them our address, and then another pause. "I'm with my little brother. We're locked in our bathroom. Please, hurry." While all that, I was sitting against the wall hugging my knees. It was one of the most nerve-wracking experiences ever. I could hear the man going through all of our stuff, emptying the stands, going up and down the stairs, opening cabinets, and he even broke a few cups and plates. I don't know why. Then I heard the sound of my cell phone when it turns off, and I remembered that I left it on the kitchen table. I felt so stupid for leaving it there, and things continued for a couple of minutes when we heard him trying to open the door to the bathroom. My brother got a hold of a big metal rod that we had lying around there, and he started kicking the door. "Who is there?" the man screamed. We said nothing. Another kick, then another, and I felt like I was about to have an anxiety attack. My chest started to ache, and I had chills, and I was really hot. I tried to remain calm, but it was just too much for me. After that he had stopped, we heard the door opening, and then silence. We waited for almost 10 minutes before going out of the bathroom. The living room was a total mess, lots of papers and books on the floor, and the cabinets were wide open. The cups and plates were all on the floor. And in our mother's bedroom, the nightstand and the closet were open, and everything inside them was all over the place. Upstairs in our room, it was the same thing. In about 5 minutes, the man was able to go through everything we had and left a total mess. After that, my brother called my mom and she ordered us to go to my aunt's place ASAP, and so we did. When we got there, I was a little more relaxed. My aunt was waiting for us with ice cream, probably because my mom told her everything and she wanted us to calm down a bit. We went back home at about 5 p.m. and my mom told her boss that she had a home emergency, so she left early. She tidied up the house, cleaned up, and left everything the way it was before so we could be relaxed. I really appreciate her effort and my aunts to calm us down and do everything so we didn't have to think about it. According to my mom, the police got home after she arrived at around 3 p.m., 4 hours after the incident. She explained everything, but because of the lack of evidence, nothing could be done. The man was never caught, and honestly, I don't think they even tried to search for him. And the next days, my mom was home with us. Now, I tell you the story as a funny anecdote. Luckily, no one was hurt, and he only took useless stuff. But at that time, I was really scared. To a 9-year-old, an experience like that can have serious repercussions. I'm lucky that it never came to that, and I got over that after a couple of weeks. My dad and I were never close. I wasn't close to anyone from his side of the family, but his 2 younger brothers set off every internal alarm that I had. Uncle number 1 turned out to be molesting his stepdaughter, who he raised since she was an infant. And uncle number 2 is who this post is about. I'll call him D. I have several siblings and we have many cousins living in our small town. They all think D is the best, lots of fun to be around, but I never warmed up to him. I didn't trust him, and he had a creepy vibe. I kept my distance and my mom never made me hug or have physical contact with anyone that I was leery of. D lived next door to Grandma and seemed to always be down with some kind of illness. I was staying with Grandma for the day and he was making food for D because he was sick. She fixes him a plate and tells me to take it over. I'm not happy about it, but I know better than to disobey, so I take the food next door. I walk in the door and he yells out and says to bring it back there. I walked into his bedroom and I set the plate on the wardrobe by the foot of the bed. D says he can't reach it there and to put it on the nightstand next to the bed. I take it and I set it on the nightstand and D grabs my wrist. I panic and I pull away trying to get loose of him. He's pulling me towards him and I brace my foot against the nightstand and I resist and saying, "Let me go." He says, "I just want to talk to you." And I just say, "Let me go." I'm ready to leave that hand behind if necessary, and he finally lets go. I bolted out of the house, but I said nothing to Grandma. Later that evening, I tell my cousin, and she said that I'm stupid. He doesn't know why I'm the only kid that doesn't like him, and he just wanted to talk to me. That I should feel terrible about thinking that he was trying to pull me into his bed. What a terrible thing to say. I didn't mention it to anyone else and I began to question if I was wrong and I reacted badly. I felt guilty for a long time, but I still stayed away from him. As I've gotten older and look back, I think my reaction was correct. What adult tries to get a kid to warm up to them by grabbing them and then pulling them towards a bed? What adult continues to do this when they can see the child is terrified? You get a child to warm up to you by terrifying them? No, adults with good intentions don't do these things. We were obedient children. If he would have said, "Wait, I want to talk to you," I would have obeyed. D passed several years ago, and there were rumors about inappropriate behavior with young girls, but nothing more than rumors. And I still believe that I read the situation right. This happened years ago when I was barely 14. My middle school and my best friend's middle school organized a trip abroad to Great Britain, London to be exact. It's supposed to be a few days looking at London attractions, the museums and the shops, and it was fun. Until it wasn't. For the day before we were supposed to leave and go home, we were brought to the streets with some interesting shops, and we received free time for shopping. And then, our teachers and guide had a brilliant idea. They told us after the time for shopping ends that we have to meet at a different street than this. In retrospect, it was like 100 meters away, but they still shouldn't do that. Most of us have never been in London, and we barely speak English. We don't have a map of a city, and roaming services don't work correctly. 90% of the students got lost, and I got lost with my best friend because we went in the complete opposite direction, and we were both confused about the directions given to us. We were walking along the pavement, and my friend was either running ahead or staying behind and nervously look around. We didn't look like we were together because we were not interacting with each other. So I guess that's why this happened. My friend ran ahead and stopped to look around. When I saw a black car approach me and then match my speed, I started to feel like this was a scene from a movie. It was broad daylight, and there was a lot of people around, and no one reacted. I was so confused, and I didn't know what was happening. Then, from the car stepped a man and said, "You look nice. Come with me," and then tried to grab me. The car was still running, so I suppose someone was still in it. I was stunned. I couldn't believe this was real. And at that moment, my friend ran from behind me, grabbed me, and then dragged me away. We ran and tried to lose the tail of a man or a car following us. And after some time, we stopped, and my friend nervously cried, shaking me and screaming on why I didn't move when the man tried to catch me. I explained that it was like a deer in the headlights kind of moment. And we cooled down and then managed to ask someone for help. And then we found our teachers. We didn't tell anyone about what happened. We were not sure if anyone would believe us. And after that, when we got back, I told my parents about it, and I never went on a trip organized by my school again. My mom considered all of that really unprofessional and very irresponsible. Like every good story, there is a beginning and an ending. This roller coaster of a story is still ongoing 2 years later with no end in sight. It all started when I wanted to further my education and get a bachelor's in information systems. To give a little about myself to help paint the picture, I'm 26, a 4'8" female, and I get called jailbait often because I look way younger. And during the beginning of my studies, my current boyfriend and I had broken up. So I told myself that it would be best to stay single until I finished school. And I took to the internet after my breakup, as most do, just looking for company. I had found this one group on Facebook where I felt like I belonged. I got along well with everyone, and I loved to flirt in this group. And that's where I met him. Let's call him Kemper. Like many others before him, I had latched my claws into him and began flirting. I even had a little crush on him. Things began innocently. I flirted, and he flirted back in the group. He seemed very mysterious though. I guess that's what drew me to him. He didn't have a profile picture, not of him at least, and he never told me his age or what he looked like. After a few weeks of flirting, a woman in the group that we were both in had mentioned that it was his birthday. I knew that I wanted to do something for him, but I was pretty limited on what I could do. Now, before I get hell for this, just know I have never ever sent unsolicited topless pictures to another man. Not until that day at least. On the pic, I wrote happy birthday, and then I insert his name, and I pressed the send button on the messenger. Just that split-second decision has changed my life the past 2 years. It's so easy looking back and thinking what you could have done differently, but there's no going back now. Within a week of talking non-stop to Kemper, he was already telling me that he loved me. He was working as a truck driver, but at that time he had broken his knee at work, so he was out of commission for a few months, which allowed him to talk to me as much as possible. During this time, I was working as a delivery driver with DoorDash, so it was easier for me to make my own schedule since I wasn't done with school yet. The first few months were great. We would talk constantly over the phone and through Messenger. And also, let me point out quickly that this was a long-distance relationship between Kemper and myself. So I remember the first fight that we ever had. Well, even before then, I could see the red flag slapping me in the face at every turn. However, our first fight was because I was texting him while driving. He flipped his lid and totally went crazy on me. It was very unexpected, and it made me cry, and I can't tell you how many times I tried to apologize and tell him that it wouldn't happen again. After the incident, I was blown away on how easily something so little, or at least I thought it was little, would make him do a complete 180. Months go by and the fights continue, more frequently. At one point, he had mentioned how cool it would be to have an app where we could see each other's location. In my naive and in-love state, I did some quick search and I found an app called Life 360. We both downloaded the app, and now he could see everywhere I go. At first, it was a neat idea to say the least, to follow him around everywhere he went, to feel closer and more connected to him. That's what I use it for. Well, he, however, wanted to use it for different reasons. And I learned over time how controlling, manipulative, and how damn right psychotic he was. He would argue about things, and even when I get mad, he would somehow turn things around on me and make me feel like I'm the bad guy. The first time we broke up, it was a shit show. He had broken up with me on the group we were both in, just because that I flirted with another guy and he didn't like it. He was telling the other guys in the group how much of a whore I was and how they could have me. He even threatened to give out my address to the guys in the group so they can come to my house and well, I'm sure you get the idea. My friend, let's call him Aussie for the sake of the story. He was a member of the group, and he could tell how upset I was in the group comments, and he messaged me personally for the first time. Now, let me tell you, I don't know what it is, but seems like I attract monsters. Monster is the best way to describe Kemper and Aussie. They were both well-off men with the world at their fingertips. I guess that's part of the controlling bits, or showing aggression when they don't get their way about things. Before I go into more detail about Aussie, I just want to recount a few incidents with Kemper to give the readers a better understanding of what kind of a man he is and how dumb I am letting things to continue the way they have. One incident happened months ago. He and I were fighting, seemingly over nothing, and I was driving home from a long day of work and school, and Kemper just blurts out, "I wish you would just run off the road and into a ditch and die." I was speechless. The tears welled up in my eyes, and the driving became harder because I couldn't see. So, he almost got his wish. I had to stop at a Dollar General in my town to compose myself. I couldn't breathe. I was wheezing. The man I had thought I loved was wishing that I would die. If he hated me that much, why is he keeping me around then? I just wanted to curl into a ball at the moment and just disappear for a while. I didn't want to go home, but I couldn't just stay parked at Dollar General. I was really at a loss for what to do. And it wasn't until a while later where I told my mom and dad what he said. They were already getting their pitchforks ready, wanting to reenact the Salem witch trials because of him. And ever since then, they haven't liked him. Another incident, he and I were talking about meeting, and he told me that we would need the Menopause Act in place. Yeah, he made that up, but basically, he doesn't want to have sex in the off chance that we get pregnant. He told me that if I ever did get pregnant, he would make me have a maternity test to see if it's his, and then he would make me abort the child. He doesn't want kids, but I do, so of course I was really upset, and he made me cry yet again. Making me cry is a common occurrence with him for over the last 2 years. One night, another fight breaks out and he loves to drink beer. He loves to hurt me even more by saying that beer is his best friend and beer would never disappoint him like I do. During this late night phone call, he was extremely drunk and he was threatening to kill himself. I just couldn't take the arguing, so I bid him a good evening and let that be that I hung up on him. I received a large number of texts saying all sorts of things, but one really stood out. He wrote, "If I kill myself tonight, it will be because you made me do it." I didn't see this until the next morning, but you can imagine how panicked I was. My heart just sank, and of course, tears. He was good at making me feel like crap, good at manipulating, lying, controlling. It's just all becoming way too much, and it's really more than anyone should deal with, no matter how much you love someone. And the next day, I begged him to get help for his drinking, his depression, and his suicidal behavior. But he just refuses. Being so far away, there's only so much that I can do. Kemper has anger issues along with so many other issues as well. I know I'm not perfect, but at least I don't act like he does. I'm very friendly and I get along with almost everyone. I guess that's part of his problem with me. We are complete opposites when it comes to that. And during our time together, I had gotten 2 other jobs at different times beside the DoorDash gig, and just part-time though. Notice that I said I had gotten 2 jobs? Well, the first one was at Walgreens. The very first day on the job, I was doing certifications for the job, and during the whole time, he was blowing up my phone, telling me that I don't need another job, or telling me that I won't have time for him, or that he would need to find someone else to replace the time that I had spent with him while also keeping me around. I just couldn't take it, so I quit. Fast forward a few months later, I get another job, and this one was at a Dollar General just at the town over. I did work there more than a day, but his bitching and nagging ultimately made me quit that job as well. I just recently had a talk with him about graduating soon and how I will find a job at a hospital working normal hours with better pay. Well, he didn't like that too much. He found some reason to be mad at me and start a fight, and he has gotten in the habit of ignoring me for a day or 2. He's even ignored me for a whole week now, and honestly, that was the most peace that I had gotten in a long time. Things have just drastically gone downhill and quick. He tells me all the time now how he doesn't trust me because I wanted to go on a date with a cop. This was some guy that I had met at a gas station down from where I lived and gave him my Snapchat. He seemed nice and I was curious what kind of pics he would post on Snapchat or pics that he would send me. When the cop sent a dick pic, that's when he was blocked. And yes, I told Kemper about this. This incident with a cop had happened on one of many times that Kemper and I have broken up. I do respect him, as weird as that is to say. I would never go on another date with another man or flirt with another guy, but I'm very friendly, and I guess some guys just take that the wrong way. Now, Kemper tells me all the time that I need to build trust because the incident with the cop has caused him to have trust issues. I even had a work colleague, yes, a guy, that works at a Mexican restaurant, offer free food. And boy, do I love me some Mexican food. I see this guy quite frequently, and I talk to him when I see him because I pick up the DoorDash orders from where he works. This guy has asked me out quite often, but I turn him down every time. So he asked me if I would like free Mexican food and we could just hang out at the restaurant and eat and talk as friends. I guess I really am naive because I learned later on that this guy had a crush on me. How did I find out that he had a crush on me, you ask? Well, I was talking to him one day, maybe about a week after he offered me free food, and just to him. And he began to get extremely close to me, and then he kissed me on the lips, at the restaurant where customers were sitting around and eating. I jerked my head back and told him how inappropriate that was, and reminded him that I did in fact have a boyfriend, which he knew from the very beginning. I just don't understand, Ben. I know how bad it seems, and you're probably thinking that Kemper has every right to have trust issues, but I respect him in every way possible. And every time a certain situation like this happens, I handle it the best way that I know how, and I didn't want to make a scene with a waiter at the Mexican restaurant that kissed me. Now, in each fight Kemper and I have, he always tells me how much of a whore I am, or asks if I do OnlyFans, and he even told me the reason why I deleted Life 360 is because I'm going off at night with other men and eating their buttholes. His words, not mine. But no, the reason why I deleted the Life 360 app is because I needed to gain some of the control back and some of my privacy back. As of right now, Kemper and I will have the chance to meet this coming January 2023. Although, I'm really not sure about it. 2 years of ups and downs and him having my heart and ripping it out with its convenience for him has me thinking that it may not be the best idea. Also, it may be the fact that he has told me of his violent past with an ex-girlfriend of his. This happened many years ago, but it scares me knowing that he can be this violent. What had happened was, his girlfriend at the time was putting on makeup. He hates makeup, and they got into an altercation with him blacking out and him pinning her down to the bed and choking her. He didn't even realize what he was doing until he came to. He's told me lately that if he ever caught me in bed with another man, he would punch me in the face. Not the guy, simply because the man didn't know better, and I did. I spent a lot of time and effort into this relationship, wanting it to work out in the end, but honestly, I'm not sure if meeting would be the best thing to do, now or ever. So, let's talk about Aussie. He's a tad bit older than me. He's 49 years old, while Kemper is 48 years old. You would think they would be mature enough for their age. Well, Aussie is very mature. Kemper, not so much. Aussie and I began talking the first time Kemper and I had broken up. He was being a concerned friend and messaged me asking me what was going on. I spilled everything to him. He was like a best friend that I didn't know I had. He was so easy to talk to, and he even began opening up to me about his troubled upbringing. We would talk about everything and things began to escalate into a more sexual topic. He would tell me about his dark fantasies, which at one point I would have shared with him, but not so much anymore. I'm more vanilla nowadays when it comes to stuff like that, and after a month or so of talking, he too would begin to tell me he loved me, but only as a friend. I knew better than that, and it made me uncomfortable knowing that someone that I've only had a handful of conversations with, which mostly consisted of sex talk, would tell me that he loved me. Majority of the time, he would just exchange gifs with a few voice clips shared between us. Over time, I felt bad for talking to this man, but he was a comfort when Kemper and I had broken up. But our conversations went from semi-normal to just weird. Let me mention real quick, just like Kemper, he too didn't have a profile pic, but he would post pictures of himself on the group. So I knew what he looked like, and he was a very handsome man. After a while of talking to him, he would send me some other pictures which seemed to be newer pictures, which looked nothing like the pictures that he had posted in the group. I didn't make a fuss out of it, just assume that pictures in the group were older pictures. One day he had told me that he was getting a haircut. I was trying to be polite and ask for a picture to see the new haircut. And days later, he finally sent me that picture. But I wasn't sure who this person in the picture was. It looked absolutely nothing like the previous pictures he had sent me. And at that moment, I assumed that I was being catfished, but it didn't matter to me because looks really don't matter. A lot of the messages I receive from him is how he wants to breed me, or he refers to himself as Mr. Wolf and tells me all the time how he wants to marry me and steal me away from Kemper and just get me pregnant. He talks all the time about how he would make a beautiful child and how he's very well off, so he would be able to have more children and how much of a great life we would have. He even goes out of his way to find gifs and pictures of naked pregnant women being forced into brutal things. Things tend to get even darker at times. He has told me that he wants to have his way with me in front of Kemper while he is tied to a chair, and then have his way with Kemper next. One time, he was talking about some women in the Facebook group we were in, and just women in general who would cheat on their husband and flirt with other men behind their husband's back. He would say how these women need to be taken care of. Well, not the exact word he used, but I hope you get where I'm going with that. He tells me all the time how he knows high-end people, how he's good friends with the governor, and that he can find any kind of information about someone if he needs to. It's truly scary to say the least if this is all true, and my gut feeling is telling me that it is, and it's just one of the many reasons that I began distancing myself from him. He's in the process of having a lawsuit settled, in which he would gain a large amount of money from it, which he really doesn't need. One day, he began sending me pictures of this piece of property with a large multi-million-dollar home with a cellar. He would tell me how he would convert the cellar into a dungeon and keep me there as his play toy. The more I write about things, the more I'm getting a better idea of how dangerous things can possibly be if I've ever met with either Kemper or Aussie. Aussie tells me all the time about his lawsuit and when it should be finished, and tells me how he would love to take my mom and myself to dinner. I talk about my mom quite often to him because she plays a big part in my life, and I love her more than anything. So, I live in the south by the Gulf, and Aussie has friends over in this area. He wants to meet a few of his Facebook friends that live in this area, and he had asked me to join him for a few weeks of traveling to meet some of his friends with him. And that is after his lawsuit is settled. That's a big nope from me. I barely even know him, much less his Facebook friends. So, this is my story so far. I'm not sure how things will turn out, but as of right now, let's not meet. Kemper and Aussie both scare me in ways that I can't explain. I do love Kemper with all of my heart, but he has a lot of issues that he needs to work on before I even consider meeting him, so it may never happen. I'm really hoping once I get a job working at a hospital that I will be able to find someone normal to date and spend the rest of my life with. Kemper tells me that sometimes I need to move on because he would never change, and I'm beginning to believe it. At the moment, I feel like things with Kemper will never go any further than how they are right now. It's hard though to get away from them, especially Kemper. He knows my address, my phone number, my email address, and he can even make multiple Facebook accounts to send me messages. Even one time, I had blocked Kemper on everything. He found a way to send me a message from an unknown number asking me to unblock him so we can talk. I have other stories that I can tell you about men that I never want to meet again. But this story is the one that has the most effect on my mental health. This is gonna be a long one, so I apologize in advance, but the background details are necessary for the story. I, a 23-year-old female, was recently in Africa on vacation with my family, and we stayed 2 nights at a desert camp in the Sahara. The first night, my sister and I were talking and hanging out with the guys who worked there, who were all probably around age 20 to 35. It seemed that they were just friendly and harmless. I noticed at the campfire that night that one of the guys started paying more attention to me, and I felt a little uncomfortable, but I figured that it was just a language barrier or something. So out in the desert, you can see the stars really well and even the Milky Way on clear nights. but you have to wait for the moon to go down, which is around 2 a.m. I guess it's a normal thing for the guys to come around to the tents, which are luxury tents, furnished with beds, lights, and a toilet and a shower, as well as a lock on the doors. So, not really normal camping. They knock on the door to see if you're awake and want to come out and look at the stars. My sister and I were sharing a tent, and my parents in a separate one across the walkway. The first night around midnight, I told my sister that I was too tired to go out because I was falling asleep, so she left to look at the stars without me. And I didn't lock the door because I didn't want her to get locked out if I fell asleep. Fast forward about an hour, and I'm on my side asleep when I wake up suddenly to see a head peeking in from the tent door. I thought it was my sister, so I groggily asked her, what the hell are you doing? Because it was just weird the way that she was standing there. I start to wake up more, and I realize that it's this freaking guy from the campfire's head peeking in my room while I'm asleep. Now, I know it could have been a simple misunderstanding, but I felt totally violated with my privacy, especially because we were on their territory in the middle of the freaking desert. Like, I'm not kidding, we had to take a 30-minute truck ride into the dunes. I was in a fight or flight at that moment. He literally woke me up with a panic attack, and I started to have to nervous shit. So, I went to the door and told him that I was tired, and he kept trying to get me to come out to the dunes with a blanket. But I just kept saying no, that I didn't feel good and I was tired. At this moment, I don't know where my sister is, and I don't know where my family is. I'm very disoriented, and all I know is that this man is standing in front of me and was literally just watching me sleep. I don't know how long he was there for. It could have been a literal second, or it could have been 2 minutes. But either way, I was high-key horrified. I told him no again, and I said I'd go look at the stars tomorrow night. He told me that he wouldn't be at camp the next night, and that's why he wanted to go out tonight. But I wouldn't budge. And once he realized that I wasn't going to come outside, he asked me if he could have my number, and I told him no, and that I have a boyfriend. I really don't, but it seemed that was the only way that this man would respect my disinterest, by knowing that there was another man in the picture. After I said that, he asked me for my first name, and I gave it to him because I thought it wouldn't do any harm. I then said goodnight and locked the door this time. I went right to the bathroom and had diarrhea, and while I was on the toilet, I heard him come back and start calling my name from outside of the tent. But I just stayed quiet and I didn't say anything. I finished in the bathroom and I lay down in my bed, still trying to calm down from what had just happened because my heart was racing. I heard him come back again calling my name, and I laid in bed as still as I could, and I didn't say anything. I tried texting my dad, but he was not answering, and I didn't feel comfortable leaving the tent. Finally, my sister came back and my dad was with her, so I told him what just happened and they were confused and thought that it was weird. And that was kind of it. The next day I brought it up at the breakfast again, and my sister and dad basically told me that I was being dramatic and that I should just stop talking about it already because it wasn't that big of a deal. My mom was the only one who was like, "Yeah, that's not okay at all." And the second night, my sister and I were both out under the stars, talking to the guys and relaxing. Keep in mind, it's very, very dark and you can't see any faces, so I was having a normal conversation with this one guy, and all was well. But after a while he asked me if I remember him, and I'm like, "Well, no, I can't see you." And he's like, "Oh, then shine a light." And so I do. And wouldn't you guess, it's the same weirdo from my tent. I especially wasn't expecting him to be the dude in front of me because he had told me that he wouldn't be there that night, which leads me to believe that he picked up a shift just to see me. But I can't be too sure. But surprisingly, he was fine that night and respected my boundaries, so I didn't say anything to the guys who ran the camp. I was planning on doing so if he did anything remotely uncomfortable, but he didn't. The next morning we left the area, and a few days later, I started getting message requests on Instagram. Would you believe this freaking weirdo found me? I tagged the whole entire desert, and like you're telling me he found me based on my name and location. Not even a specific location, an entire desert. And my name isn't unique either. Well, anyway, he messages me, and although I'm creeped out, I'm also thinking, okay, well, now he's harmless. Might as well see what he says. And he says, which is a direct quote, "You know, I'm really so happy to find your account. I was looking all the time." Which I found highly creepy to even say to someone. But again, it could have been just a cultural difference. But who knows? I didn't answer, and he messaged me again a few days later asking how I am, but I didn't answer. So yeah, I'm curious what you guys think about this, and if I was really overreacting, or if you think that my gut feeling was right. He seemed to be harmless in the end, but you never know. When I was in 6th grade, I often went to the park after school to play. It was always fun. But one summer's day, something weird and unforgettable happened. I saw a woman who looked just like me. She was an office worker, and she was clearly a lot older than me. But nonetheless, all of my friends said that she looked just like me. It was like she was the grown-up version of me. I remember that as soon as my friends laid eyes on her, they started shouting, "Hey, she looks like you." We were always noisy. I mean, that wasn't anything out of the ordinary. I guess that we were a rowdy bunch back then. Usually, when we were being loud, any adults or teenagers passing by would either tut at us or ignore us. But not that office worker who looked like me. She just stood there and stared at me and my friends. It was creepy, and once me and my friends had quieted down a little, we just kind of stared at the office worker, and we were stuck in a silent standoff. I started to get a little worried, and I didn't look away from the office worker, but I think that my friends were feeling the same as I was. I started to wonder if the person who was staring at us had some kind of sinister intentions. However, just as I was reaching the height of my concerns, the office worker stopped staring, and I chose that moment to look back at my friends just to see their expressions, and by the time that I looked back at the office worker, she was gone. After she went away, my friends and I slowly began to relax, and we got to a point where we were able to joke about the situation. They were making fun of me for having a creepy doppelganger. It was all fun and games that day, but when I thought about it later that night, there was something a bit less funny and a bit more disturbing about that experience. It was a weird day, and one I thought about for a while after. Fast forward to when I was 22 years old, I had a strange dream at that age. I was living in a city miles away from my hometown, but in the dream I had, I was alone in the same park that I used to play in as a kid. I felt very nostalgic to be back and somewhat lonely. I looked ahead into the park. It was a bright sunny day and all the playground equipment looked nice and new, just like it did when I was a kid. I saw myself as a child playing in that park. I was with my friends and I was laughing as my friends were pointing and screaming about someone who looked just like me. I just stood there like a statue staring, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I guess that I wasn't aware that I was dreaming. Suddenly, I felt an intense feeling that I wanted to leave. I felt as if I didn't belong there. I just needed to go. I wanted to go home. I felt a sense of fear which I can only describe as being lost. It was a very strange emotion to experience. I just wanted to go home, so I turned to leave. That's the last thing I remember before waking up. I expected to wake up at home, but I didn't. I woke up in a hospital bed. I had no idea how I got here. I was told that I had gotten into an accident while I was on my way to work. I used to ride to work on my motorbike. I have no idea who hit me, but I'm sure that they never got into any trouble with the authorities. It was a hit and run, and it turned out that I had just come out of a coma. Apparently, I was walking the tightrope between life and death, and if my life had been a candle, it would have been flickering. A few days after I regained my consciousness, I was finally discharged from the hospital. I left with worry in my heart, and I couldn't forget about the dream that I had before I woke up. I saw what I saw when I was in the 6th grade, and then again in a dream at age 22. I found that the clothes that I was wearing when I had my accident, I was wearing business clothes under my leathers. I saw my future self that day when I was younger. I am certain of that. I'm not sure why or how, but I know what I saw. Perhaps the reason that I am still here, the reason why I was able to wake up, was because of that interaction with what I thought at that time was a doppelganger. When I saw myself in the park as an adult, and I remembered the interaction, perhaps that was the trigger that I needed to wake up from my coma dream. It was absolutely unexplainable, but I count each day as a blessing. What was that? A glitch? Was I saved for some reason? Whatever it is beyond my comprehension, but I am grateful. I have been clean from all drugs since 2019. It took me a while to write this, and I never thought that I would be posting because of how stupid I was and the stupid mistakes that I made. I know I will get a lot of duh comments on here, so just don't even say it. I already know. I am telling this story to remind people that everyone's intentions are not what they say they are. I am mentally traumatized from this experience, and I get reminders of it every day. I am grateful to be alive, and I have no idea what would have happened if I didn't get away when I did. So just save the rude and cruel comments. Thanks. This story is based in September of 2017. I believe it was such a freaking blur. I did whatever I could to survive in this harsh world, so please no judgment. I was on the streets with no family, an inactive crack, and soon to be meth addiction. Backstory, I started using crack in 2015. And I figured out that if I sold my body, I could make easy money. I know, not ideal, but I was deep in addiction, and at that point, I didn't care about anything. But in January of 2017, I met Ty, who also smoked crack but worked every day, so I no longer had to do that. I was going on like 8 months free from selling my body and soul. And also, when I met Ty, he had a place in this big city and he did a lot of work for people in the city. I was left on the street by the man that I thought I had loved at that time. I must have said something wrong because he flipped out and left with everything I owned in his truck. We spent days getting high and I was sure he was just throwing a fit, so I went over to a friend's house. Let's call him S. It was my home away from home and I felt safe there. S was older, maybe a 60-year-old man who liked to get high, and over time, he became one of my best friends. I was able to take a shower and then put on clean clothes. And when I was all done, I remember sitting on the couch with disbelief that Ty would just leave me like that. I started crying and wishing things had been different, while S held me and comforted me. I knew deep down that I needed a fresh start, to depend on myself and live a happy life. And across the street from S's house was a hometown bar where rappers and musicians would perform. And on that particular night in the bar, it had been filled with people from the bigger city about half an hour away. Let me explain. Where I come from, there isn't really a place for addicts to go and get clean. They do have a women's shelter, which I had been to before. About 30 minutes away is a bigger city where they have all the help you can ask for if you are willing to do the work. At this point, I was ready to get away from everything and everyone. I had no hope of cleaning up my life if I stayed anywhere close to where I was using. Remember, you have to remove old playmates, playthings, and playgrounds. So that's what I needed to do. I went right over to the bar and found a semi-good-looking guy heading back to the city that I needed to go. I told him that I had planned to go to the shelter in the morning, and he told me that I could just go with him and he will take me in the morning. On the ride, I remember feeling like a whole 100 bricks was lifted off my shoulders. I had nothing but the clothes on my back and a phone with no minutes. I asked the guy I was with that was driving. He had a pretty sweet ride, by the way. I said, "You don't mess with this, right?" And I pulled out my crack pipe. He shook his head, so I rolled down the window and just let it go. I knew that going into the shelter, I had to get better, not just for me, but I had kids and a family that at that time still hoped that I would get better. I wanted to start over. I just didn't know how hard it was gonna be. Me and this random dude go to his friend's house and we smoke a blunt, and I don't remember nothing after that. I woke up on the floor of a clean room, and I mean clean, like there was nothing in it. It smelled like paint as I looked around, and I realized this was the place the dude was talking about moving into and renting. And I got up, and he took me to get coffee and ride over to the shelter. I was freaking terrified of what I was walking into. I had no idea what to expect, and all I knew was that I needed to get better for my life, and I needed to do it now. As we drove into downtown, I got a little nervous because I knew downtown was full of crime and drug dealers, big buildings and confusing signs, tons of people and traffic, and then I realized that I was going to have to work really hard to get my life back. We pulled onto the street, and before I knew it, he was dropping me off. And there I was, standing in this big, beautiful, clean lobby, just feeling lost and broken. I had been with Ty for almost 7 months, and this was the first time that he left me like this, so I was kinda hurt over that. I knew he had been seeing someone else in our recent month breakup, and he wasn't afraid to show it. The place, it smelled like lime, with spotless white walls. I walked up to the desk, and I was asked if I was homeless. "Yes," I said, and she didn't even ask any questions. She just looked at me with sad eyes and said, Okay, hun, let's get you set up. She took me to a small room full of boxes and she hands me one. She explained that it was for my personal things, toilets and etc. I looked at her with unsettling eyes and I replied that I didn't have any belongings, that I had lost everything the night before. And the nice lady gave me some toiletries and a pair of leggings. Next was the intake where I had to answer a bunch of questions and I was handed a paper with all the rules on it, and on top of the paper, it stated that there was no Wi-Fi in or around the building. You had to go down to the stop sign to get internet. My phone was off, but I could still use Wi-Fi, but at that time, I wasn't really worried about it. I knew Ty was already probably staying with that other girl. Michelle was her name, so I didn't feel it was necessary to even try to use my phone. I decided to cut off everyone and try to be different. When she was done giving me the rundown on how things worked, she took me into the day room. Walking from the lobby was weird, and I remember feeling sick going through the double doors with stairs off to the left. Under the stairs was a pile of mats, and I was told to grab one. I followed her through another set of double doors into the day room, which was huge, and it was filled with at least 50 females. A lot of older ladies with nowhere to go, but it was loud and bright. The wall to my left was full of lockers, which I was told that I would get one if I stayed there long enough. And in front of that wall was about 10 to 15 round tables set up where most of the girls were sitting playing cards, coloring, and talking. On the other side of the room was the shower or bathroom and a small TV that sat on a cart with wheels on it, and next to the cart was an end table that had an electrical strip full of chargers and phones. In the far back right corner was a door that led outside to go smoke. It was nice. There was picnic tables and lawn chairs set up with a huge fence in the yard for the kids to play in. And when 7 p.m. hit, the whole dynamic of the room changed. Everyone was moving around, people were running in, and then you would hear it over the speaker. Roll call! Then we were instructed to go and get one mat to sleep on. They passed out the blankets and pillows to those who were without, and they let us keep the TV on. The first night was scary and lonely. Here I was in a strange place, not even 2 full days clean off of a week-long crack binge. I was up half of the night with my head just racing. I finally fell asleep when the other girls started to get quiet. The morning came way too fast and the rule was you had to get up at 7 a.m. You didn't have to leave, but you had to get up. A lot of older ladies didn't even leave the shelter. They knew they had a place to stay and had nothing else to do all day, so they hung out together at the shelter all day long. I had to go upstairs for breakfast, which was okay. I'm not really a breakfast person, but that morning I was starving, and I had the whole deal: eggs, bacon, and milk. And after breakfast, I went out to smoke, and I noticed this tiny black girl with cornrows in her hair had some cards in her back pocket. I had been playing cards since I was a kid. My dad taught me a few games, and I played with friends, and I also had done some time in jail in the past. I was lonely, and I didn't know where anything was, and it was obvious that I needed help. I asked her name and if she wanted to play cards, and after 2 games, we had a connection. She was cool and she liked me, so I was okay with that. I can be awkward around new people, and females tend to not like me, so I find it hard sometimes to make friends. She asked me after we played a few more games of Rummy if I wanted to go to McDonald's with her. I was cool with that because I needed to learn the area anyway. On the walk there, as we were talking, something caught my eye, so I looked up and there he was. It was Ty. With all of my belongings in his truck, He drives right by us. I tried to call, but he ignored me every time. Guess he was done with me for good this time. That really crushed me. I wanted to fall to the ground and just sink till I disappeared, but instead, I had about 10 different emotions running through my body all at once. I was so angry that he was just looking for a reason to leave me since the month before when we broke up, and I stayed with my dad for a while. He started seeing this Michelle, and I was absolutely devastated. We continued our walk to McDonald's as I was silent and broken. That night was easier to sleep because I was exhausted from not having any sleep and just feeling done. I slept like a baby, to be honest. The next day, Mish wanted to show me this place where she goes to get good free lunch, and the only thing was, it was a church, and we had to sit through a 30-minute sermon, which was cool with me. We were standing outside waiting on the church to open their doors, and this blacked-out Mercedes with a trailer hauling a badass Harley pulled up and parked in front of the church. I then heard my loud mouth say, "Damn, that's a nice freaking setup." I looked at Mish and then looked back at the Harley. That's when I saw him. I specifically remember everyone knowing who he was. Will is what they call him. I remember getting excited to meet new people and be a part of a new community. Everyone was really nice going into the church. A guy at the door walking in gave us a pamphlet of meal times and services offered. I followed Mish to one of the back pews and I slid in behind her. The church was pretty, different colors, and there was a choir singing in a low and almost quiet tone as people around us are taking their seats. I kind of froze when the guy I saw come in, Will, he sat next to me. I looked at Mish, and then I quickly noticed his gold watch. It could have been fake, but it almost looked like a Rolex. He was an older black gentleman, talked real smooth when he introduced himself with his hand out. I was shocked that he wanted to shake my hand. No one in my life does that. I shook his hand, and they were creamy like he takes very good care of them, and obviously does not work a physically demanding job. He was nice dressed and had this pimp hat on like a fedora, and it had a feather in it. His cologne was strong but smelled good like a man. He was handsome and smooth. He was also very confident. And sitting through this sermon, I found it hard to pay attention to the preacher. I remember looking at his clean, shiny black leather shoes, and the socks were black and thick. And when the service was finally over, people started heading to the dining area. I just followed Mish through, and we got our food. She picked an empty space to eat in one of the end of the long tables, full of chairs. And not even 5 minutes, not paying attention to our surroundings, just eating. Will came over and sat 3 seats away from me. He looked at Mish and said, "Do you mind?" I don't know why I didn't see the red flags. Of course, I see them now, but looking back, I was so clueless. He hardly said a word the whole time that we were eating, and when he was done, he got up, threw his stuff away, and I assumed he left. Mish and I decided to go home, play some cards, and go to a clothes bank she knew about. We were walking home and talking when he pulled up next to us. He rolled down his window and asked if we needed a ride home, but he was looking at me with a deep stare, and I looked back at Mish and she refused. Smart girl. But I went with him. Dumb girl. I think I was more curious than anything. I had to know how he made that kind of money, and I remember wanting that. We drove around till my curfew, and we just talked. I don't know what it was. I think we had a lot in common, and we related a lot. He asked me how I ended up at this shelter, and just asking questions, so I told him. I don't know what it was, and I'm not sure if I trusted him, but I told him about my past anyway, how I sold my body for drugs, and how horrible it was, and I even said that I was glad that I didn't do it anymore. He didn't say much about it, and we agreed that we would continue our talk the next day, and he would help me put in a couple applications, and he had some errands too. I woke up the next morning to a text from Will that said, "What if you made that kind of money, but spent it on yourself, not drugs, and everything you make will go to you building your life? Just think about it." I thought about it. I'm not gonna say why I agreed, and went with the idea that this would work and I could actually get my life together and get my kids back. $200, a half hour. I could be free. I chose to go with him, and at that time, I think he thought that I wanted to be with him. But really, I just wanted a way out of the situation I was in. I hated that stinky, loud shelter and I wanted out. He got a room at a motel, and we dropped off my stuff, and he told me that I needed some new clothes. He did tell me that he was just fired from a trucking company. He was a truck driver, and he was currently trying to find another job as far as I knew. He took me shopping, and he got me a few new outfits. More or less outfits to take pictures in to bring the money. I knew what I was getting into, and I was preparing my mind to handle everything that was about to happen. Will did tell me that if I went with him, I had to stay clean and have a clear mind to make money and be smart. Looking back at how manipulative he was and made me believe that I would do this to make my life better. I started doing this a few times before I got addicted, so I could make rent or bills, so I knew I could mentally do it, but I was still unsure about where this was gonna go. We get back to the hotel and I do my thing. I take my pictures and post them, and it didn't take long before I started to get calls. I did make some money, and I kept every penny, and Will took me shopping. I remember the shoes I bought. They were black and gold baby fats. Oh, I love those shoes. I got like 6 or 7 cute outfits, some makeup and hair dye, and I remember I came to the shelter with nothing, so being able to get all of this stuff made me feel so good. I was confident in myself and hopeful that I could get to a place and start a new life within a few weeks, if days like that repeated itself. Remembering how things went, I am starting to think that this was part of his game, making girls think that they can do it and keep all the money and then just trap them and make them need you. It's sick. He tricked me. He made me think that I could finally live a clean life. Yeah, I was escorting, but I treated it like a job. I bought another phone, so I had a new number, and I used the older phone for work, and it turned off at like 5 p.m. I thought wrong. I later that day went back over to the shelter and grabbed the one shirt that I had and some personal things, and I left with Will. That night was cool. He was super chill, and we talked in separate beds. We got a 2-bed, and he didn't act like he had any interest in me. That which I was actually happy about, because I didn't want to be with anyone. I needed a break from my emotional attachment. After Ty left me, I felt like I wouldn't trust anyone like that in a long time, so I was happy that I was comfy in bed, watching TV, freshly showered, with money in my pocket, and I had the best night's sleep. And I woke up to breakfast and time to get up and get myself together. He got up early, went and got us breakfast and coffee. He ate with me and then left. He said that he will be back in a couple hours to take my time and to do what I gotta do. So I did just that, and while he was gone, I dyed my hair, took a hair, and the works. And not long after I was done and waited for him, the door opens and a female walks in. She's pale and has a beautiful face, long pretty blonde hair that ran down her shoulders. She was real petite, way too skinny, and a size B chest, pretty big blue eyes that had dark circles under them, and it looked like she had been crying, and she was carrying a black trash bag that contained all of her possessions. Will walked in behind her and introduced her as Anna, and that she needs some help too. He instructed me to get her together, get her pretty, and get some pictures and post them. He then told her to go on and take a shower, and then asked to talk to me outside. We went outside the door, and as I was shutting it, his voice got real stern and said, "I see you have not made any money yet. Why the hell is that?" I tried to explain that Sundays were the slowest days, and that I would be lucky to make any money today. But before I could finish, he cut me off and said, "I don't give a damn. You need to make some money. What do you think? This hotel pays for itself? I will pay for it tonight, but for now, you pay half and half of all expenses. Now, go make some money." I couldn't even believe he was talking like this. I never seen him so mad, and his voice scared the hell out of me. I looked at him when he cut me off, and I could see him get angry. His eyes got wide, and the white just disappeared, and they became all black. I was scared, but I did what he said. He then left me alone with her, while he went out and got food and whatever he did. While Anna got out of the shower, and her skin was more exposed, as she walked out of the bathroom in a small towel, I knew she was addicted to IV use. I assumed heroin, and she confirmed it after I asked her if it was going to be a problem to not do drugs because that was his rule for me. Why wouldn't it be a rule for the other girls? After my kid's father passed away from an overdose, I didn't like to surround myself with girls I knew I could get close to. I try to help, and something happens, so I cut all of that out. And when she told me, I was like, "Okay, no, girl, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to make some calls because you can't stay here." At that point, I didn't even care what the hell Will has to say. I don't want her here, period. And as soon as he came through the door, I stopped him and I took him outside. I just told him that I didn't think I could work with her. I didn't want to be around a heroin addict or any kind of addict at that matter. He did make her pack her bathroom and clothes up and took her home. I think he was trying to please me for some reason. Will and I then took a ride to Main Street where all the girls walk and work. It was so weird. Remember how I said he knew everyone at church? He knew all those girls, business owners, police officers, and other men who drove drug dealer cars. I don't know why. I didn't just run then. I will never know. About an hour or two of driving around, talking to a bunch of different girls, this random-ass girl jumps in the car. It was crazy. They had known each other for years, I guess, and she had been looking for him and wanted to make some money. She was quite a bit older than me, but still really pretty, like beautiful. She had long, thick, curly jet black hair. I didn't really get a look at her until we got back to the hotel. Will told me that he wanted to get a few girls together and make some big money. I was always going to be number one, and I will never post with another female because I am the number one. He told me that I was important and we were building our own family. Amy was tall and thick, but she was gorgeous. Big blue eyes, pretty skin, small waist with a big round butt, and she was a straight-up bitch. She took benzos and she was prescribed to them, I guess, so he allowed it. It wasn't long before I couldn't help but watch her. She was popular, and then like at night, she would be falling out and nodding off. It drove me crazy. I think I even started a fight with Will about it once. I didn't think it was fair, honestly. Like, that bitch can get high, but I can't? Hell no. What Will would do was during the day, he would leave me at the hotel to make money, and he took Amy to the street and worked her. Well, it wasn't 2 days before they came home with another girl. A young one, 18, her choice, no family. I only know what they tell me. And her name was Amanda. She was short like me and a little chunky, which was okay. Guys like chunky too. She had blonde long hair and a cute face. She was sweet and didn't say much, and I tried to get to know her a little better, but she wasn't around for long. I posted her with Amy, and she didn't get much of a feedback. More people were calling for Amy, and Amanda stayed with us for a few days before she decided that she wanted to go home. Will, Amy, and I didn't stay at the hotel for long, and we ended up deep into the city, the farthest away from my hometown. Bigger room and a little nicer hotel with a view for the whole city. It had a little shitty microwave and a drive-up entrance to your room. Will and Amy brought home 2 girls that night. I don't remember them much because I wasn't involved with them much. I posted them, and the next few days we made money. Every time a girl would make money, they would give it to Will because he had them believe that he was saving it for them and getting them anything they wanted. I continued to make money on my own, and I also gave him my money. I got suspicious, and I will never forget the moment I knew that I was not safe. I was outside smoking a cigarette. I wasn't out there long, but when I came back into the room, Will had all 3 girls posing on the bed as he was coaching them on how to pose and taking snaps of them. I didn't say a word and closed the door slowly. I don't know why I felt the way I did, but it just didn't feel right. I don't know if he heard me open and close the door, but I heard him yell my name and said he needed me. He handed me his phone and told me to post the pictures. When I got onto the website and tried to post the pictures, it now wanted money instead of posting ads for free. Will unhappily ran to wherever and put money on a card. When I tried to put the card in, it wouldn't accept it and said it wanted Bitcoin. I informed Will and even showed him the page that it wasn't going to post. He got furious and yelled at me. He turned and walked out of the room. I looked at everyone else and tried to apologize for his actions and to stay calm and that it will be okay. He came right back in with a gun in his hand. I didn't even know he owned a gun. He hit me in the face with it and said that I needed to find somewhere to post the ad and do it or I am done, and then he left. I don't know if he realized he did that in front of 3 other girls, and I didn't know what or I'm done meant either. I was freaking terrified, and that's when I knew that I had to find a way to escape. I learned real quick that I wasn't able to just leave anytime I wanted anymore. After Amy got involved, Will changed. He started talking about taking us girls to New York and making big money and travel and go here and there, and that alone scared the hell out of me. I wanted to build a life to get my kids back, not to leave state to trick and maybe get killed or abandoned. No, none of that. I got fearful for my life when he hit me with a gun. I have been hit before, punched like a man, but I have never been hit with a gun. That night, I had a couple dates set up, and Will knew he had to take the girls and leave. And I decided to make my plan to get away. The first date, I made $200, and I put $50 in my purse, and then put $50 in a pocket in a bra hidden away, and I left the rest on the table. The second date, I made $150, put half hidden away, and the rest on the table. Will came in the door not long after I was finished and grabbed the money off the table. My purse was sitting right there, and I didn't see him do it, but he took the money out of my purse and said that he had something to do and left again. That was when I made my escape. I made 100 calls before I finally reached someone who was willing to help me. He had a friend come and pick me up and bring me to his house. And I will never forget the feeling that I had when I was running out to the car with a trash bag full of stuff that I have collected in the past 3 weeks. I was scared to death that he would come pulling up and see me. That feeling didn't leave me until we hit the highway. I wanted to tell this story because I have never been able to get through telling it. I couldn't help to think where I would be if I stayed, and if I would even be alive. So Will, let's never meet again. Let me start this story by telling you a bit about myself. My name is Jake, I'm 26, and I work in accounting. I came from a pretty poor family, so growing up, I didn't have a lot of things that most people my age had. But when I was 18 and I was getting ready for university, my parents and I decided that at this point, I needed a laptop. But since they were really expensive, we decided to look for a second-hand one. So every day after my summer job, I would browse Craigslist for something around my price range that was still usable. After a few days of browsing, I found a 2007 Dell that wasn't completely outdated. I contacted the vendor to see if it was still available, and to my luck, it was. We worked out a date for me to check it in person and then potentially buy it. Then when the day came, I got dropped off by my dad at the seller's residence while my old man waited in his pickup. He was trying to help me get out of my shell since I was a shy kid growing up, so he often made me do things on my own so I could get some more self-confidence. I knocked on the door and waited, and after a moment of silence, I could hear a kid yelling from the other side of the door, only for it to be opened by a man in his mid-30s. He smiled and asked how he could help me, and I introduced myself and told him that I was here to check out the laptop that he was selling. He said, "Oh, of course. I just need to grab it. Do you want to come in or do you want to wait on the porch?" I told him that I'd be fine waiting on the porch. He nodded and told me that he would be right back before closing the door. After about a minute, the man opened the door, laptop in hand, and sat down in one of the chairs as he booted up the computer. It turned on perfectly, and then he handed it to me. I opened Internet Explorer to check if everything worked, and seeing the window open and connect, I was very satisfied. This would do the job. I handed him the money before I got up with my new laptop. And as I was walking down the driveway, the man called out to me. I turned around confused, thinking, did I do something wrong? I looked back at him to see him holding a cable. "You're probably gonna need this too," the man said with a smile. And I felt my cheeks turn red from embarrassment. I had completely forgotten about the charging cable, and I awkwardly walked back up to him as he handed it to me and shook my hand. "I'll let you keep that for free," he said with a chuckle. I then nodded before speed walking to the truck. My father was waiting there, and I got in his pickup and then closed the door. I put on my seatbelt and I held the laptop close to my chest as we drove off. Once we were home, I went to my bedroom with my laptop to mess around with it and get comfortable using it. But after a few minutes, I realized that the man hadn't deleted any of his personal files from the laptop. I was going to delete them then and there, but something caught my eye. It was a folder simply labeled as Future Family, and then it got off. I assumed that the incomplete word was family, but future family? That didn't make any sense. The preview in the folder had trees in it, so it probably wasn't anything about family planning, was it? feeling guilty about snooping around through such a nice man's private photos, but I was curious as to what it meant. I opened the folder, and what I saw was a picture of a woman sitting in a park. She wasn't really facing the camera. If anything, she didn't acknowledge its existence. A very artsy pose, I guess. I pressed the arrow key to the next photo, in which the same woman, or at least I think it was the same woman, was walking down a street, and her back was to the camera. Why would someone take a picture of her walking down the street? I moved to the next photo. This one was a photo of her, still in the same outfit at a door, hunched over it, as if she was unlocking her door to get into the house. Given that there was less lighting in this photo, I would assume that it was evening. The photo was taken from far away. About a quarter of the image was covered by a wall, as if the photographer was hiding behind it as they took the photo. This is starting to get creepy. Was the old dude who sold me this a stalker or something? Thoughts of what happened to this poor woman filled my mind as I continued to look through the photos. One of her eating at a cafe, another of her working at a store, a few of her in a library. Then, another which scared me more than all the others combined. A picture of this brown-haired woman, asleep in her bed. He got into her home. What was he going to do with her? What did he do to her? And with a lump in my throat, I pressed the right arrow key again to find a picture of her with a man. Was it him? It looked kind of like him. This time, the woman was smiling at the camera alongside the man, only for the next one to be of her sleeping again. As I filtered through the photos, there were photos of them together, at first scarcely, but as I moved further through them, there were more and more photos of them together. Then, at the near end of the photos, at picture 352 of 364, was a picture of the woman showing off a wedding ring to the camera, followed by one of them together, and a few wedding photos, and lastly, a picture of the two of them holding a newborn child. Their newborn child. I felt a pang of guilt once more, but at this point, the man had aged to the point in which I couldn't tell if he was indeed the same person who sold me the laptop. He was his wife's stalker. I felt conflicted as to what I should do. I can't just leave this information to myself, right? But what would I even say? Would I say, hello ma'am, sorry to bother you, but your husband actually stalked you before you two started dating each other. I looked back at the last photo as the small child in the photo, and I remembered hearing a kid's voice from inside their house, probably a toddler, given the date of the photo. And with a deep breath, I did a system wipe of all the data on the laptop before going to dinner, just hoping to forget it. And fortunately, it's been nearly 8 years since then, and I still haven't gotten it out of my mind. Did I do the right thing? Hi, I'm Lisa and I'm 27 and female. I've been on this subreddit for a while now, and I've decided to share my own story. This happened 5 years ago. I had recently moved into my new apartment, which was further from my job, but given my lack of driver's license and how dodgy the public transport is in Detroit, I decided to just get a bike, since it wouldn't be too far. So, I opened my laptop and I started browsing Craigslist for a used bike to see if I could get any good deals. After finding a few I was interested in, I decided to give the owners a call. The first one had recently sold his bike and had yet to take the ad down, but the second bike I was interested in was available. I asked about the condition it was in, and the seller offered to let me see it in person before I made any sort of deal. I agreed, and I told him that I'd be there tomorrow at around 4 p.m. to look at the bike and then make my decision. And so the next day at 4, I arrived at his residence. It was a small flat with a silver car parked in the driveway. I walked up to the door and I rang the doorbell. And after a few seconds, a man opened the door. He was a tall, thin man with shoulder-length brown hair. He was wearing a white shirt with a stain on it, as well as a pair of jeans. "Hi," I said. "I'm here to see the bike. Are you Carl by any chance?" And the man smiled and said yes before exiting his household, and then he closed the door behind him. As he led me to his garage, he kept looking back at me. He said, "You know, you're pretty cute, Lisa." I didn't really know how to respond to that, so I tried to change the subject by asking about the bike. He opened the garage to reveal a cluttered space, and from it, he pulled out the bike and rolled it into the yard. "For your viewing pleasure, beautiful." Of course, I was really weirded out, but the bike looked really good for the price he was asking, so I just grit my teeth and bared it as I checked the state of the bicycle. After inspecting the bike, it seemed to be in really good condition, and with my mind made up, I turned to him and asked if he was still okay with the price he posted. But as I turned, I noticed him really close to my face. I flinched and I backed up a bit, but he didn't even react. He stared me dead in the eyes and said, "Well, how about this? You go on a date with me, and I'll give it to you for free." I was starting to get a really bad vibe from him, so I fished out the $50 from my purse and I handed it to him, hoping that he would get the message. But he barely acknowledged it. "Does Saturday sound good to you? I'll pick you up." He clearly wasn't taking the hint, so I took another step back from him and I said in a firm voice, "No, thank you. I'm not interested." And I handed him the money. He stared at me for a moment, and in that silence I felt scared. We were alone in his yard, and he was standing between me and the road, and he was much bigger than me. Thankfully, he let out a sigh and then took the money. With that said and done, I took the bike and walked it out of his property as fast as I could before getting on and cycling away. And as I did, I vaguely heard him saying, "See you later, Lisa," as I sped off, but I didn't really care. All I cared about was putting as much distance as I could between me and him. Once I had made it to my block, I felt the comforting sense of home. Feeling protected, I pulled in, but that was just wishful thinking. As I parked it at the bike rack for my apartment and I walked up to my room, I realized that my phone had been going off the whole time, and given that I was writing and in a less ideal mindset, I probably just didn't notice it until now. When I checked my phone, I saw 9 text messages from Carl Euler. My heart dropped. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest as I checked what he texted me, and I realized now my mistake. But at that time, I wasn't thinking about anything other than what kind of weirdo I just bought a bike from. And as I opened them, a little checkmark appeared below his message. My eyes grew wide as I came to the realization that he now knew that I had looked at them. He sent another text, a simple, "See you Saturday." I immediately scrolled up to see what he wrote. "Hey, it's Carl. So, are we still on for this weekend? I know, you're just trying to start things out on the wrong foot and not take advantage of me." "You're so thoughtful. But I don't mind. I know you're a good girl who's gonna treat me right. I'll be sure to treat you for the $50 though. Are you still on your way home? Lisa?" And then, the last text after he saw that I checked them, it said, "See you Saturday." I blocked the number and hoped that that would be the end of it. And I spent the next few days trying to forget about it. But his last message, "See you Saturday," was stuck in the back of my mind. That morning, I looked out of my door suspiciously. He doesn't know where I live, but paranoia seemed to be getting the better of me. And seeing nothing, I chastised myself for being so childish, and I went on my way to the store. It was only on my way back did I realize that my fear was right. Right there, on the front of my apartment building was Carl. He was just standing there on his phone. That was until he saw me. A wide smile spread across his face as he looked at me and said, "Lisa, hey, I'm here for our date. Did you get my text?" he said as he walked towards me. I unconsciously backed away, shaking my head no and holding my grocery bags tightly. I could feel myself shaking as he approached me. But just as he approached me, I heard another voice from behind me. "Hey, is there a problem here?" I turned my head slightly to the left to see my neighbor Daniel walking up beside me. He looked at me with concern before looking back to Carl. "No problem, just here for my date," he said, looking expectantly at me. And no longer alone, I slightly felt safer, and I said aloud, "No, I don't want to go on a date with you. Please, leave me alone." I tried standing a bit taller to sound more stern, but Carl wasn't having that. Come on, Lisa, don't be like that," he said, trying to get closer, but as he took a step, Daniel moved in front of me, looking him dead in the face. "You heard her, buddy. She's not interested." Daniel was a pretty big guy with a good build, so he was towering over Carl as they locked eyes. And after a few agonizing seconds, Carl nodded before leaving. Me and Daniel both let out a sigh of relief as he turned the corner on the block before he turned and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, and after that, I never saw Carl again, and I hope that I never will. This all happened back somewhere around 2017. I had just turned 18 that year, and I was trying to save up money to get my own place. And not necessarily because I wanted to, but because I was the youngest of 4 boys, and I think my parents were at a point where they just really wanted me out of the house. Not trying to complain about my parents, but they were a bit pushy about me getting money and getting the hell out. I had a job, it just didn't pay well, and I was still trying to figure out what I was going to do for college, about my career, and all of that. Honestly, it's not important, but it kind of frames what was going on in my life. Because my parents wanted me gone, and they had given me a pretty tight time frame as to when they wanted me out, I was doing almost anything that I could to get money. It was around Christmas time, and thankfully, I did have a few avenues to get money saved up. Like I said, I had my job, and that was covering most of the necessary expenses. And every time anyone asked what I wanted for Christmas, my response was, $50. Mostly joking, of course. That said, I also had a few things that I could sell, but that was supposed to be my last resort. The week before Christmas, I kind of hit that last resort. Like I mentioned, my parents wanted me out pretty quickly, and they were pushing for me to find a place the first week of January. I was getting there, but I needed a little bit more. So, I moved on to selling my electronics, which is something an 18-year-old never wants to do. I sold my old laptop for $100, and I sold my brother's old Nintendo consoles for a bit of money. And I ended up at a point where I was listing my PS4 Pro, which was my prized possession. Thankfully, they were harder to find in my area, so I was able to list it on Craigslist for $500 with the extra controllers and a few games, and I was willing to be talked down to $400 if it really came down to it. I only needed about $200 at this point, but it's obviously better to have more than what you need in these situations. Within a couple hours of me listing it, I got several messages from people that were obviously scammers and spammers. But there were also a few people messaging me asking if they could get it for $100 because they had a sick kid that really needed it for Christmas and it could be their last one. Look, I'm all about helping out sick kids, but using that as a reason to talk a seller down to 20% of their asking price is just really low. I got another message from one guy that asked if I was willing to come down a bit on the price. I assume it was going to be another sob story about a sick kid, and he was going to try to lowball me hard. It seemed like that's how it was going to go when he mentioned it was something that he wanted so he could play some games with his 8-year-old daughter and her mother. But then, he actually came back with a modest request, $50 off. He would be able to give me $450 in cash that day if I was willing to meet up with him in public. I know, it's not smart to just take the first good-sounding offer, but within 4 hours, I had gotten over a dozen sob stories and twice as many bots. I was seriously done with this already. I responded and told him that it was his, and I asked where he wanted to meet up. He responds thanking me and telling me that they would be able to meet me up in a parking lot of a hotel that was around 5 or so miles away from where I lived. I was a bit confused on why he would want to meet in a hotel parking lot, but at the same time, I wasn't about to question the choice. It was still in public, and hotels have cameras. Plus, there would likely be people around. I packed up the system with the extras all nicely in a box. I tossed it in my passenger seat, and I told my mom where I was going, and then I headed out. I got out to the hotel in question, and I parked. Then I messaged the guy saying that I was there and to let me know when he gets there. He responds saying that they're actually staying there for the night and that he would be right down. They asked if I could bring it into the lobby, and at that point meeting here made a lot more sense. And while I was a bit iffy on walking across the parking lot into the lobby with an expensive console, I had parked pretty close to the front, so I risked it. I got into the lobby with a box, and the front desk asked if they could help me, and I told them that I was just meeting someone that was staying there. I sat down, and I waited for a few minutes. Then, I saw a guy exit the elevator that looked like he was looking for someone. I correctly assumed that it was the guy. We did the customary greetings and moved forward to the transaction. He opened the box, looked over the items, and remarked that they all looked new. And I told him that I had bought it a while back and that I was the only one that ever played it, and that I was really paranoid about keeping the stuff clean. I mentioned that I had even opened the case and blew out the dust before I listed it, so it was in near perfect condition. I showed him the disc for the games that I had listed, then also mentioned that I was throwing in my copies of Crash and Kingdom Hearts for his little one, because I know she'd probably like them. He thanked me and said that he really appreciated it. Honestly, this transaction was going super smooth for our whole conversation, and I thought it was going to be a quick sale. He pulls out his wallet and pulls the cash out, and I see 400 bills. He then mentions to me that he had the full 150, but they had to spend the 50 on pizza for lunch, and that because of that, he was a bit short. And then he says something that I really did not expect, and this is going to be verbatim because I don't want to paraphrase and have this come across as less creepy than it was. He said, and again, "I'm sorry, I'm $50 short, but my girlfriend and my daughter are up in the room, and I'd be willing to let you spend some time with them if you would give me a discount." I want to further emphasize that this guy mentioned his 8-year-old daughter in this context. It wasn't just, "Hey, wanna spend time with my adult girlfriend?" It was girlfriend and daughter. This guy was willing to sell his girlfriend and their child for $50 for personal time. I really don't know what else to say about this all, honestly. The whole thing left me at a loss for words. Pimping out your girlfriend for $50 off a PS4 was gross, sure. But then, including your young daughter in that context was a new level of disturbing. And after a few seconds of just kind of staring at him, and him staring at me, I guess waiting for an answer, I just said, 400 is fine. And I put my hand out. He handed me the cash and said thank you, and I just said yeah, and I turned to leave and put this event behind me. Honestly, I didn't know what to do after this. I don't know if he was being serious or if he had just said that to get a discount because who in the right mind would accept that? Or maybe if it was a weird sting, and if I had said yes, I would have been jumped or arrested. Out of all the possibilities, the worst one, and the one that seriously haunts me, is the one where this was an honest offer. It scares the hell out of me to think that this guy was being serious. And that's the end of it. I told my parents and they didn't seem to really care. I didn't report it to the cops because I didn't know what to tell them. I got the money together and I moved out, and I have been on my own ever since. I really hope that that guy wasn't serious, but if he was, I am so very sorry that I never did anything more, and that, as an ignorant and confused kid myself, I didn't know what to do in this situation. I'm a male, and when I was 25, I had finally got into a place in my life where I could start pursuing my passions while supporting myself after I had moved out. Feeling like now was the right time to pick up a hobby, I checked Craigslist for a guitar. I had always wanted to learn how to play, and now that I had the time and money to invest into it, I wanted to get started right away. Of course, I wasn't gonna buy a brand new one. Money wasn't tight, but a good guitar can cost a lot of money. And since it's my first one, it's better to take used instruments first. So, if anything happens due to my newness, I wouldn't have lost hundreds of dollars. Searching Craigslist, I had found one that seemed to be in good condition that wasn't too far from me, and after contacting the seller, I confirmed that it was still available, and according to him, the guitar was only in good condition. And while I didn't know anything about guitars, I did still want to go in person to check it out. After all, it was only a few blocks away and I wouldn't even have to drive. I arranged a meeting with the vendor, Mitchell, to see it tomorrow, and I went about my day. The next day, as I was driving back from work, I stopped by Mitchell's house and I knocked on his door. I was greeted by a pregnant woman with long brown hair wearing a polka dot dress. Hi, is this Mitchell's house? I asked. I'm actually here to look at the guitar that's for sale, I added. The woman nodded and smiled at me before calling to someone from the inside. A man with short hair and a red shirt, whom I assume was Mitchell, came to the door behind her. She informed him that I was here to see the guitar, and then went back inside with a smile. The man then looked at me as he stepped outside. He gestured with a nod towards the garage, which he opened to reveal a rather crowded space. The wife wants to make some room for when the baby gets here, he said. His voice seemed melancholy, with a hint of a southern accent to it. And the money will probably help too. But despite what he said, he seemed depressed as he looked at the piles of stuff in the garage. Everything from rifles to tools to boxes labeled Pokemon was there. And as he took a few steps in to bring out the guitar case, he brought it back to the front of the garage and set it down before opening it. It revealed an orange, woody acoustic guitar. I'm sorry, I'm not really good at describing guitars. She's a beauty, the man said. It's a shame I gotta let her go. He looked at the instrument up and down. A damn shame. I stood there awkwardly while he gazed at it. So, would you take 100 for it? Mitchell looked up at me with conflict in his eyes. 125? I shyly suggested, and with a deep breath, Mitchell shook my hand, still looking at the guitar. With that said and done, I paid him the money and closed the case before walking back to my car. As I was walking back, Mitchell just stood there in the driveway looking at me, even until I got inside my car and drove just a few blocks away. His eyes followed me. The rest of the day was pretty normal. I spent the first few hours goofing around with a guitar, randomly plucking strings, vaguely to the melody of the McDonald's jingle and such, before checking where I can get lessons. After the initial hype of having a guitar died down, I made dinner, watched some TV, and I searched the internet for a few hours before finally falling asleep. Unfortunately, I awoke to a loud crashing sound. I could hear what I can only assume to be shards of glass sliding across the floor as loud thudding footsteps stomped across my home. I immediately got up and I snuck to my door, hoping whoever it was didn't come this way. I locked my bedroom door and then immediately called the police. 911, what's your emergency? And after explaining my situation, they then instructed me to hide in the closet and stay on the line with them. He then assured me that the police would be there soon, and my goal was simply to stay out of sight until the intruder was gone or until the police arrives. After a few minutes, the crashing stopped, but I remained hidden, just like the operator told me, and after a few more, I heard the sirens. Then came a loud banging on my door as a man's voice told me to open the door, saying that it was the police. At that point, I slowly crawled out of my closet and I unlocked the door. They led me out of my home. Then, I saw the porch window shattered, but other than that, there wasn't anything you'd think wrong. After talking to the police and having them take a statement, they asked if I had any place to stay. And after calling my parents and explained what happened, they escorted me there while they investigated the crime scene. After taking inventory of my belongings, no cash or valuables were missing. The only thing that was missing, however, was my guitar. Now, I'm not sure what happened, to be honest, if it was Mitchell or just a random home invader, but because of it, I've been too scared to ever buy anything on Craigslist ever since. This happened last June, and back in those days, I was a motorcyclist. I bought my bike after I graduated, and I used to ride it at every chance that I got. I didn't even have a direction in mind, I just loved riding. I was riding one evening, and I knew that I had a day off on the following day, so I felt like going kind of far. I had a good night out riding, and I decided to head home sometime after midnight. I was on my way back towards Setagaya in Tokyo. The roads were not so busy, and I was taking it easy. Then, as if all of a sudden, the car in front stopped. It stopped at such a speed that it collided with a guardrail. I was shocked to see an accident happen right before my eyes, and to be honest, I was kinda scared. I had no other choice but to pull over and try to figure out what happened. I raced over to the driver's side window, and I saw that the driver was a female. She was visibly distressed, and she couldn't stop shaking her head, and her hands were firmly clamped onto the steering wheel. Oh, this is bad, I thought to myself. I started off by asking if she was all right in a gentle tone as I could muster, and I waited a few seconds, but she didn't reply to my question. I started to panic. This was serious, and I realized that I should call the police, and so I did. While waiting for the police, I asked several times if the woman was all right, and eventually, she got out of the car. She didn't look hurt, but her skin had gone very pale, and almost to the point that it looked blue. She was muttering something. I couldn't make it out what she was saying, so I leaned my ear close to her mouth, and she kept murmuring, What have I done? What have I done? I could hear the tremble in her voice, and then, as if in an answer to her own question, she said something. I've run over a child. I've run over a child. I've run over a child. She kept repeating these words. Her voice gathered strength and volume, and it was very hard to listen to her panicked wails. I was deeply disturbed, and it was a frightening situation. Then I remembered that I was behind her, and I didn't see a child in the road. I was certain that there was no one around. Plus, it was the dead of night. I looked back and I couldn't see a child anywhere. I sat with that woman and I tried to calm her down for a while, but occasionally I stood up and I went in search of the child that she thought she had hit with her car. There were no children in the area. A few moments later, the police arrived, and I spoke with one of the officers, and he searched with me for this child. The officer asked me about what had happened repeatedly, and I repeatedly told him that all I saw was the lady in front swerve, and then hit the guardrail. I said that I didn't see anyone on the road. The officer went and asked the woman about what had happened, and I went with him to listen. According to the woman, she saw a young child dart out into the road ahead of her car, and she heard and felt the collision. But no matter what we did and no matter where we searched, we couldn't find the child. The officer started back towards his patrol car while talking into his radio, and the woman was looking around the road absent-mindedly, and I watched as her eyes fell on the roadside mirror. You know those mirrors that you sometimes see in the rural areas that allow you to see oncoming traffic around the bends? They're a circular type, and they are usually on a pole high enough for the driver to see but not be distracted. I think they are sometimes known as convex mirrors. Well, that's what she looked at, and the moment she laid her eyes on it, a terrible scream rose from the pit of her stomach. The officer was shocked as I was to hear this, and he rushed over to her. Noticed that she was looking at the roadside mirror. I came over to look as well, and we looked into the mirror and saw a child in the road. There was no one there when we looked without the help of the mirror, but when we looked into the mirror, the child was there. It was the strangest thing that I have ever seen, and I couldn't believe my eyes. The child looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. She was wearing a kindergarten uniform, looked like the kid went to a good school, and that child stared at us with an utterly expressionless look on her face. The police officer and I turned to look at the road almost simultaneously, and there was no child in the road. We looked back at the mirror, and we could only see ourselves and the female driver sat on the side of the road. Our faces looked incredibly pale, and our mouths hung open in shock. The woman then exploded into a full-blown state of panic, and the ambulance that was intended for the child took the woman away. And before she went, she asked me for my contact information, saying she might call me to ask about what had happened again, and the officer said that for her sake, it wouldn't be a good idea, and it would be better to forget about the incident entirely. His face was also as white as snow. I insisted that the officer should take my information, but there was to be no further contact from anyone that I met that day. I am sorry, but it has left me very confused and troubled. I think about it often. What really happened that day is a mystery to me, but I believe that I had a run-in with a paranormal, and that little girl's spirit still remains in the spot that she might have met her final moments.
I've been a police officer for somewhere close to a decade, and I've spent a significant portion of my career out on the road making sure that people out there aren't doing anything too crazy. For the most part, the job is pretty boring, which I guess is one of those don't look a gift horse in the mouth kind of things. If my job wasn't boring, it would probably be a lot more dangerous. I pretty much just drive around and make sure people aren't breaking the law, or respond to calls that come in nearby. I've had a few run-ins with crazy situations, sure, but really, for the most part, everything is fairly routine. That all holds true until you get thrown onto the night shift. The minute you get into the car and out onto the road after the sun goes down, things get a bit more hectic, and a lot more unpredictable. Sure, things have a certain level of standard. However, there are far more moments where things do get out of hand. Most nights involve calls where people think that someone's in their home, or people calling to say that the neighbors left their garage door open. But some of the things you run into do absolutely get crazy. There was one night that I was driving on my patrol and things were going pretty standard. I had issued a couple of tickets and responded to one or two calls that were pretty uneventful. I then got a call asking to check out a business alarm at a local strip mall, and was headed towards said alarm when I saw what looked like a young child standing on the side of the road. I slowed my car down and made sure that I wasn't just going crazy or seeing things, and sure enough, on the side of the highway on-ramp there was a small child. They couldn't have been much older than 6 or 7. I pulled over, grabbed my radio, calling in that I was stopping at a potential emergency, informing them that there was a child out near the highway and that they would need to send someone else to the business alarm. They asked if I needed more units at my location, and I informed them that I wasn't sure at that moment. Obviously, we're trained to keep calm in situations like this, and to try and control ourselves, but my mind was honestly racing. It was a bit after midnight at this point. Why was there a child walking on the road by the highway? Where were his parents? Was this some kind of runaway situation? I flicked my lights on to try and get the kid's attention, and I jumped out to go find him. As soon as I got onto the shoulder of the road, I heard this kid sobbing somewhere a bit back. I sped up my pace and called out to see if the kid would run over to me once I got his attention. The second that he heard my voice shout over to him, I could hear him crying louder and yelling out to me asking for help. This made me jump into action more than I already had. The kid being out there was confusing at first, for sure, but instead of him just being there and upset, he was now calling out for help. This told me that something else was going on here. As I ran back toward where the kid was, I called into my radio for dispatch and told them to send a second unit to this location and to have medical on standby just in case. When I got over to the little boy and knelt down to try to ask what was going on, I noticed that he had blood on his shirt, and he did look a little cut up. The poor kid was just sitting there sobbing and yelling something incoherently. I let him get it out a bit before I told him to calm down and asked him what was going on. After a short bit of back and forth, he started saying things that made sense, but were dreadful to hear. The first thing he said that I was able to make sense of was car crash. As soon as those two words came out of his mouth, my ears perked up, and I was kind of starting to piece things together. I asked him if he was in a car crash, and he shook his head yes. I asked him if he was in the car with his parents, and he again nodded, and then mentioned that his dad was driving, and they somehow got into an accident. This is what I was expecting, and honestly not wanting to hear. I grabbed my radio and told the dispatch to get medical out here, and as I was calling it in, my backup pulled up to the scene. As he approached, I told him that we may have an accident with an unconscious occupant somewhere, and that the occupant was likely to be this child's father. I went back to the little boy and asked him if the accident happened nearby, and if he could show me. He said yes, and then pointed over toward where there was a ravine by the entry ramp. I stood up and walked over toward where the dip was, and I shined my light down into the ditch, and sure enough, there was a small sedan lying upside down at the bottom. This is where things really jumped into motion. I called over to the other officer, and I informed him to take the child away from the scene, to call for more backup, and to get medical down into the ravine as soon as they got there. And I then told him that there was a vehicle down in said ravine. From here, it was mostly adrenaline, and I don't remember everything that happened. The most I recall was that I ran down into the ditch and searched the car, and saw an unconscious man buckled into the driver's seat. I know that I was pulling at the door and trying everything I could to get him out of the car, and then medical showed up and took over. At the end, as things got pieced together, it all fell into place, and I learned exactly what had happened. Apparently, This man had to go somewhere, and he didn't want to leave his son home alone, so he decided that he wanted to take him with him. Unfortunately, with it being as late as it was, he was apparently starting to doze off while driving, and he had done so while he was entering onto the highway from the ramp. When he did, he ended up going over the side and flipping his car down into the ravine. And thankfully, through some miracle from above, when the car flipped, neither of them were killed. The father had some moderate injuries, a concussion, and his son had a few scratches, scrapes, and bruises, but nothing that was life-threatening or anything like that. And like I said, it had to have been a miracle that neither of them were killed or seriously injured, and I'm beyond glad of the fact that I happened to be driving by at that exact moment that I needed to be. However, I think this experience should hold strong as a testament for why you should never get out on the road while you're tired, unless absolutely necessary. In this situation, no one was seriously injured, but I have absolutely seen wrecks at night where the people were not so lucky. As an officer, I have to say, please, be careful out there, and make sure that you're awake and aware when you get behind the wheel.
I was driving when it happened. It made local news, so I want to keep names and locations out of it. I was driving with my wife and we were heading off for a summer camping trip. The night was full of sound of crickets and cicadas, and there was a fair degree of humidity in the air. We were going up through the mountainous woods, and despite it being the height of summer, it was dark out in the shade of the giant rocks. To be honest, it was our first trip away as a married couple after the honeymoon. I mean, we did a tons of family stuff and thank yous to our friends. It was nice to do something alone. Just us, and to be frank, I was more than looking forward to that idea. While passing along a bridge, my wife suddenly shouted, "Someone just jumped into the river!" I pulled over and looked in the direction she was pointing. We got out and had a look around, and I noticed that there was a bicycle leaning against the railings, and there were a pair of shoes neatly positioned facing towards the river. What the hell were they doing? Night swimming? Or something much more fatal, perhaps? And when I got close to the guard railing at the end of the road, I realized how high up the bridge was. There must have been about a 20 to 30 feet drop below. Excitement surrounding our trip disappeared into the night air, as now there was a grave situation in front of us. The authorities needed to be contacted. It was a big fuss. The police and the fire department turned up in a hurry and tried to search the river. We were told that we were not allowed to leave until the police had conducted their investigation. We were being detained. I started to think that we were being treated more like suspects than witnesses. I was so bored of sitting by the side of the road waiting for it to be all over. Sorry if that sounds selfish, but I was really looking forward to my trip. And a few hours passed, and then someone reported that they had discovered a body downstream in the river. He didn't make it, it was obvious. After witnessing that poor person's final moments and being questioned for hours, we were finally free. But that night's incidences left us both depressed and disheartened. When we got to our destination, we wanted nothing more than some shut-eye, so we headed to bed. The next morning, I had a little Google to see if there were any further details announced regarding the man on the bridge. I couldn't find much, but later the police called. I learned something shocking through my conversation with a detective. He suspected that the shoes were placed there intentionally and not by the man who jumped. He asked my wife and I if we saw anyone in the area nearby when we approached. I didn't see anyone, and my wife said that she didn't either. I asked why it was so important, and he said that the reason why it was so important was because the man who had supposedly jumped had been dead for at least a week before his body was anywhere near that bridge. We were floored by that. It wasn't a suicide, but a murder. Then I remember the bicycle which was resting against the guardrail. Perhaps the person who tossed that body into the river was in the same area as we were while we were calling the police. They could have been watching us, or was that part of the staging of the scene? What if we didn't call the police? Would we have been in danger? Come to think of it, I wasn't able to recall if the bike remained there until we left. Perhaps, before the police came, someone used it to hightail it out of there. There are various interpretations of what happened that night, and it's a night that we can't ever forget.
This actually happened to me last week, and I'm still kind of freaking out about it in my head and trying to process what I saw. I live in an apartment complex that was recently built, like within the last year. And they started tearing down a patch of trees that blocked the highway on the other side to build this place, so it disrupted some wildlife, I'm sure. The town I live in doesn't have much in the way of multi-dwelling homes, like apartments. It's been more for retirees and senior living, so besides moving away, this was one of the cheapest places to live other than a house, so that's why I chose it. Besides the fact that it was close to my mom and my job. So, to get to the complex, you have to take a road that was basically made to get to this place. It's pretty long because it sits back in that carved out field, and since it's still surrounded by some trees, you can still see a bit of wildlife. When I'm driving, I typically go slower down the road because I see deer, possums, squirrels, and even a few feral cats cross it. It's beautiful at my apartment too because sitting out on the balcony, I get a view of the trees. And sometimes I can see deer in there or a bunch of birds flying around. One of my neighbors actually has bird and squirrel feeders that she not only put by her patio, but also closer to the trees, so they were away from the people. It's a nice view. Anyways, this happened when I was driving home from my mom's place late one night. I went there to have dinner after work since I was off later, and she invited me over, so I didn't have to spend money on food. I could never say no to her cooking anyways. It was about 9 or so when I left, and I was already feeling tired. As I was driving back, I was trying my hardest to focus as the lights dimmed when I went between the streetlights. At one point, I saw something on all four legs crossing the road, so I started slowing down. As I came to a stop, I really got a better look at the animal, and I was horrified. My car was just a bit in front of the light where the animal was on the other side of it. Based on what I could see in the light and its shape, I could tell it was a deer. But there was something horribly wrong with it. What I thought at first was mud or something in its fur had to be blood and flesh. It looked like all the fur on that side of the body was gone, and I was just looking at skin. The only way I can think to describe it was like that side of its body had been scraped off. Its leg was the same way, and in fact, I'm pretty sure I could see part of the leg bone and its jawbone. I was panicking in my head, thinking that something obviously happened to this thing, and it was going to collapse right in front of me. Instead, it just stood there, staring at me, as if there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, it didn't even seem intimidated or scared of me at all. Still confused about what I was seeing, though, and since it wasn't moving, I decided to get out of my car and try to get closer. The minute I opened my door and started walking around it, the smell hit me. It was the smell of decay and rot. I felt like I was going to be sick, so I pulled my shirt up over my nose to try to mask the smell. I got a little closer, and I could confirm that I was definitely seeing raw flesh. I really don't understand how this deer was alive and even standing in front of me. I said something under my breath like, "What the hell?" or something to that effect, and that's when the deer started backing up. I didn't know what it would do or could do being injured to that extent, so I backed up to give it space. And that's when I heard a loud plop coming from the trees on the right, where the deer was walking from. Within the time it took me to look in that direction, the deer bolted across the road and took off. I watched it for a few seconds as it ran away without as much as a limp, when I heard another sound coming from the opposite side. It sounded like something big was falling to the ground, like out of the tree. At this point, that putrid smell of death was still lingering, and I was getting this overwhelming sense of dread, so I ran back to my car, locking the doors, and I just sat there looking into the trees. That's when I saw something moving around in the trees that very clearly was not a deer. It was trying to walk on all four, but the movement wasn't right. It was choppy and very uncoordinated. It almost reminded me of a fawn trying to walk for the first time, as well as maybe a human trying to walk with their hands. And the back was very rigid and curved. I had no clue what I was looking at, but it terrified me, so I took off. I've never driven that fast down the road, but I knew that I didn't want to be there anymore, and maybe even wasn't supposed to be there. When I got home, I looked around before getting out of my car, and when it looked safe, I made a mad dash to the building, pulling the door shut, and then running up the stairs to my place and quickly locking the door. I went and looked out my balcony door to see if I could see anything on that side of the woods, which was opposite from the one I was at. So I didn't really expect to see anything, but was still paranoid and scared. When I didn't see anything, I took some time to try and calm myself down and called my dad to talk to him about it. As expected, he told me the deer was probably in some kind of accident and was in shock and probably died shortly after my encounter with him. I tried to stay reasonable and keep that in my mind, but then I was confused about the big thing trying to imitate a deer. However, I didn't tell my dad about that one. I figured he would probably just think I was seeing things. I haven't told anyone else about this until now because it's still nightmare fuel for me. I want to be reasonable and say that maybe it was just another deer with some kind of weird deformity, but was it? Was that really what I saw? Or is there something more sinister in those woods? All I know is I haven't seen it since, thankfully, and I don't stop like that anymore at night, no matter what road I'm on.
I was out late driving the other night. I was heading home, and I think it was about midnight. To get back to my place, I have to go through some winding dark mountain roads. They're always kind of spooky in the middle of the night, but that night, something else terrified me. I rounded a bend in the road and had to slam on the brakes. There was a woman in the middle of the road with her arms outstretched in a stop kind of gesture. She was blocking the road. I didn't like the situation, but I had no choice but to stop. When my car came to a standstill, she approached. She gestured for me to roll down the window, and I obliged. She asked me for a ride, According to the woman's story, she had been left behind by a boyfriend of hers. They had an argument and he told her to get out. And apparently, she didn't even have a chance to get her purse. She was saying that she couldn't even call her parents to get her because her phone was in her boyfriend's car. I instantly felt sorry for her, but I also thought to myself, why do I have to give her a lift? Then another thought crept into my mind. What if this is fake? There is no guarantee that what she told me was even remotely true. It did kind of seem like a well-rehearsed story. Everything was covered, no phone, no wallet, and the reason for her being alone out here. I had my suspicions that she wasn't alone out here, and her role was to stop my car. I felt like that there could be people hiding by the sides of the road in the trees and bushes, waiting for their moment. Maybe I would be kidnapped or something, or maybe this is some kind of police thing. I have seen too many movies to know that whatever this was didn't seem legitimate. Something else was happening now, and she was really escalating. She was close to tears and pleading for me, but her performance didn't seem genuine. It felt a little forced and a little studied and unnatural. No matter how I looked at the situation, I couldn't convince myself that it was a good idea to let this woman in my car or to turn the engine off. I had to reply though. I tried my best to turn her down politely. I felt like a real piece of shit, but something was sketchy about the situation. She wanted my phone. I knew that was the only thing I had, which gave me communication to others. I needed it. But also, if I was to believe her story, she needed it right now just as much as I did. It was the only thing that wouldn't get her off the road too if I didn't give her a ride, and she didn't accept no for an answer. When she started looking around while she was yelling at me, I realized that it was time to go. I guess she could have been signaling to someone that I couldn't see. There was no way that I was giving her my phone. It was recording the whole thing, and I thought that I would need a video and audio for my insurance company if something was about to go down. I started honking my horn at her and slowly edging forward. She threw herself on my bonnet but then eventually let go, and I pulled away slowly and looked back in my rearview mirror. I looked back to see her calmly sit down in the middle of the road. It looked like she was already waiting for the next driver to come along. That was another weird thing. If I was in her shoes, I would at least attempt walking back towards a town, or a city, a house, or anything. I began to grow fearful for the next driver who would approach. I called the police and let them know about the situation, and then I headed home. The next day after work, I took the recording and put it on my computer as a backup in case I was ever asked for it. I spoke with my girlfriend about it, and she hated my guts for not picking that woman up. She was so angry at me. I was accused of being inhumane and for being plain cruel. But I still stand by my actions. It wasn't worth risking my life. The risk was too great. What's done is done, and I don't care if I am thought of as cruel or even a coward. I was there and no one else but that woman, who knows better than me about the situation. What a minefield of a situation it was.
Back when I was fresh out of high school, I used to be a pizza delivery driver for a certain pizza place that is open really late. Like, way later than it needs to be. I admit that delivering pizzas at like 1 a.m. is a genius way to get business from drunks and stoners, but I also have to say that the pace sucked, and I was never more tired than the 9 months that I worked at that place. This experience was a few months back, but thinking about it and how it could have gone, it seriously makes me feel like I want to get sick. I won't. I'll push through getting the story written out, but it really does cause a bit of panic in me. It was a pretty typical Friday night. I was nearing the end of my shift and was actually on my last delivery from a triple that was thrown on me by my jerk of a manager who knew that I was about to leave. This being my last delivery, it was the furthest out of the three. And it was definitely in a more spread out and remote part of our town. I don't live in a big city, but it's fairly concentrated with houses that circle the epicenter, and then there are the neighborhoods that are spread out in every direction. This delivery was in one of those out-on-the-edge neighborhoods. I pulled up to the house after circling the neighborhood a couple of times trying to find the numbers, which, tangent, if you order pizza delivery, please turn on your lights so that we can see your house numbers. Anyways, I circled a couple of times, found the house, and grabbed the pizza to walk it up to the front door. The house looked decent. It wasn't run down or anything, it was just really dark. Like maybe the occupant was in bed, or not home. Which, yes, did make me feel a bit uneasy about this delivery, though it wouldn't have been the first time that I had taken a delivery to a drunk person that had passed out after putting it in. I knocked a few times, but no answer. I pulled out my cell phone, and I called the number on the order, but it was disconnected. At this point, I assumed that the delivery was either a prank or the aforementioned drunk person. I sent my boss a text message saying, knocked, no answer, phone disconnected, heading back, and walked back to my car. I tossed the pizza bag into the back seat on the passenger side, and started to walk to the other side of my car to get in, when I started hearing footsteps come up from the side. My dumb self thought that maybe it was the customer coming out to say, "Hey, sorry, I fell asleep, can I get my pizza?" But of course it wasn't. No. Instead it was a man wearing a pink hoodie, dark jogging pants, and walking straight towards me with a gun pointed in my direction. I put my hands up and immediately braced for him to rob me, but after a moment, he finally spoke up and said, "Keys, now." I nodded, reached into my pocket, and handed the guy my keys. And after a few moments of my heart racing and my face being drenched in sweat, he motions towards the car and says, "Get in the passenger seat." At first I was thinking I was about to die, and then I was thinking that I could try to run as I got around the car, but again, where was I going to go? I was in the middle of a mostly empty cul-de-sac. Nowhere to go but open fields, and he could easily put a round in my back if I ran. At this point, I realized I had no choice but to follow what he wanted me to do. I quickly complied with his demands, and I got in the passenger seat of the car, thinking that this was seriously going to be my final few moments. He got in the driver's seat, started the car, and started driving down the side roads. I just sat there helplessly, silently staring at the streetlights as we passed them, thinking about what I could say to plead for my life. My hands were seriously shaking and my mind was racing as it occurred to me that this man, he wasn't wearing a mask, which meant that he didn't care if I saw his face. To me, this meant that he didn't plan to leave anyone to identify him, so I was definitely going to die. As we drove in silence, the carjacker seemed to become more and more agitated, glancing around nervously, muttering things to himself and staring at the clock in the road randomly back and forth. It felt like several hours were passing, though it was honestly only a few minutes. I actually started thinking about whether anyone would notice that I wasn't back after a while. I assumed that my manager would notice after a while since I had cash that belonged to the store and had texted him, but that was about it. A lot of strange things go through your mind when you're in this kind of situation. because really the only thing that I could think about was how I was going to get fired if I got killed. Again, not logical, but it was all I could think about. After another few moments, the carjacker pulled over to the side of the road and started breathing really fast. I didn't look at him. I didn't turn my head. I just shut my eyes, thinking, well, this is where he cracks. After a few moments, he screams, "This wasn't what I effing planned!" and then punches the steering wheel. I jumped, and I couldn't help but look in his direction, and he was seriously crying. Like, sobbing. His eyes were filled with a strange mix of anger, desperation, and regret. And he turned to me and just said, I'm sorry that we had to meet under these circumstances." His voice cracked as he said this, and he just shook his head like he was seriously upset. A couple more seconds pass of this awkward silence, and then he turns, reaches behind me, grabs the pizza bag, and exits the car, walking off into the woods on the side of the road. For a moment, I was too stunned to move. But as the feeling in my arms and feet slowly started to come back, I realized that the danger had passed. I hopped over to the driver's seat and sped away, eager to get the hell away from that man and this place. The entire time I was driving, my lip was quivering, my teeth were chattering, and I was shaking, thinking that it wasn't actually over. That someone else or something was going to jump out at me and attack me. Obviously nothing did, and I was able to make it back to the store. I got into the safety of the building and I broke down. I was bawling my eyes out, trying to explain that I was carjacked by this man, trying to explain everything that I had just gone through. Thankfully, my coworkers were able to get me settled down, but then after a few moments, my manager asked me why I hadn't called him or called the police. Honestly, at no point did it occur to me while I was driving away from the situation to grab my phone and call anyone. Stupid, I know, but panic makes it hard to think clearly. They did call the police, and they took my statement, but I couldn't tell them the exact location that he had gotten out of my car, only where he had actually carjacked me. I doubt that he was ever caught, because all I could tell them was what he was wearing and a vague direction of where he could have gone. I'm thankful that he didn't decide that I was a threat to him, or that he needed to do worse than he had, and I honestly think about that night a lot. The fact that I got out unharmed, that he apologized and then stole the pizza. What kind of situation does one have to be in to do that? I don't work there anymore, as mentioned, and I don't do anything related to driving my car or working with the public. I work in a warehouse now, and I love it. Because there's literally no opportunity for anything like this to ever happen again while I'm at work.
Yesterday, I took my son fishing. He wanted to go to a nearby lake that we haven't been to in quite some time, and it's not known to be a great area. For some background, the last time we went, about a year ago, a car drove by and screamed, "Nice ass!" at me while I stood there with my young son. This kind of garbage behavior is unfortunately expected in that area. It's also known to be a late-night hookup spot, as well as a late-night drug deal location. And due to the lake's reputation, I had made a deal with my dad that I wouldn't stay there past 4 p.m. without him. Now, on to the story. My 12-year-old son, who looks much younger than he is, we both pulled up at our favorite fishing spot, a small pond on the opposite side of the road as the lake, and almost immediately, an older gentleman approached us asking if there were fish in the pond. I replied that we had just gotten started, so nothing yet, but that we had caught fish in the pond on plenty of other occasions. He thanked us for the information and returned to his spot on the other side of the road. About 15 minutes later, another younger man approaches the older man with a dog. I can see and hear them chatting, but they've made no move to involve us in the conversation, which I'm actually glad for. I just want to enjoy a day with my son. Well, unfortunately, the water in the pond was incredibly low and murky, and I could tell that we weren't going to have any luck. So I tell my son to pack it up and we'll try another spot on the other side of the lake. As we begin packing our gear into the trunk, the younger man yells over, "Sorry if my dog and I ran you off." I tell him it's no problem and that we were simply moving to a better fishing spot. He then starts telling me how nice it is to see a mom taking her kid fishing and how you don't see that very often and etc. I get this a lot, so I'm pretty used to it. We have a short conversation about it as I pack up, and I then move towards the driver's side doors to depart. But before I can leave, the younger man starts up another conversation, this time asking me how old I think he is. This feels strange to me, but I'm nice to a fault sometimes, so I answer his question. I tell him that I'm a horrible judge of age, but maybe 25? He tells me that he is 38, and that I'm too kind, and I laugh it off by saying something like, "I work with teenagers, so they always guess me well above my age just to be mean." He asks where I work, and I stupidly tell him my city. Turns out he lives there too, and starts going on and on about how he got a free apartment on such and such street because his baby mama kicked him out of their house. I think he's talking about some kind of government assistance program. It's a weird flex, but okay, man. At this point, I'm standing by the car door with my hand on the handle, and my son is already in the back seat. This guy can't take the hint and starts telling me all about his awful baby mama and how women are supposed to be submissive, quiet, and do what they're told to. He specifically said, "I mean, it's cool that you can bait and hook or whatever, but you're still a woman." Now, my alarm bells are blaring. This guy struck up a conversation by commending me for doing a typically dad thing with my kid, but now he's putting me down for the same thing. He's gone from being overly friendly and complimentary to agitated and ranting. I should have been rude and just got in my car and left, but I've unfortunately been conditioned, like many women, to be polite even when we're uncomfortable. Instead, I start making comments in the hopes that he'll see that I'm not some meek, submissive woman who's going to agree with him. After all, I'm a tatted up chick with an eyebrow piercing and 2 lip piercings. I don't exactly look like a submissive little housewife. I guess I was trying to make him just as uncomfortable as he made me, in the hopes that he would leave me alone. After he says women shouldn't be loud or opinionated, I tell him, "Oh, well, you wouldn't like me at all." He tries to backpedal, saying, "I mean, it's okay to be loud, I guess, but don't try that with your man, you know." I say, "My man doesn't tell me shit. I do what I want." This kind of goes back and forth, and it just goes on for a while, before he finally shakes his head and says, "I just don't understand what kind of woman would act like that." And I just reply, "A strong one." And as soon as the words left my mouth, the older gentleman yells from his spot on the bank, "Yeah, Say that again, honey. This distracted the creep long enough for me to hop in the car and then lock the doors. I still don't feel safe though. Unbeknownst to Creepazoid, only 2 of my car doors actually have functioning locks, but at least they're the 2 on his side. I put the key in the ignition, no dice, nothing. Of all the times for my car to act up, it chooses now. Panic has now set in as I repeatedly try to start my car. I can see him out the corner of my eye and he's taken notice of my car troubles and is trying to get my attention. As he takes a few steps towards my car, the engine finally roars to life and I peel out of there. Only then do I let my composure crumble and have a long talk with my son about what just happened. To the older gentleman who took notice of my discomfort and provided a distraction, I'd gladly meet with you again any day. But to the younger misogynistic creep, I don't know if I was actually in any danger from you, but my gut said that I was. Let's never meet again. Oh, and to my dad, I'll make you a new deal. I am never going to that lake alone again, regardless of the time of day. I'm a male, and years back when I was 20, I was walking back to my car from the library in the city. I was on a side street, and it was about 10 p.m. I had my backpack on and it was full, and it had my laptop in it. So, I am on a pretty dark street, and there are lights, but they are very far apart, so it gets very dark in between them. I come across this man walking his big pit bull, and he came off as really nice at first. He smiled and he wanted to chat. So I stopped, and we are talking normal, and I was asking about his dog. But after 30 seconds or so, he sort of steers us into a dark spot under a tree without the streetlight, and I thought that it was strange, but okay, because maybe it was for his dog. But then he moves. So he and his dog are both in front of me, and I am cornered into the house behind me. And I start getting this bad feeling. This whole time, he is being friendly and smiling, but at certain points, he would get serious, almost like he was thinking of his next move. And he was moving closer, all the while fidgeting with his other hand in his pocket. Now, he is very close to me at this point, and I had nowhere to go because my back is against the angled window, so I'm literally in the corner blocked on all sides by him and his dog, and this house behind me. My internal siren is blaring at this point. I'm a very nervous person, but I am shaking at this point and I feel that I am cornered and it's pitch black under the shade. I decided to spring out from being cornered against the house and then into the street. He looked surprised, almost like, "Where'd you go?" And he begins walking towards me, and as I get to the middle of the street, I took my backpack off of one shoulder and I grabbed my apple carving knife, and he stopped walking towards me. I get to a more busy area with people and I hop in a cab, and the cab driver notices that I am shaking. I told him that I was just about to get robbed, and I asked him to tell the police. And once I got to my car, I drove near where I was, and I saw 3 cop SUVs with their sirens on going towards that area. Later on, I heard that there were a bunch of robberies that happened in this part of the city. This happened around the summer of 2000 in Midwest USA, and I was a 12-year-old boy. I was shy and I never did well with confrontation. Anytime I was scared, I'd feel myself shaking. One day, My dad and cousin were weightlifting in the garage and it was open. I then decided to grab my bicycle out of the garage and then ride up and down the street while my dad and cousin lifted. As I am pedaling away from my house, I see another kid riding his bike, probably 5 to 6 houses down from mine, but he's just kinda going in circles. I maybe get like 20 feet near him, but that's it. No words were exchanged, not even a wave or a nod, and I just kept my head down and I kept pedaling. On my next circle back down the street, that's when things got weird. I got near the area where the kid had been riding and he's not around anymore, so I guess that he went inside wherever he lived. And right as I'm about to turn around and head towards my house, which is like probably 80 to 100 yards away, I hear a man yell, "Hey!" in an unsettling tone. I look up and a man is standing in his front doorway, probably 25 feet from me, as I'm paused on the street with my bike. He's one of the creepiest looking dudes that I have ever seen in my life. He has on a ball cap and he's wearing this thick Jeffrey Dahmer looking glasses, tan burnt orange, dirty looking wrinkled skin, and he had to be around in his 40s probably. He looked straight out of a horror movie and he just had this sinister angry look on his face. He then says, "If you say anything to my son again, I'm going to run your ass over." At this point, I was crying and frozen with fear, but then I start biking home faster than ever. I'd never been in a situation like this in my life. I couldn't believe what happened because I never said anything to that boy. So I get to the open garage where my dad and cousin are still lifting. I tell them the story, and they decide to go to this guy's house and address the situation that just occurred. My dad and cousin had a few beers and are pretty jacked, so they were ready to tussle if needed. My dad goes straight to this guy's door with my cousin behind him and then knocks loudly. The man opens the door and has this huge Rottweiler by his side, barking and going crazy at my dad and cousin. He threatens to let the dog loose, but my dad and cousin aren't cowering down one bit. After a bit of bickering for a minute, the guy goes inside his house and then shuts the door. Nothing else happens that night, and we walk back home. A few days pass and now I'm about to get to the creepiest part. During the summer when my parents worked during the day, my grandma would come over and babysit my little brother and I. We were about 10 minutes from downtown and my grandma was going to take us there to grab food at Sonic. We get in her car and start driving down the road towards that creepy dude's house. This made me feel very uneasy, but that's the direction we had to go. And as we get closer to the house, the hair on my neck starts to stand up again. As we go by the house, I see him. He's sitting in a red truck in his driveway, facing the road like he's about to pull out. I don't remember well, but I think he might have had a grin on his face as we drove by. We pass the house and he pulls out behind us. I start freaking out a bit, so I tell my grandma the story about the man driving behind us. At first, my grandma was chill about it, but then I noticed that she seemed a bit shaken. This is because she had made about 6 to 7 turns to throw him off our trail, but he still kept following us. Every little turn. And at this point, me and my brother are in the back seat with our heads down as he follows us. But luckily, we made it to downtown where it was busy. We get near the police station, I believe, and take another turn. Then finally, he just passes on by. I never saw that man again. My mom and dad split up and we left that neighborhood 2 years later with my mom to move to the country. My dad still lives at the same house, and I wonder if that dude stuck around for a while or even still lives at that house. What was his intent? Was it a coincidence, or did he really plan on following us? It was so weird how it looked like he was just waiting in his driveway for us to pass by. I have hesitated to share this story for a long time because I know how important the mutual trust between a resident and their landlord or maintenance staff is, and I don't want to instill any unnecessary distrust in anyone's landlord. I've shared stories before about dangerous and scary residents that I encountered while working at apartment complexes. But this is a story about my time on the other side of things as a renter. Before I had even graduated from high school, I knew that I wanted to live at Paradise Apartments. I was a bit naive at that time, drawn in by the many amenities that I would never use. But I primarily wanted to live there because the complex was pet-friendly and within my small budget. When the time eventually came for me to get my own place, I sublet the only apartment that they had available, and then I moved in. Unfortunately, I came to realize that the apartment wasn't as nice as I'd originally thought. The building was old but remodeled, so it had all the typical plumbing issues and thin walls. I also learned that it was not the safest part of town. I was primarily an online student, but I had one class that met in person twice a week at around 8 a.m. I'm a bit of a homebody, so I rarely left during the day except for that class, the occasional shopping excursion, or to spend time with my boyfriend in the evening after he got off of work. My apartment was a bit of a Bermuda Triangle, even though it was only 600 square feet, and I live alone. Things had a way of growing legs and walking away. I had 2 kittens at that time, and I blamed them regularly for things disappearing. Something odd that kept reoccurring, however, was that I would find my underwear box out and sitting in the center of my bedroom floor on days when I had a class. I didn't have a proper dresser. Instead, I'm using an IKEA shelf with some IKEA boxes for designated clothes, maybe socks, underwear, pants, and pajamas. But I always could have sworn that I'd put the underwear box away after getting ready for class. But I chalked it up to me forgetting as a result of having to get up early and being focused on getting to class on time. Arguably paranoid, I started to think that some of my laundry was disappearing as well, as my favorite articles of clothing would go into the laundry hamper and seemingly never come back with the clean clothes. Towards the end of that semester, I was working one evening on a homework assignment when my boyfriend called to let me know that his roommate had accidentally locked him out of the apartment. I had a key to their place, so he asked if I could run over real quick to let him in. And before I left, I had made a mental note that I had left literally every light in my apartment on. Because I was living on a pretty tight budget, I normally made a point of turning off all the lights when I left. But my boyfriend only lived about 5 minutes away, so I knew that I'd be there and back very quickly. Sure enough, I got back less than 15 minutes later. But I immediately sensed something was off, as I could see that the lights were off through the blinds. I called my boyfriend and he drove over to meet me. We unlocked the door, and then we went in. All the lights were off in my apartment. Thinking maybe I'd have a power outage, I flipped on the main light and it came on. My boyfriend checked the entire apartment and no one was inside, but someone had gone through and systematically turned off every light at their switch, including my lizard's basking light. the only light that I always left on because it was on a timer. And my laptop, which I'd left open on my assignment, but now the computer had been powered down and closed. We called the emergency maintenance number and I explained that someone had been inside my apartment and that they have used the key because there was no sign of forced entry. My manager called me back and told me that I had to be imagining things. Maybe I had forgotten that I had turned off all the lights before I left, and I assured him that I wouldn't have turned off the computer or the lizard light. Someone had been in my apartment. I told him that I was extremely worried because obviously this person had a key to get in. Either they worked for the complex or maybe it was a previous tenant or guest. I asked if they had changed the locks after the previous tenant moved out, and they assured me that they changed the locks after they moved out. The manager suggested that maybe it was a friend pranking me, someone else that I probably had given a key. But the only other people that I had given keys were my boyfriend and my mom, and she lives 3 hours away. In any case, neither of them would have pranked me in this way. The manager finally agreed to send someone out immediately to change the lock for my peace of mind. I brought up my concern that it was someone on the staff since they would be the only other people with keys. The manager claimed that the keys were locked in a special safe that required a personalized code in an office with a security camera. They changed my locks, but I had my doubts that it would do much good. As far as I was aware, there were only 2 maintenance men that worked at that complex. One nice older man that didn't seem all that skilled, and a younger guy with a scruffy beard that gave me a bad feeling, and I suspected that he had to be the one that had come in. When I had first moved, the manager had told me that I would be getting a new kitchen counter within the first 3 days. I waited to move in my kitchen stuff, but after a week they hadn't come, and then after a few months, that I had completely forgotten about it. One day I was sitting in my living room, and this scruffy maintenance guy walked in without knocking or announcing himself, and I hadn't received a notice to expect him. He said he was there to replace my countertop, and it took him 2 days to install one small piece of counter. A few weeks later, I was getting out of the shower, and I heard a single knock at the door. I called out, "Just 1 minute!" And I hurried to get some clothes. But not 2 seconds later, the door started to open and I had to slam it shut, just to stop him from coming in. He claimed that he hadn't heard me called out, but I had my doubts. And I don't remember what made-up excuse he had for coming in. Another time, I found a note from him that he had come in, again, and it didn't even give a reason as to why, but that he made sure not to let my cats out. He also made a note about my 3rd cat being cute. Except, I didn't have a 3rd cat. I did, however, have a picture of my childhood cat in my bedroom on the IKEA shelf where I keep my clothes. At that point, I went to the office to ask them to make a note in my file that I wanted at least 24 hours notice before entry going forward. And also, I wanted to always be present for future entry. Now that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that someone was coming in secretly, it all made sense. It hadn't been long after the surprise maintenance visit stopped that things had started moving around in my apartment. He was also on site all of the time, so he would know when I came and I went. Who knew how many times he had snuck in, how many small souvenirs he had stolen? He could have been coming in while I was asleep. After the night with the lights, I put my own lock on the door, but still didn't totally trust the apartment. I ended up buying a condo shortly after, with the help of my parents. I subleased the apartment and then I moved. In the final days before I left, my mom came into town to help me move my stuff, and while she was home alone and I was at class, she caught the scruffy maintenance man trying to get his key to work in my lock. She demanded to know what he was doing, and he said that he was here to paint the front door. I hadn't received a notice, and he didn't have any paint or supplies, and she told him that he could wait until after I moved out. A few years later, I was shocked by the owner of the apartments while working at another complex in town, OK Apartments. Shopping is when an employee from one apartment complex takes a tour at another apartment complex under the guise of wanting an apartment for the purpose of gaining information that they might not otherwise easily give up. It can also be performed by your own management company to make sure that you're doing a good job. There were certain tells a shopper always gave, like asking specifically worded questions. Is it safe here? I'm a felon, can I live here? And etc. Those kinds of examples. And that required specifically worded answers and were easy to trip up on, being too wealthy for the complex. Rolex watch, sports car, nice suit, and etc. And being too flexible on what they were interested. And for example, they were interested in all the layouts and were open to move in whenever. This guy seemed too old and too well off to be randomly considering an apartment at OK. We were geared toward lower income folks. And while I was giving the tour, he asked if I had any opinions on other apartment complexes in town and mentioned Paradise specifically. And normally, I wouldn't badmouth any other complexes. I preferred to win them over by showing them the positives of our community. But I told him that I probably wasn't the best person to ask that question because I was probably the only person to give Paradise a bad review in the last 5 years. He asked me to elaborate, and I told him my apartment had been broken into, and I suspected that it was someone on their maintenance staff. At that point, he revealed that he was the owner of Paradise and that he was very disturbed to hear that I had this experience. He asked me to describe the maintenance man in detail. I assured him that it was in the past and that I was over it, but he insisted on calling the manager over at Paradise. It was still the same guy, and he asked him over speakerphone if they had had any issues with the maintenance staff back in the year that I have lived there. He answered yes, that there had been a scruffy young maintenance man that he had to fire because he had been caught multiple times breaking into the apartments of single women. Satisfied, the owner proudly told me that the issue had been resolved and asked if I would be willing to change my review. I told him no. None of this had changed the fact that I had experienced this and actually validated what I had suspected. In the years that I worked as a leasing agent, I learned a lot about where complexes will cut corners to save time and money. From my experience, a lot did not switch out the locks if the tenant was good, and a lot did not require background checks for employees, even though they did require them from tenants. Keys also got passed out willy-nilly to vendors and maintenance during turns, and the employees frequently got master keys that would open all of the doors. I won't go so far as to say every complex operated this way, but every complex that I worked at was doing this when I started there. Because of my own experiences, once I began managing a complex, I enforced strict rules about changing locks, tracking keys, posting proper notices, and requiring background checks for all employees and also tenants. At least here in Florida, with MIA's law going into effect this year, background checks for employees and security measures for keys are required for all the complexes. Even still, if you're renting an apartment, stay diligent. If you have a reason to believe that someone is coming into your house, document it and let the staff, police, family, and friends know about it. You never know who might have a key to your apartment. This occurred in 2017 in NSW, Australia. When I was younger, I had a sleepover with 7 of my friends, 2 of which arrived later on in the night. It was around 9:30 at night when we were all surrounding the campfire that my friend's stepdad had built the day earlier for the party. My friend and I both got up to walk to a small tin shed in the backyard that was full of mattresses and used primarily for storage. And as we were walking towards the said shed, I stopped mid-walk because I thought I saw someone standing right in between the 2 fences opposite of his house. I got really scared about this, and I went straight back to the campfire without telling an adult for some strange reason. But when I woke up the next day, we all went out to check if the coals were still hot because his dogs liked to jump in the fire pit. When everyone went to check the coals, I went towards the fence where I thought I saw this person, and to my surprise, actually found 2 size 12 shoe impressions in the ground, which flattened the extremely long grass. 2 months later, my friend group was wandering the streets in my small rural suburb at night. On the main road that went through the estate, there was a really sketchy park with an old block of toilets and a set of swings. When someone suggested that we walk over to the park to hang out on the way to someone's house, I pointed out that there was what appeared to be a dude with a kid on the swings. When someone suggested that we walk over to the park to hang out on the way to someone's house, I pointed out that there was what appeared to be a dude with a kid on the swings. But as we switched the side of the road we were walking on, I realized that there was only one person, a guy dressed in black pushing an empty swing. I also spotted that the guy's head and the right hand was twitching constantly and very aggressively. And after some convincing, we all got pretty freaked out by it and then decided to walk, run to my friend's house. 5 months after that, I woke up in my room to go to the toilet in the ensuite, which also had a bathroom, a large sink, and a shower. And as I sat down on the toilet, I could hear something tapping on the toilet window. It was like a tree branch, and for some strange reason, the light turned off. I hid behind the beam in the ensuite and slowly peeked out the window, to which I could see someone directly standing in between the corridor outside in the fernery. Coming out of the toilet, instead of walking down to the hallway and telling my parents, I turned right to the laundry door, which led to the washing machine, the dryer, and another door opposite that. And in a spat of courage, I flung the door wide open and I screamed, "Boo!" really loudly. But to my surprise, I couldn't see anyone. I actually couldn't see anyone, and as I said boo, I realized that I could feel my breath almost coming back, like there was a wall in front of me. And looking up, I realized that there was a person standing right in front of the fly screen, blocking out my view, which was limited to above the person's shoulders and under his hands. I assumed that it was a guy because their body shape is eerily similar to mine, with broad shoulders and roughly 6'7" to 6'8" tall. Because I am 6'8", and I have to suck in most of the door frames. The next morning, I went out with my mom to the garage to find the sand on the ground with this hiking boot-like impressions leading toward the two gates, which were flung wide open and one even off the hinges. I passed all of this off with simple explanations as a kid. The guy in the fence was a neighbor who was curious about the party. The person at the park was just a weirdo who was trying to scare kids during that killer clown phase. And the last one, I honestly have no idea, as do none of my friends or family members that I have told this to. But what is very creepy to me is that all of these three individuals I saw all had the exact same body shape and posture. You know, kinda slumped over because of their height and sitting position. Which leads me to believe that these were all the same person. And later confirmed with my friends that they all saw the one dude by himself on multiple occasions acting really weird around dusk on school days, near the bus stops. Me, my mother, and my sisters will occasionally gather around in the kitchen or the living room or wherever and talk about the scary encounters or stories. My mom's side of the family is very superstitious. They believe in ghosts, angels, demons, spirits, and what have you. And there are a lot of true stories that my mom and grandmother can put into a book. But there's always this one story that's very unfortunate that I have heard a few times. My mom tells it in a mix of Filipino and English usually, so I'll try my best to translate. My mom was raised in a large town in one of the central Philippine islands in a relatively large family. All her relatives lived close by, and this one particular cousin, let's call him Ronaldo, lived right next to her. My mom was so convinced that her other cousin, his sister, let's call her Bats, was a prostitute in her 20s. Well, anyways, Ronaldo was 17 at that time and was a handsome and loved kid. One day he was playing basketball with his friends and happened to suffer a leg injury. It was so deeply affected that gangrene had begun to emerge. Medical assistance in the Philippines, of course, being a third world country, at that time was quite an expense. So he kept it under the wraps no matter how much worse it was getting, and that he even had it for such a long time. His mom finally saw how terrible it was getting, and Bats had come home from her prostitution ventures and was able to take him and pay for his medical bills, in which the doctors and specialists eventually said that they had to cut his leg off. But the bacteria had already spread up to his hip, so at that time that he was recuperating, he was using crutches. To further understand, before there was ever any modern construction done around where my mom lived and Ronaldo and Bat's house, there was a gap/entrance/alley between their houses where one could go through to get to her cousin's house. It was cemented and concrete. You know the sound crutches make on concrete when it's being walked on? Kind of like a tuck, 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 tuck sound. Ronaldo had died a few months later from the worsening injury that eventually took over his whole body. So late at night, you could occasionally hear outside exactly where the concrete gap was. Tuck, 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 continuously. Exactly in the pattern that Ronaldo usually walked, which was distinguishable. This was all during my mom's childhood, and nowadays you can't hear it anymore. I guess according to them, his soul has been laid to rest now. It is decades later, and everyone has either moved away or passed, and my mom had already moved to the US to start a new life. So Bats decided to rent out the house, and the people who had moved into the house claimed that they could always hear some type of crying that sounded like a baby's right inside the house, even though they had no baby and there wasn't anyone around. Years later, my mom's relatives found out that Pat's sister had previously had her baby aborted and buried just somewhere around the house. I've always yearned to help others, to save the needy from suffering. You see, the world doesn't need imagined monsters. Plenty of real ones haunt humanity every day. Disease, poverty, oppression, all scarier than the demons in horror stories. Or so I thought. 7 years ago, the charity I work for sent me to the Philippines to help a few villages prepare evacuation plans in case of flooding. The poverty was bad enough. The first village lay next to a dirty trash-soaked river. The nipa houses rested on stilts that stood upon caked mud amid a sprawling jungle. 2 opposing tree stumps with perched buckets is how I would describe the basketball court. But despite this, the villagers exuded joy. During the afternoon siesta, men would gather on plastic tables and pass around coconut wine while playing cards or mahjong. And in the evening, they would congregate in the village captain's house and sing 90s classics on the karaoke machine, and sometimes even until the roosters crowed. They got the nipa wood for the houses from the mangroves that lined the river's edge like a wall of roots. And as strong as the material was, a fierce flood could annihilate an entire nipa village in an hour. A successful evacuation requires an easy path to high ground, and so, from the comfort of my hotel suite in Cebu, I drew a route through the jungle and up the nearby mountain, which loomed over the village like a titan. Aside from that, I spent my time at the hotel phoning corporal social responsibility heads, usually while drinking whiskey in the bathtub, and after much cajoling, raised funds for rowboats, life vests and canned food, and loudspeakers and other essential for surviving a flood. It was all going smoothly. Well, until I drove back to the village and then presented my plan. The village captain, whom everyone called grandmother because she was the eldest, had prepared a feast for me, which she'd cooked in literal holes in the grass. "No one here is old enough," she said while we were having lunch under billowing black clouds. "But I remember what happened in that mountain." I loved eating on a banana leaf, but cupping the rice and meat with my hands still seemed a bit awkward. I answered her, "Good things, I hope." And she hesitated, chewing her food slowly, then shook her head and said, "Aswang live there." I didn't speak Tagalog nor the local language of that region, so I simply stared back, my eyebrows raised, and said, "I'm sorry, what's an aswang?" The village captain told me a story. When she was a young girl, the village was located on the other side of the mountain away from the river. And it was well off, because the men worked at the mountain's tin mine and the price of tin was high. But strange things began happening. A few men who went to work in the mine didn't come out quite the same. Some of the wives, specifically the pregnant ones, would claim that creatures called aswang had taken their husbands' forms. They would wake up in the night and see their husbands staring intently at their swollen bellies, slobber dripping from their mouths. I laughed in the village captain's face, thinking it was a joke. How rude and foolish I was. But I had 4 other villages to deal with during that trip. "I'm afraid there's no time to change the evacuation plan. Typhoon season is here after all." The village captain persisted. "Because of those aswang, no baby was born in the village for a whole year. The mothers always disappeared before they would give birth, and only when the tin mine went bust and we relocated to this river did things return to normal. I understand your fears. I didn't. But it's the only high ground for miles. It even has caves for shelter, and it's an easy climb. There's simply no better place to save everyone's lives. The other villagers I talked to didn't share her concern, which reassured me, because if they believed such a ridiculous tale, I'd be forced to find another site. I stayed overnight intending to practice my evacuation plan with everyone in the morning before I moved on to the next village, which was on a different island. But we never got to practice. At sunrise, the sky bellowed and opened, wind screamed and howled, as if some mighty god were blowing upon the world and flinging coconut and papaya trees like twigs. The bulging river overflowed past the mangroves, and the stilts supporting the nipa huts weren't sturdy enough to keep the water from sucking them up. The world knows this catastrophe as Typhoon Haiyan, but they call it Typhoon Yolanda there. Over 6,000 people died and another 1,700 went missing. One of them because of me. Though I earnestly wanted to help when the flood waters surged with the wind scourge, I wished I were back in my comfy hotel suite. Still, I did my job, and as soon as the storm began, I gathered the villagers at the basketball court. Then we marched along a dirt path through the jungle and toward the mountain. I ensured the children, the elderly, and the pregnant women among us walked in front so that they wouldn't lag behind. Because I'd scouted it a few days ago, I knew that the trek up to the mountain would be straightforward. A winding path brought us high enough where we could wait out the storm. Watching the villagers huddle together amid the caverns, stare cheerful despite the calamity, I finally felt that I've done some good. And as I passed around blankets and canned food in Life Vest, I realized how much more fulfilling this was than phoning corporate heads while drinking whiskey in a tub. It all started to go wrong when a young man came up to the village captain and me. I'll never forget his pockmarked and narrow face and the way he waved his arms in panic as if he was trying to block a basketball shot. The village captain translated his pleading. His wife went to relieve herself, and now she's missing. I pounced at another chance to help, to fulfill my heart's yearning, so I organized a search party amid apocalyptic rain and screeching wind. I and several other able men and women scouted the mountain. We failed to find her together. We divided into groups of 2, and when that didn't work, we split up individually, each taking a life vest, flashlight, and blowhorn to alert each other in case of danger. I decided to descend and search around the mountain's base, and after 30 minutes trudging against the gale and through the mud, I discovered a wide cave, within which was utter darkness. As I stared at the mouth, I heard a woman's whimper, followed by what I can only describe as a deep, throaty cough that lasted a few seconds too long. Or was it simply the wind scathing the cave walls? "Hello?" I shouted. I considered using the blowhorn, but decided to confirm what it was before alerting others. I grabbed my flashlight and I continued inside. A damp, fleshy smell shot into my nose. I called the woman's name, and pained whimpers sounded back. I hurried forwarding and stepped on something sharp that almost split my shoe. I pointed my flashlight at it. A broken car track, and I had entered a mine. Around me, I saw wheelbarrows of ore covered in pounds of dust. A tin mine. Immediately, I recalled the story of the aswang that impersonated the miners. A tightness gripped my chest. I didn't believe in imagined monsters. But who knows what could have been waiting in the darkness ahead. I wanted to turn and run, but I pushed on, reminding myself why I was there. To save people. The whimpering was just ahead, and I wish I could snap my fingers and teleport back to the hotel where I could hide underneath the silky duvet on the Super King bed. How cozy it would be to wait out the storm there. My heartbeat surged as I squeezed my flashlight to settle the trembles, and I stepped onward and shined my light forward. A pregnant woman lay writhing on the floor, and above her stood the same pockmarked faced man who'd been waving his arms earlier. He hunched over her, his mouth widened, and slobber dripped from it. "Hello?" I said. "Glad you found her. Is she all right?" He ignored me. His mouth stretched beyond what was humanly possible while emitting a throaty wail, and then a hand slithered out of his mouth. The arm the hand was attached to had 3 elbows, and they bent at odd angles as it stretched towards his wife's right belly. I pulled out my blowhorn and pressed. It blared like a trumpet of Judgment Day, echoing against the cave walls. The thing snapped its head toward me. The hand coming out of its mouth contorted with bony snaps until all 3 elbows straightened. It grabbed at my face, just missing as I backed away and turned. I'd said I always wanted to help people, but in that moment, as my heart quavered and panic engulfed every sense, I only wanted to help myself. I ran, and I ran until I was out of the cave and breathless, back amid the deluge. And instead of climbing up the mountain, I sprinted through the jungle toward the village, which was nearly submerged and drifting with the tide. Water reached my waist, but still I trudged through, my life vest keeping me from drowning. And then the current swept me, and it carried me through a thicket of downed trees, washed away nipa huts and plastic. And though terrifying, this was heaven compared to facing the creature in that cave. Half an hour later, some brave volunteers in a paddle boat rescued me, and I told them that I was running from an aswang, but they laughed, thinking I'm some kind of crazy foreigner. I spent a few days in a shelter, then I returned to Cebu. I resigned from the charity, and once the storm had passed, I took the first flight home. A while later, I heard from a colleague that the villagers survived, save for one pregnant woman who'd gone missing. I've had 7 years to think about it since then, but my conclusion never changes. By ignoring the village captain's warning and guiding them to that cursed mountain, I caused something unmentionable to happen to that woman and her unborn child. I've done exactly the opposite of what I yearned to do. I'd hurt instead of helped because of my arrogance. The guilt still eats me, and I don't dare try to help anyone anymore. I'm a corporate drone now, slaving every day to make someone else rich. Better than hurting others with my good intentions. I was born and raised in the Philippines, enjoying my time spent with the family, baking in the sun all day, running through the fields of sugarcane, and biking through small mountainous terrain without any care in the world. But at night, things were odd. Filipinos at large are raised with mythical and mysterious stories, handed down from generation to generation, that everyone predominantly believes. So, for a 10-year-old boy, the anxiety and fear kicks in when the sun isn't shining. I lived in a mansion located in a barrio that my uncle owned, in which he also owns fields upon fields of sugarcane that was processed to sugar and exported out to several countries. We had approximately 6 maids, 1 driver, and a security guard at night to ensure nothing were to be stolen or any intruders were to come in. Sometimes at night, to make myself feel better, I would join the security guard Lauro and be a badass, taking watch looking after the mansion and the family. Lauro asked, "So, what do you want to talk about tonight?" "I heard several of the barrio kids talking about this thing called manananggal," I answered. "Oh, yes. Those are really scary flying demons. Wings are attached to their torso and they're missing its lower half of the body. They hunt at night for children because this is what they prey upon. As a matter of fact, I saw a huge bat that I could have sworn was a manananggal," Laro said. The hairs on the back of my neck start to rise, and I start to feel anxious and scared. I ask him, "What do you mean you saw one? That was probably a bat. Those things aren't real." "Maybe you're right. But listen, it's getting really late. Your uncle would get mad at me if you're out too late. So go inside and go to sleep." And I said with a panic, "Oh, I lost track of time. You're right. I'll run inside and go to bed." It was approximately 35 walking paces, 21 if I ran, which I did because at this point, I was scared as shit, hoping that damn manananggal wasn't real. My heart was racing, blood pumping, and I was lightning fast. I rushed up the stairs and I got in my room and I went to bed under the sheets. It seemed like it took me forever to just pass out, which I eventually did. But later on I could feel a little sweat from my neck that was now in my uncomfortable bed. I was rolling around it and I had fully woken up. I don't remember what time it was, but it was loud. One of the elder maids, Miss Garrett, was yelling weird things. "Get out of here. You are not welcome. Leave us alone. Get out of here. Stop pestering us. You are not welcome." This went on for what seems like hours and hours, and at this point, my light was turned on. I was staring at my ceiling, wondering why she was yelling. If there was an intruder, Laura would have been in there and taken care of the business. Miss Garrett, after all, is old and maybe even senile. My aunt told me that she supposedly spoke randomly when she felt a presence of some sort. But I mean, she's old. All of a sudden, Miss Garrett was quiet. I can finally sleep in peace, but then my lights flickered and then turned off. I was about to shit my pants. I know no one is in my room, so why did the power go off? Was it a blackout? The hair on the back of my neck start to rise again, and I'm scared shitless. I feel a tugging on my pillow, as if someone's hand was trying to feel for something or find something. Then it gripped my pillow. My pillow and blanket was yanked out from under me, and immediately the lights went back on. My pillow and blanket were on the floor, and Miss Garrett knocked and opened my door and asked me if I was okay. I gave her a very shocked look, but nodded to her to let her know that I was okay. "Now you know why I sometimes talk out loud, even when you don't see anyone that I am talking to. They are there. I try to keep the evil spirits away from you and your family," Miss Garrett said. My life changed that night, 21 years ago. I don't believe in those folkloric mythical creatures like the manananggal, but I can confirm with experience that there are evil spirits. 3 years after that incident, I moved to Florida, and nothing like that has ever happened. Well, until just last night. Miss Garrett, I need you. Please, help me. About 4 years ago, I took a vacation to the Philippines. Now let me say that it is truly a beautiful place, and I'd almost 100% take another vacation to the Philippines. But I can't shake that I'd be in the domain of the mountain. You know, Mount Pinatubo? The one that erupted in 1991 and killed 740 people. Well, anyways, 4 years ago, I decided to take a vacation to the Philippines due to the stress at my job. I had enough vacation days to go somewhere and still use them as sick days if I run out of sick days. And when I got off the plane and had gotten to my hotel, I then checked in and then went to my room. My room looked like your stereotypical family vacation. 2 beds with white sheets, pillows and blankets, and a brown comforter at the bottom of the bed. There was also a television that only had kid channels that were mostly in Filipino. There was also a mini fridge, which was really the 3/4 of a fridge. And I was glad that the hotel I was staying at served food. It was a long flight from New England to the Philippines, so I decided to sleep and also decided that whatever time I woke up was the time that I would get my stuff and pack and then go find something to do. When I did wake up, it was around 5:34 a.m. So I got my things and packed after waking myself up with some water, and I then went out to find something to do. I decided to head to what looked like a cafe for some coffee. It turns out that splashing water on your face will only temporarily prevent fatigue. In the cafe, I ordered some coffee and then waited for the waiter to come back with my coffee. While I was waiting, a group of Filipino college students came up to me and asked me a question, and thank God they spoke fluent English. And I know it sounds a bit wrong, but it was really nice to have someone who was not a television screen speak fluent English to me. "Hey there, we're going hiking for a fundraiser for our school. Do you want to come?" asked the female student. It took me a minute to respond because of how open and cheery the student was. I almost wanted to praise her for being so open. "Sure, I'm just waiting on some coffee. Care to join?" I said in return. She looked at me with a grin and took a seat next to my table. The rest of the group sat down with me and we talked as we waited for my coffee. "So, what are you raising money for?" I asked. "Oh well, our school is in a pretty poor condition and we want to help the administration as much as possible," she answered. "So, how exactly are you collecting the money?" I asked. One of the male students answered. "Well, we just tell people, the more money we get, the higher we climb." "Yikes, that seems a bit dangerous," I replied. "Indeed, it is, but we did receive a lot of donations from the people of this town," the second male responded. "Well, what exactly are we climbing?" I asked. "We are climbing the great mountain of Pinatubo," replied the female student, throwing her hands in the air for dramatic effect. I really wish she hadn't done that because she nearly hit the waitress right in the face with her hand. Thankfully, she only flinched and didn't drop my coffee. After a bit more talking, we had come up with a plan. Go to the mountain, climb to the crater, and swim in the crater for a bit so we could cool off for the journey back. And after I had finished my coffee and paid the cafe, we all left for the journey. After about half an hour later, we had arrived at Zambales. After we got out the car, we started toward the mountain. Most of the way toward the mountain was us just joking, except the fourth member. He hadn't said a single word the entire time that I was in the group, and I asked the female student, and she said, "Oh, he doesn't speak good English, and not to mention he's pretty shy. It was kind of hard getting him to even go with us because of how much of an introvert he is." Well, that's fine with me. I honestly would take 3 out of 4 than none. and after we reached the mountain, we started to prepare. We stretched, put on safety equipment, and put on backpacks, and the way up the mountain was excruciating. I had never really climbed that much in my life, and on the way up we all learned each other's names. The male who first talked to me was Nimwell, the lady who first talked to me was Lantane, and the second male was Crisanto. And finally, the man who could not speak good English was Rodrigo. About halfway up the mountain, Nimwell brought up an interesting topic. Do you guys know that some people have died on this mountain? Lantane responded saying, Duh, it's a mountain. People can die at any time on a mountain. The answer made me feel a bit uneasy. Nimwell then said, No, I mean in the lake. 2 guys drowned in 1995. The cause of death for all of them was supposedly a heart attack while swimming. Well, where are they buried? Lantane asked. Nimwell answered saying, That's the scary part. They won't let anyone even see the bodies. Rodrigo was obviously very unsettled by all of this, but still stayed quiet. I think we can all say that we were also very unsettled after the conversation had ended, and after about an hour of climbing, we finally reached the top. Oh goodness, look at that view! Lantane exclaimed. She was right. The view was pretty. Okay, now let's take a pictures for proof, and then let's take a swim, said Crisanto. First, we all took a quick breather, then we took some pictures, and after we took some pictures, we all took off our clothes. Thank God Lantane suggested that we keep our bathing suits on under our clothes so we don't have to strip naked and change. So, who's ready to swim? Exclaimed Crisanto. Everyone but Rodrigo was excited about going into the water. Lantane said something in Filipino, and then Rodrigo shook his head. Lantane shrugged and signaled us to go into the water. He must be still shaken with the story, I thought. When I got into the water, it was weird. Like it felt like water, but it felt really off. I don't really know how to put it, but it did not feel right. I brushed the odd water off, thinking that it was just because I had climbed a little over 1,000 meters. We swam and splashed water at each other for a good 15 minutes before getting bored and feeling like we were clean enough to head back down. On our way out of the lake, I swear I saw something underwater. It must have been some type of bug. But when Nimwell was dragged underwater, I didn't think it was a bug anymore. I swam as fast as possible, not knowing what was going on behind me. Thankfully, Lantane didn't bother to help Nimwell either, as she thought that it was just some type of sick joke. But we didn't think that it was a joke until he didn't come back up. Lantane, being the supposed brave one, went over to see if Nimwell was all right. And trust me, when I say me and Crisanto tried to stop her, but she didn't stop. Rodrigo was already packing our bags when Lantane was dragged into and under the water. She didn't even have a chance to get into the water when she was dragged. We had to go. This thing, whatever it was dragging them underwater, killing them. We put on the necessities to climb down to the nearest flat part of the mountain where we could rest. And as we were putting on our climbing equipment, Rodrigo was probably cursing in Filipino. We were almost out of the crater when a tentacle came out of the water and then grabbed Rodrigo. I managed to hold on to him, but the thing pulled so hard, Rodrigo's hand was either pulled off or broken. All I know was that he was pulled really hard with me, still holding on to him, and then I was running for my life. Me and Crisanto were on our way down the mountain, and when we finally got to a pretty flat spot on the mountain, we got the rest of our equipment on. But We only got our helmets and safety rope attached when we saw tentacles going down the mountain towards us. How did it know where we were? The water, I thought. It had to be the water. That's why it didn't feel right. I warned Crisanto and we started to make our way down the mountain. We managed to reach the bottom of the mountain before that thing could catch us. And we guessed that the monster wasn't able to reach us at the bottom. And we ran right to the car after catching our breath. We didn't know what to do. The police wouldn't believe us. The locals wouldn't believe us. So we went back to my hotel since it was the closest. When we entered my room, I immediately turned on the news. Apparently, through the whole hour that we drove home, they had already started covering the story. The news reported sad. And for our viewers who are just joining us now, we have some very sad news. 3 teenagers have apparently drowned in the crater lake of Mount Pinatubo. While we asked if we could see the crime scene, officers told us that we had to leave immediately, and we will be following the story for the next few days. Any new information released to the public will be reported. Crisanto turned off the news, cutting off the reporter. "Can't believe that they're dead. It wasn't supposed to end like this," he said. I didn't expect him to say that. "We couldn't do anything. You saw how strong that thing was," I said, trying to comfort him. "How did the thing not go for them either?" "The water must have been tracking us, but Rodrigo was pulled into the water as well. That means the beast can sense anything near the lake and anything covered in the water," Crisanto said in anger. "Something isn't right, but we'll have to figure it out in the morning. It's getting late, and we've had one hell of a day." He agreed, and he fell asleep almost immediately. I didn't even realize how late it was, and it didn't feel that long. Maybe it was longer? I don't know. The next morning I woke up to no Crisanto, but a note from him. The note read, "Dear friend, while it was fun while it lasted, we both knew what happened, and if this is what I think it is, we cannot stay together, or else consequences will be dire. I thank you deeply for trying to help my friends and for attempting to comfort me when I was upset last night. Your dear friend, Crisanto." I have never heard from him again, and after I read the note, I packed my belongings and I left to reschedule my flight for that day. And I did manage to leave that day. I haven't talked about it since, in the fear of people thinking that I'm insane. But please, for the love of God, tell me I am not insane. Anyway, I beg of you to heed my warning. Do not swim in the lake of the crater of Mount Pinatubo. It is extremely dangerous, and without friends, you could have no chance of escape.
Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. But I would also like to thank my amazing patrons, my top tippers, and my dearest channel members. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it with all of my heart. If you want to support the channel further, you could also choose to become a patron, a tipper, or a channel member. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.